Little cup like this could be the secret that will revolutionize the way you grow a garden at home, letting you produce your own food organically and very easily. Anyone who grows plants knows how sad and frustrating it is to see the leaves turning yellow, the soil drying out too quickly, the fertilizer disappearing, and the plant stopping its growth as it should. Either you've been through this yourself or you know someone who's going through it right now. But what most people don't realize is that these plants don't die from a lack of love or care. They actually die from a lack of continuous nutrition and proper oxygenation within the plant's soil. And that's why I started using this method, which an agronomist taught me, using just a cup. These plastic cups that you find everywhere. A simple, practical, easy to do method, but powerful. That really works, and now you'll understand why this method works so well. We're going to need a pot, and you'll notice that this method is quite simple and everyone should know about it. It's that easy. I'm going to put a small piece of toilet paper here just to cover these little holes. Not too much toilet paper. It's just 1 or 2 sheets just to prevent the soil we're going to use from falling through the holes, but so that water can still pass through the paper. Now we're going to need one of these cups, about 300 or 250 milliliters, and we're going to make some small round holes. They don't need to be big holes in this cup, okay? You'll make the holes using a hot iron. If you don't have a hot iron, that's fine. You can use a nail. Just heat the nail in the fire and then poke holes like this, see? Poke plenty of holes on the sides. Wesley, only on the sides? No, you'll make holes on the bottom too. We're poking holes all over this cup. I'm going to speed up this video so it doesn't get too long, and you'll see that this cup will end up full of little holes and the video will stay nice and dynamic. I actually find it a bit strange how most people don't know about this. A technique that's so special, already proven, that brings good results for all kinds of plants, and yet so few people know about it. Now take a good look at how this disposable cup turned out, full of holes. This right here is the main secret. Just make sure it's full of holes like this. The holes don't have to be perfect, okay? What's important, you'll see from now on, I'm going to show you how to set up this whole little system. Whenever you're going to plant, use good soil for planting. Avoid using that backyard soil. You don't know if there are animal droppings in it. You don't know what's in that soil. Notice that I only put a little bit of soil in. We haven't filled the pot yet because now we're going to make a little bed here for our plastic cup full of holes. I already have the seedlings we're going to plant here, which are rosemary. Look at the seedlings here. See, they're all right here already, but I'm not going to plant them just yet. I'm going to teach you the right moment to plant them. Here, look, these are the seedlings we're going to plant. We're going to plant rosemary in this example, but you can plant anything you like, okay? Now I'm going to finish filling in here. Look, with soil around the cup, just around it. No soil goes inside the cup. Notice that we're putting this good planting soil here, but only on the sides of the cup. Now you'll understand why we're doing this. The soil has already been placed around the pot. I'm just going to add this soil here so that it stays at the level indicated on the pot. Look, there's a little line all around the pot that shows the level where you should put the soil. And also notice that the perforated cup will stay above the soil level. You shouldn't bury the container completely. It should remain slightly above the planting soil level that we've just added here. See? To secure this little cup, I gently press down the soil here before planting our rosemary cuttings. With these step-by-step instructions, it will be absolutely impossible for you to go wrong at home. Look at how the soil is at the recommended level in the pot, see? And here, the cup is full of holes, acting as a mini portable composter, working directly in our pot. It sits just a bit above the soil level, roughly at the rim of the pot. That's exactly how it's supposed to be. And now we're going to feed this mini composter in an amazing way, and it will release fertilizer at all times for the plants we're going to plant here. Which plant are we going to plant? These rosemary cuttings. Come with me and I'll show you the next step in a way that you'll never make a mistake at home. There wasn't even a little bit of soil in our cup yet, but now I'm going to put just a little bit at the bottom of the cup. It's really just a little bit, okay? And from now on, this is no longer called a cup, it's called a mini composter. Now, my dear friend, whenever you have leftover vegetable or fruit peels, you can simply put them right in here and you will have a perfectly functional composter right inside your garden pot. Whenever you are watering your plants, you should always water inside this little cup here first. This is because when you water inside this cup, it will slowly start releasing all the beneficial nutrients from everything you put inside the cup, huh? You can put banana peels in, and you can also add this, which I absolutely love to use on my plants, some crushed eggshells. But here is a very important detail. Whenever you put any organic material in here, you should come and cover it up with a little bit of fresh soil. Look, did you make sure to cover it properly? There you go. No flies, no smell, and the composting happens in an organized way. But before we plant, here's another $1,000,000 tip. I don't know anyone who speaks badly about this fertilizer. All the experts love this fertilizer here. Look, Bokashi. It's a complete and organic fertilizer, and I'll already recommend it for you to use like this. For pots this size, half a spoonful of this fertilizer is enough. Once you've added the bokashi, you can also put eggshells in here. Even though it already contains calcium, anything organic you add will be beneficial for your plants. The composter cup will prevent the roots from coming into contact with the fertilizer, but every time you water, this fertilizer will be released to the roots through the soil in a very safe way. Whenever you use any fertilizer, remember to cover it here. Look, cover this fertilizer with planting soil. I'm going to fertilize before planting the cuttings because now with my fertilization done and the soil already prepared to receive these cuttings, I'm simply going to come here and plant my cuttings. Whatever kind of seeds you want to plant, it doesn't matter at all. I'm planting rosemary, but it also works really well with green onions. It works with kale. It works with this here, which is wonderful, that I just showed you that we've already done, and it worked really well here, which is oregano. I really like oregano. You can even mix them. I can, for example, take a little cutting of oregano and plant it together with the rosemary. Oregano loves this type of cultivation with the composter next to the pot, so I can simply alternate oregano with rosemary. Do you think this little pot we have here is going to turn into a real treasure? That's fertilizer for more than a meter. And don't worry, I know you all get excited wanting the fertilizers we use here, so I'll leave the link to the store that sells this fertilizer down below in the description of this video. The store is wplantas.com.br. We have this fertilizer available on that site, so if you don't have access to it in your city or if it's too expensive there, you can buy it cheaply on the website, and for several regions, shipping is free. Plant lover, from now on, whenever you water, make sure to water right in the middle. With each watering you do, you can start right here, because every time you water your plant, it will release fertilizer to the roots of your plant, to the seedlings you just planted, to your potted vegetable garden, to your fruit tree. It doesn't matter what kind of plant it is. But always remember that you have a composter here working automatically right in the pot of the plant you have at home. Whenever you have leftover vegetable peels, fresh fruit peels, crushed eggshells, mush, or any other kind of organic matter suitable for composting, you can put it all right in here. Over time, the composter will decrease in volume and you will keep replenishing these nutrients directly into the composter, and all the plants in the pot will benefit from this. Isn't it beautiful to see? I even use this little system with fruit trees that I have in pots. Take a look at how it works. It keeps the soil moist for longer, releases nutrients slowly, keeping our plant always hydrated and nourished with the main nutrients it needs. You can do this with any plant. You'll get greener leaves, plants that bear more fruit, and even more flowers on your plants. By applying this planting technique, your flowers will be much more abundant and your plants will be free from diseases and pests because they have the nutrients and health to fight off pests on their own. But what I like most about this method is that you practically eliminate any risk of over-fertilizing. First, because composting slowly releases all the nutrients your plant needs. Second, you will be doing organic fertilization for your plants without the risk of excess because the roots will absorb it little by little, and that way you'll have a plant full of life and health, always harvesting at home. My mission, as you already know, is to bring you tested, free and proven tips for you to apply to your plants and actually get results. Now, your mission is to help me with my mission. So leave your feedback for this video down below in the comments. You're going to rate from 0 to 10, giving the score you think today's content deserves. Leave your score from 0 to 10 here in the comments. And so you don't miss any of the next lessons we're going to give here on the channel. You really need to be subscribed and turn on the notification bell, because that's the only way you'll be notified every single time we bring new content here. Sick. So go ahead and turn on the notification bell now and share this helpful content with someone who needs it and loves plants. For sure, this content will save many plants, maybe even the gardens of people who are struggling with pests all over Brazil. All the items we use in our videos, including today's video, will be available through the link in the description at the store wplantas.com.br with shipping all over Brazil. Simply access it if you want to try it out and see for yourself the impressive results you see here in our videos. I strongly recommend that you watch this video that's appearing on your screen right now. It's a video I suggest you watch so you can binge and learn more about growing plants. A big kiss to your heart. See you in the next video, and I'll see you there. Bye-bye, I'm out.
This might sound incredibly simple, but there's an ingredient that almost everyone already has right in their own home. And when used the right way, it makes fruit plants produce fruit at a much faster rate. And when I say fast, I mean really fast. Just look at the little fruits already forming on my purple guava tree. And just so you can see, look, it's still in the plastic bag. It hasn't even been planted in the ground or in a pot. It's still in the bag. So this trick works for any plant you have, whether it's in a pot or in the ground. And it doesn't just work on guava, it works on any fruit-bearing plant. Look at this jabuticaba tree. It's still a young jabuticaba plant, and it's already starting to form fruits again. It's not the first time it's produced these fruits, it's already fruited before, just like this guava tree here, which is also in a very tiny container, really tiny, but it's already producing. And with just adding one single spoonful of this here, which you likely already have right there at home, you can effectively double the fruit production of your mature fruit tree. Or even cut in half the time it takes for any fruit tree you have at home to start producing fruit. Come with me because today I'm going to show you how I get my fruit trees to produce a lot. And this information is free. I'm here with my lychee seedling and I'm going to do exactly what I always do. In fact, I've already done an air layering here. Look, it's full of roots. Soon we'll remove this branch, a productive plant, and I'm going to show you exactly how I fertilize to get early fruits in my pot. A lot of people think their fruit plant doesn't produce because it's weak, because it's in a pot, or even because it's not the right season. But most of the time, the problem isn't the plant. The real problem is the wrong nutrition at the wrong time. That's why, so often, the plant grows, gets big, with very beautiful leaves, but doesn't flower and much less bear fruit. It takes a long time for this to happen, and when it does, it happens in a very weak way. But what I'm going to show you here today with this right here is simple, tested, and respects the plant's natural cycle. No forcing artificial growth here. Here we stimulate the plant to produce because it understands that it's strong, nourished, and ready for production. So the ingredient we're going to use here is this little powder that you already have at home called ground cinnamon. But hold on, don't get too excited thinking this ingredient works miracles. Guys, stay until the end because you'll understand that it's not a miracle. It's science applied the right way to the plant. Cinnamon isn't just a spice for making your desserts or for use in the kitchen. Cinnamon has antifungal and antibacterial properties, and it helps protect the plant's roots. When the soil is healthy, the plant spends less energy defending itself and more energy producing flowers and fruit. Besides that, it improves the entire soil environment, thus preventing root rot and blockages in the absorption of nutrients present in the soil. Now pay close attention to this part, folks, because this is where most people make mistakes. It's not just about coming here, grabbing some cinnamon and throwing it on the soil any old way. No, for medium-sized containers like these, about 20 liters, which is the ideal size for growing fruit trees in pots. So what you're going to do is this. You're going to take half of one of those tiny spoons. This one here is probably a coffee spoon. Put a little bit in water and mix the whole solution together. The cinnamon will gradually dissolve in the water. You're going to stir and stir until all those little clumps disappear, and then we'll know our mixture is nice and homogeneous. After it's dissolved in the water, you're going to gently apply it around the base of your plant like this. You're not going to put it directly on the trunk, no. You'll pour it onto the soil of your plant because that's how the roots will absorb it. For plants in the ground, you can double this amount of cinnamon and water. But now I'm going to reveal a secret to you, something I use here in my nursery that really makes a big difference. Just this alone already brings tremendous results in fruit production, but now I'm going to teach you how to release even more nutrients into your plant's soil, since now that you've applied the cinnamon, your plant is able to absorb the nutrients here much better. So what are we going to do? We're going to add extra nutrients into this soil for better fruit production. If you want to enhance fruiting even more, it is time to introduce the second ingredient, which is this right here, folks. Bone meal. I'm revealing this because it's what I use here, and it's a reward for you who stay until the end of the videos because it's at the end that we reveal the biggest secrets. Look, here we have some organic bone meal. And what we are going to do after applying our cinnamon to the plant is exactly this step right here. With a little spoon like this, I'm going to take some of my bone meal. This also works with wood ash, okay folks? I like bone meal because it's more concentrated. But you're going to take the bone meal here, see, and put one spoonful on this side and another spoonful on that side of your plant. So we're going to sprinkle the bone meal all around our pot without touching the trunk just yet, see? Once you've added it, now we're going to mix this bone meal into the soil. So we're going to mix this bone meal into the surface of the soil here, because now every time we water our plant, the bone meal, which is rich in phosphorus and calcium, two essential elements for flowers, fruit, and the plant's strength, will release all these nutrients directly to the roots of our plant, thus encouraging flowering and fruiting. This works for any fruit-bearing plant. Once that's done, you can now come in with the watering can and give it a watering. Guys, this isn't to water the plant right now. The plant has already been watered. This is simply to release all the nutrients into the soil, directly to the roots of our plant. So it's a light watering. You don't need to soak it at this stage of fertilization. Now, it's really important for you to know what I'm about to tell you, because this is where most people make mistakes. This is a fertilization that you should do on your plants every 60 days. Do this fertilization together with the one using cow manure or chicken manure. So 1 month you fertilize with cow or chicken manure, and the next month you use cinnamon and bone meal. This way, your plant gets all the nutrients it needs to produce quickly. Soon, you'll see this lychee right here bearing fruit. You can see it's healthy enough to even grow roots, right? And it's not a coincidence, okay, folks, that my fruit trees bear so much fruit. It's all about balance. Never overdo it. Always follow the guidelines we share here, the timing, the amounts. Then you'll see that balance. Balance is what leads to this amazing production. This is a plant that's in the ground, see? And look, it has a lot of fruits forming here, and some have already formed. Let me show you here, see? Guys, we're talking about a plant that just finished producing. Look, see? There are still fruits on the tree that haven't even fallen yet, and it's already flowering again. There are other fruits here that are still forming, still green, but soon they'll be ready to eat. So the plant doesn't stop producing when you give it the right nutrition, and you see fruits forming, flowers blooming in all kinds of plants. Look at this acerola tree, it's loaded. There are a lot of green acerolas here in the video, I don't know if you can see them, but there are ripe acerolas, green acerolas, and flowers forming. Just avoid fertilizing like this on plants that are very sick. I also like doing this here to help the fertilizers penetrate the soil so hydration reaches all the way down. The important thing is to pay attention to the signals your plant is giving you. If it's healthy with new leaves and new shoots, if it's doing well, you can do this, because then I do recommend it. If it's a little sick, a bit weak, then I recommend you check out the other videos we've made here on the channel teaching how to revitalize plants that are weak or sick. This video and the others are precisely to teach you for free how we take care of our plants professionally to greatly increase both the yield and the flowering of our plants. But you have a mission here on the channel. Here in the comments section, leave your rating from 0 to 10 so we can know how good this content is for you. Leave your review, your score from 0 to 10, the city you're speaking from, and your name so we can see how far we're reaching. Give the video a like if you enjoyed it. More important than that, share this video with someone who needs it. Guys, just click on share and you help one person, or better yet, several people. Don't forget to also activate the notification bell, because that's the only way to make sure you'll receive the next videos here on the Plantas channel. All the products, including bone meal that we use, we leave the links here in the video description so you can access them in case you don't have a quality product at an affordable price in your city. Here we leave everything in the description for you to access, including the link for those who want to support our channel. I really want to thank the dozens of people who are supporting our channel here on YouTube. We offer this content for free, but we are rewarded with your views and support. Here in the description link, you can also support our channel. I'll leave a suggested video for you to learn more about plants. A big kiss to your heart, and see you in the next video. Bye-bye. Would you believe me if I told you that you can root any branch using just a plastic bag like this one? It might sound crazy, but this technique creates an improvised greenhouse that's so effective that any branch, even the most difficult ones, will root quickly. Today I'm going to teach you the step-by-step of this homemade technique, which is helping collectors all over Brazil, and you'll never lose a branch when rooting again. I'll show you this amazing result before I teach you the step-by-step process. What I'm about to show you, I did about 60 days ago, and now we're going to see this incredible result together. Who hasn't tried to root a plant and ended up losing the branch? I've lost rare cuttings myself because I didn't know how to control the humidity. The problem is always the same. The cutting dries out too quickly or rots due to lack of oxygen. It's frustrating to invest time and see everything die, but when you create a controlled microclimate like the one we're about to show you, your chances of success increase dramatically. And just look at this amazing result. In fact, we even have a plant here that's flowering while rooting. You can start to see the roots here. Look, see? It's really good for rooting. I'll show you what happens in about 60 days with this little greenhouse here. Look at all these new roots. It's a good thing the roots are still small, otherwise someone might even say it didn't root here, that this plant was already planted and rooted. But look, these are very young roots. A vigorous plant, well moistened, and we even have this Ixora flowering here, even inside the greenhouse. But now I'm going to show you how you can do this with any branch you have at home if you want to propagate your plant. First, cut a healthy branch from the plant you want to root. Always choose a healthy branch with no signs of pests. The plant also needs to be healthy, and your success rate will be much higher if you choose a branch that is already starting to become woody. Not one that's too young, nor one that's too old. With this, rooting will be perfect and you'll hardly ever lose your cutting. Now, in a pot with drainage holes, you're going to add a planting substrate. The substrate needs to be a quality one, okay folks? It improves rooting. If you use soil that clumps up, rooting tends to be slower and you might even lose some branches. Before planting my branch, we're going to remove the excess leaves so it doesn't waste energy during rooting. I cut the branch a little longer because here we're going to try 2 cuttings. I'll always leave a few leaves at the tip of the branch. Cut off the excess leaves here so it knows there's still life, still vegetation in it. Here we have our first branch. I'm also going to clean up this little cutting here, see, and cut off some of the leaves so there isn't too much energy, too many nutrients going to the leaves. I want all the energy from this plant to go into rooting the branches. Now I can simply bury it. The length of the branch, folks, is about 10 centimeters. You don't need more than that. I'm going to put it into the soil here about 2 to 3 centimeters deep. You don't need to bury it too much either, just enough for the branch to stay nice and firm. So this is how our branches will look in the pot where we're going to plant them. And now we're going to work on the greenhouse effect. Before making our greenhouse, I need to make sure there's moisture in this soil. We're going to water this plant, our substrate, really well until the water drains out through the holes at the bottom. This first watering needs to ensure hydration for the entire substrate. See? It's already starting to drain down there, so we're making sure there's moisture throughout the soil. For those who are wondering, the branch we're planting is from a fruit tree, the purple guava, which we're going to root in our lesson because here we already know this works very well and science has also proven it. Here we have our substrate nice and moist. Now we're going to put the bag on to create a greenhouse effect. It's very important, and you really shouldn't overlook this, that the bag absolutely can't have any air leaks. It should only have the single opening at the top and no other holes at all. It needs to be completely sealed, otherwise this won't work and you won't be able to successfully root the branch. So now we're going to put our container with the branch already planted inside this bag. Why can't you leave the branch too long then? Because otherwise you'll need a really big bag to cover it and seal it at the top. Take a look at how this works. We're going to pull this bag over here, make sure our pot is right in the center, and we're not going to close the bag just yet. What we're going to do before closing it is this. So this is how our greenhouse looks. The plant is already inside and the bag is in place. Before closing this bag, I'm going to come in with a spray bottle and increase the humidity inside the bag. The wind is making things a bit difficult here, but it'll work out. Look, we're going to spray the sides of the bag, increasing the humidity inside. Don't overdo it, it's just to create some humidity. And now I'm going to completely close my bag. I'm going to seal up all the ends here and I'll wrap it around a little to make sure the air inside the bag doesn't escape because that's where our humidity is. I'm using a string to tie up this bag right here so the air can't leak out. I'm going to tie a really tight knot so it doesn't come loose. It needs to be pulled really tight like this, really strong. I tied one knot, now I'll tie another to make sure nothing escapes because if the air gets out, our greenhouse won't work. All done, now we have our greenhouse ready. I'll show you how to take care of this greenhouse. You don't need to water it again, no more watering here. You've watered it once, and now the greenhouse effect begins. But pay attention, don't just put it in the sun and forget about it. You need to place it in a spot with plenty of indirect light. Never put it under strong sunlight because it could cook the branch. And another very important point is never soak the substrate too much before putting it in the greenhouse. Always let the excess water drain off because the humidity will be maintained naturally. If you see fungus appearing in the bag, remove it and repeat the process. Usually fungus can appear if the place where your mini greenhouse is kept is too dark. In just a few weeks, you may notice roots coming out at the base and even new shoots on your plants. The result is impressive because even branches that are hard to root will take with this technique. This is one of those tips that may seem simple, but it makes all the difference for people who want to grow plants and keep losing branches all the time. Ideally, after 60 to 90 days, you should remove the bag and start taking care of your plant, beginning the hardening off process, which means gradually increasing the amount of light your plant receives and continuing to water it as usual, just like any cutting you're trying to root, because in this case, it will already have healthy roots. My mission is to bring you tested and validated information so you can apply it at home and get results with your plants. And your mission is to evaluate our work and help us keep this project going. So leave your rating for today's content in the comments from 0 to 10. If you liked it, give it a 10. If you didn't like it that much, you can rate it all the way down to 0. It doesn't matter what the rating is, what's important is that you give us your feedback. And of course, if you want more content like this, just subscribe to our channel and especially turn on the notification bell, because that's the only way you'll keep receiving our content whenever there's something new every day right here on our channel. Share this video with your friends who love plants. It could be a lifesaver for them to keep propagating plants at home. And if you support our work of bringing free content to everyone here on our channel, just go to the description and become a member of the Plantas channel. The link is right below. It's very simple and easy. Just click. I'll leave a suggested video here on the side so you can binge watch our channel and learn more tips like this one. So we'll see you in the next video. Big kiss to your heart. See you in the next video, and bye. I'm out. It might sound crazy, but every day at my store, I get people bringing in plants like this. Sick plants, almost dying, looking rough with chewed up leaves, often attacked by pests with fungus, bacteria, and even diseases. Besides that, I also get comments every day on our videos asking for help to save plants. And if you have a plant that's weak, not blooming, not producing, not growing, and sometimes even looking like this, ugly with chewed up leaves, all crooked and nothing like it used to be, in today's content, you're going to learn a simple protocol to bring your dying plant back to life. This works for any type of plant. And there's a simple protocol I use on my plants to make all this work. But this is only going to work for you if you follow the steps exactly as I show you. So watch this video all the way to the end, because if you miss any step in the process, it's going to go wrong and you'll end up blaming me. Don't do that. And the most interesting thing about all this is that just a little bit, not even a full spoonful, just a tiny bit of this powder here makes all the difference. But the amount and the way you apply it have to be just right. And if you mess that up, it won't work. So stick with me, because you're about to find out why this powder is so powerful for your plant's health. But before anything else, you need to assess the plant you're going to treat. If it has leaves, that's alive. If the leaves are green, it's also alive. Now, if this plant had no leaves at all, if you couldn't see any green signs of life on it, like this, with all the leaves damaged and just a dry little branch left, how would you know if there's still life to be restored in this plant? It's simple. For plants that seem to be dead but still have a dry little branch, what you need to do to make sure if this technique will work or not, if there's still life, is to gently scrape it like this with a sharp tip. If you scrape it and it's green inside, not dry, that's a sign there's still life to be recovered here in this pot or in the plant you're growing at home. And now we're going to start the first part of the protocol, which is basically taking our plant out of the pot. We're going to check the health of the roots and especially the soil, because most of the time, folks, the problem is in the soil. If you're watering your plant, it's getting good light, and it's still weak and looking bad, check the soil, because there's a problem there. And then comes the first step, which is to remove all this old soil and leave only the roots exposed here on our little plant, on our little branch that's almost dying. Now you can separate the branch we're going to bring back to life and throw out this old soil. You're not going to use that soil anymore, the one that was holding a sick or weak plant, because now we're going to do something you probably already know, but it's part of this process, which is to replace that old soil with a quality substrate, one that's alive, healthy, and strong to give your plant what it needs. But there's a detail we add to the substrate that actually restores and strengthens plants that are really weak. And this is the secret of plant nurseries. So many times you try to revive a plant and it just doesn't work. But at the nursery, they manage it easily, right? I'm gonna reveal that to you now. And here's the substrate we're gonna use. It's a substrate with excellent drainage and great nutrients. But the substrate alone won't restore the plant unless we do what I'm about to show you. I have this substrate here, and I'm actually gonna put it up here so it's easier for you to see this process. I'll set my little plant aside, and now we're going to work with the ingredients I showed you at the beginning of the video. These are what will actually bring restoration and life to our substrate, and as a result, to our little plant that looks like it's already dead, right? For this new substrate, which is perfect for planting this type of plant, you're going to take this little powder here that you already have at home. You won't spend a dime because everything we're using here, you already have at home. And you're going to take just the tip of a spoonful of turmeric. Guys, ground turmeric, which is really well known and everyone uses in cooking. This is an amazing antioxidant. You're just going to sprinkle it right here on top of the substrate.
Did you know that this yellow powder, turmeric, has natural compounds that help plants recover and stay healthy? Besides being an antioxidant, it has a scent that simply drives away all kinds of pests that attack plant roots. And then, after you sprinkle it on top, you're going to mix it in. But before that, there's a second ingredient you already have at home. And this second ingredient makes all the difference when you mix it with turmeric. I'm going to show you what it is right now. This ingredient is also a powder, and you're going to use it in a small amount. Guys, this powder here is amazing for plants. And before I tell you what this is that we're going to use, comment down below if you already know. I'll even show you up close here, look, so you can see what powder we're going to use. I know you all love to guess, so before I reveal what this powder is, comment below what you think it is, just like we did with the turmeric. We're going to sprinkle it like this, right on top of the substrate. A lot of people even ask me, Enny, can I use these compounds after my plant is already planted in the substrate, already in the pot? You can, but ideally, when your plant is already weak, you should do this process before planting, because then you mix these two ingredients into the substrate you'll use for planting. And that way, the entire substrate will have the natural compounds we've added here, which are highly effective for nutrition, pest control, antifungal, and antibacterial purposes. In fact, the second ingredient that you're commenting the name of right now is extremely beneficial against fungi, bacteria, and diseases caused by fungi and bacteria. Guys, for an average amount of substrate like this, enough for about 1 or 2 pots, depending on the size of the pot, just the tip of a spoon of each of these ingredients is already enough. You just mix it in here and that's it. Here we have a sterile substrate, highly rich in nutrients, with organic matter, and most importantly, with compounds that are antifungal, antibacterial, and also protect your plant against major diseases and fight off possible root diseases in your plant, which is already showing signs of being weak, sick, and lacking the nutrients it needs to restore its own life. This little pot is the one our plant was in, but now we're going to plant it in a slightly bigger pot. Don't put it in a pot that's too big, okay? Increase the pot size little by little. And now we're going to plant our seedling. First, I'm going to line the bottom of our pot here with a little bit of substrate, okay? Now I'm going to place our roots in here so we can start covering them. But this time, the covering will be done with a top quality substrate, free of pests, free of diseases, and made with natural compounds that can strengthen your plant that was already on its last legs. I've already buried the roots. Our plant can now support itself. So now all that's left is to fill in with the substrate. The substrate you're going to add now doesn't need to have any more compounds. The amount is just a little bit, just enough to cover the roots. Now we're basically going to do a conventional planting, just like you're used to doing at home. And we're going to gently press down the substrate here because it's very light, and if we leave it loose, any wind could knock over our little plant. But for that, we're going to gently press it down and finish filling this pot with the substrate we're using here, a quality substrate. A lot of people ask, I like to use Carolina soil, and a lot of people have already left this video, but now comes one of the most important parts, which most people overlook. First, we're going to give it a generous watering. I'm about to reveal the second powder we used in this mix, okay? I'm really curious to see who got it right and who got it wrong. Guys, whenever you're giving the first watering to plants you've just transplanted or replanted, you need to water them really generously. The entire substrate needs to be moistened with this watering. Why? Our plant's roots are kind of loose in there. They're not yet adapted or ready to absorb moisture. They'll only be able to absorb plenty of moisture if the roots are really damp, surrounded by a substrate that holds moisture, but of course, not too much. Ideally, right after you water, all the excess water should drain out through the holes at the bottom, and the substrate should stay just moist. But now you can't just leave your plant anywhere. But before I tell you what the right environment is, you need to know what this powder is. So first we added turmeric, which is ground turmeric roots, and now I'm going to reveal the second ingredient, which is this kind of brownish powder here. See? I want to see who got it right in the comments. This powder here is ground cinnamon. And ground cinnamon, a lot of people already know this, but some don't yet, is extremely beneficial for healing damaged roots. Its aroma repels pests, especially flying pests. Besides that, it has antifungal and antibacterial properties that are even stronger when used together with turmeric. So cinnamon is the second ingredient we add to the soil mix to help restore your plants that are already weak and don't have the strength to survive anymore. And now, something really important. A lot of people might do everything right up to this point. The problem is, if you now put your plant in the wrong environment. Before I tell you about the right environment, I need to talk to you about watering. When is the right time to water your plant again after you've watered it the first time? Ideally, folks, you should touch the soil and see if it's still moist or not. If it's starting to dry out, that's the time to water again, especially for plants that are already weakened. Never leave a weakened plant without moisture in the pot, because otherwise it has to work too hard to absorb water and ends up not having enough strength and energy for new shoots, new leaves, and restoring its life. After repotting, your plant is sensitive. It was already weak, its roots were disturbed, it lost leaves, lost new growth, and was just recently transplanted. So ideally, you should place it in a bright, well-ventilated spot, but protected from the sun, where there's no direct sunlight on your plant, because it can't handle strong sun while it's recovering. Only after it adapts should you gradually increase its sun exposure as it grows and develops, with new leaves and new shoots as well. And even though a lot of people don't realize it, the environment your plant is in is half of its recovery. So if you have a weak plant, follow the steps I showed you in this video before you think about tossing it out or throwing it away. I'm sure the signs your plant will show you will be more than rewarding for not giving up on it. I'm always keeping an eye on the comments, and that's why I make videos like this, responding to most of the requests for plant recovery videos. If you enjoyed this, leave a like. More importantly, don't leave this video without subscribing to the channel and turning on the notification bell, because that's the only way you'll keep learning more about plants for free and get notified every time we bring you a new video. A special shout out to you who are a channel member and support this project. And if you enjoyed our content and want to continue to support us so we can keep creating this high quality content for you, click the join button now and come be a part of this project with us. Send this content to that person who loves plants, the one you just thought of and care about a lot, because this will probably help them a lot. Don't leave without watching this video right here. I'm leaving a video here on the side. Binge watch this content because it's already helped thousands of people and it's gonna help you too. I'm out. Kisses.
You won't even believe it, but if you have a plant that isn't growing, a plant that isn't flowering at your house, or even a plant that's already past the time to bear fruit and still hasn't, pay close attention to this. The problem with your plant might not be a lack of fertilizer, but rather too much of it or using it incorrectly at the wrong time. What's worse is that there are a lot of people using ingredients they think will help their plants bloom, but in reality, they're actually ruining the plant. Today, I'm going to show you the recipe I use to make even cacti bloom, but it works for any plant. Take a look at this amazing result. It grows, it blooms, and even various types of fruit-bearing plants start producing fruit with today's recipe. But best of all, this recipe is incredibly simple, very inexpensive, and like all the recipes and tips we share here on the channel, it's been thoroughly tested and proven right here in our nursery. And of course, science backs it up too. I'll explain the reasons behind all of this in this video. I know very well how frustrating it is when you want to see your plant blooming, producing beautiful fruits, watching it grow, develop, and thrive. Of course, you give it love, care, and time, and while it doesn't die, it also doesn't move forward. That's why I'm going to make this recipe together with you. But take a look, don't rush. One of the most frequent mistakes is trying to fix this by forcing the plant at the wrong time or in the wrong ways. So follow this helpful guidance. Everything is ready for us to make this recipe together, but before we get to it, remember this. A weak plant doesn't need strength, it needs recovery. When you balance your plant's soil, the roots start to work much better. The plant begins to absorb significantly more nutrients, and it naturally responds much better. And that is exactly what this mixture is going to do for your plant's health. I'm going to show you the ingredients now, so pay attention because each one has a clear reason for being used in our recipe. And I'll tell you the reason for each one so that you not only make the recipe but also know exactly what you're doing and putting on your plants. The base for our recipe is simple. It's water, preferably chlorine-free, because that's the essential delivery mechanism that will carry the nutrients to the roots. The second ingredient is aloe vera. We'll need the width of about 4 fingers of a thick aloe vera leaf. You're going to cut it, and remember, whenever you harvest aloe vera, you should wait for a few moments to let that yellow part drain out completely. We need it like this, see? The gel from the inside. Then you're going to cut the aloe vera into small pieces like this. Then why exactly is aloe vera so incredibly important in this specific recipe? Because right here we have one of the absolute greatest and most effective root regenerators for all plants.
It not only stimulates the roots, but it also significantly improves nutrient absorption and helps the plant respond much more quickly to all kinds of treatments, fertilization, pest control, and most importantly, it is truly great for retaining moisture in the soil of our plant. What you can't do is use more than what we've recommended here. The aloe vera will be mixed with other ingredients, so this is the measure. 4 fingers of a very thick leaf cut into tiny little pieces like this for the preparation. Look how beautiful this is. Now comes an ingredient that almost everyone uses incorrectly, and do you know why? They use the wrong amount. For 1 liter of water, we're going to be adding just 1 spoonful of this specific ingredient. Right here, which most people throw away. This here is coffee grounds. You know that coffee you brew, drink, and then throw away the grounds that are left in the filter? Don't do that anymore. Save it, put it somewhere to dry, because when used the right way, this becomes growth fuel. It brings nitrogen and organic matter, helping the plant to sprout new leaves and gain vigor. The secret is to use a small amount and mix it in really well, just like we're about to do. Pay attention to this video until the end. Without calcium, the plant might grow, but it won't support flowers or fruit. So now we're going to enrich our plant with calcium. That's why the buds fall off, the flowers don't open, and the fruit doesn't develop. It's because of a lack of this here. And how do we do this? Guys, it's the eggshells that you throw away. All you have to do is save them, let them dry, and then you can crush them with a mortar and pestle or blend them in a blender until they turn into a fine powder like this. This slowly releases calcium to your plant. And since it's organic matter, it also benefits the life in the soil. And what we're going to need here is just a level spoonful, guys, of finely crushed eggshells to provide structure, roots, and support, but it needs to be well crushed, almost like a powder, okay, so that the nutrients are released gradually. If it's in large pieces, it takes too long to release the nutrients and ends up being ineffective. But when it's in a fine powder like this, it releases quickly, the plant can already absorb it, and it continues to release over time. For a long time, your plant will have calcium. And now here we have the main ingredients and nutrients that our plant needs to develop, grow, bloom, and produce fruit. Guys, this is wonderful, but you can't use it just like this, right? We are going to prepare this for use, and at the end I'll share a bonus tip that I use here in the nursery, which makes all the difference for getting faster results, because this here will work for quite a while. But if you follow the last tip we're going to give you here, it's an ingredient we add in after everything is prepared right before applying it to the plant. You'll get much faster results. I want you to try it and then let me know here. So let's get this ready for the plants so the soil can absorb all the nutrients we have here. There's no plant that can absorb this in its current form, so what we're going to do is blend it in a blender to make the solution homogeneous with everything well ground up and the nutrients already released into the complete solution. So I'm going to thoroughly mix all of these different ingredients here, still in the container I set up to make this recipe, and then we'll have all these ingredients more or less mixed together. And now we're going to carefully pour this entire mixture directly into the blender to blend everything well and ensure that all the essential nutrients are fully available for our plants. Look, let's put it in the blender. Now we put the lid on the blender so it doesn't make a mess and blend it. Look at how this turns out after it's blended. But we're not going to use it like this just yet. It's already rich in nutrients, but now I'm going to give you the final tip. Here you have a powerful, organic, homemade fertilizer that has a lot to offer your plants: growth, flowering, fruiting, and healthy roots. Now here's a little secret I use. Liquid NPK 10-10-10 plus micronutrients for those of you who want to speed up the results even more while still keeping the fertilizer low cost. But here, we're going to use this in a reduced amount. The recommended amount is 1 capful per liter of water applied directly to the plants. But we've noticed that better results happen when we make this mixture and add only half a cupful of the liquid NPK 10-10-10 plus micronutrients. So we use it in a reduced amount. Remember that all the products we use here on the channel, we leave the link in the description so you can access them too. At the end of the video, check it out, especially if you can't find this one in your city. And now you can mix all of this together with the NPK, which is nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium, concentrated plus micronutrients. And now, yes, we're going to apply it to the plants. But there's no point in having gold in your hands, a powerful recipe, rich in nutrients, and low in cost if you don't know how to use it. So come with me because I'm going to show you now how to apply this to your plant. For plants in small pots, and it can be any type of plant: succulent, cactus, flowering plants, desert roses, fruit plants, it doesn't matter. For small pots, what you'll need is a little plastic cup just like this one, 250 milliliters filled halfway with our nutrient-rich soil mixture. Then you're going to water all around your plant. I'd also really like you to leave a comment down below telling me which city you're watching our video from today so we can see how far we're reaching and if these videos are simple and easy for you to apply at home. Because our goal is to bring you tested, proven content that you can use to get impressive results at home completely for free without ever having to pay for this content.
Half a cup for small pots, but Weny, what about large pots, since I have my fruit trees in pots or even plants in the ground? How do I apply this fertilizer? Now what we're going to do is prepare for application on large plants. I'll need a cup like this one here. This is for large potted plants, okay folks? For larger pots with up to 20 liters of capacity. So I'm going to apply it here on my Lea rubra and just look at the size of the pot it's in. For a pot this size with approximately 25 liters of capacity, we're going to use a whole cup. Just look at its size, see? And we're going to apply it around our plant. What's important is that you should never apply this when there's strong sunlight because this fertilizer is extremely concentrated. And you shouldn't apply any fertilizer when your plant is exposed to strong sunlight. For plants that are in the ground, what you're going to apply, folks, is 2 full cups of 250 milliliters each. That is 500 milliliters for plants in the ground, especially fruit trees planted in the ground. You'll apply this solution in double the amount. That's 2 of these cups, 250 milliliters each, totaling 500 milliliters. And the frequency of application can't be continuous, folks. You're going to apply this fertilizer here, which is extremely powerful for your plant, every 30 to 45 days. Overdoing it is not good for your plant. You will need to apply it on a regular basis, but be careful not to use it too excessively, because doing that will cause harm to your plant. Eating too much is bad for us, and it's bad for our plants too. And it's a wonderful thing to have your plants blooming like this in a healthy and natural way. By the way, leave your comment here with the score you give today's content from 0 to 10. What score does this content deserve? If you want more content like this, subscribe and activate the notification bell down below, so you can learn how to produce fruit, grow your plants, and easily plant and root the plants you have at home. I also want to sincerely thank all the supporters and subscribers here on the channel, because without you it would be impossible for us to bring this free content. And if you want to become a dedicated supporter and member of our channel, simply click on the link in the description. Because starting right now, we'll be bringing exclusive content and special benefits for members every single week. Of course, we're not going to stop bringing you content like this for free. But for those who generously support our channel, we need to have a way to give back and thank them for the great trust they've placed in our work. I'm already preparing a bunch of new videos for you here on the Weny Plantas channel. But don't forget to share this video with others, because I'm absolutely sure today's video will help a lot of people have truly abundant harvests, magnificent flowers, and much healthier plants at home. I'll wrap things up here and leave a suggested video for you to binge watch our channel. All the products we use are listed here in the description. We recommend these products to you because we've tested and approved them. A big kiss to your heart. See you in the next video. Bye-bye, I'm off. If you wake up in the morning and find your garden plants are full of holes with ragged, chewed-up leaves, and yet you never actually see the pest who's causing all this damage, then it's simply because the culprit is acting while you're sound asleep. But you don't need to worry anymore, because today I'm going to show you the method that will put a definitive end to snails, slugs, and all those creatures that wreak havoc on your plants. If you don't fight them, they'll eat the whole plant, you know? Snails and slugs are notorious for being experts at destroying our plant leaves, and even those vulnerable younger shoots. And one detail that many people don't know is that they cause this damage because they're nocturnal creatures, and usually during the day you don't see them. This recipe is homemade and extremely powerful. But what many gardeners don't realize is that often we ourselves unintentionally create the perfect environment for these animals to attack our plants and survive in our garden. Slugs, snails, and also apple snails love damp, shaded, and dark environments. Just look at how many apple snails, and slugs there are around here. When you water your garden in the late afternoon hours or at night, the surrounding environment becomes humid and dark, which is like an open invitation for these garden pests to come into your garden and onto your plants. So before any remedy, know that to avoid these problems on your leaves, the ideal is to always water in the early morning, so that by night the soil is already less humid and doesn't become an open invitation for pests to attack your plants. Now I'm going to show you the natural solution that has already helped many people eliminate these pests from their plants, their gardens, and their vegetable patches. And this remedy creates a smell and a substance that really bother the bodies of snails, making them avoid and completely flee from that area. The best part is that you probably already have all these ingredients at home. If you don't have them right now, you can easily find them. And the very first ingredient we're going to use in our straightforward and simple homemade recipe is mint. Why? We're going to carefully add a level teaspoon of mint into our container. If you have whole mint leaves, just chop them up like this and put them directly into the container so we can continue with the mixture. Mint contains natural oils with a very strong smell, which repels various types of pests, including snails and slugs. And now we're moving on to the second ingredient, which is powdered pepper or paprika. You will need just a tiny amount, just the tip of the spoon, and we'll also add it to our solution. Pepper contains substances that are irritating to the soft bodies of snails. They hate the smell and the effect that powdered pepper has on their skin, on their bodies. That's why we're also going to add it to our container. The next ingredient is this powder right here. You can also find it easily. You can use this in powder form or fresh. This here, folks, is garlic. This is garlic powder. We're also going to add just the tip of the spoon, but you can also use fresh garlic just like you buy at the supermarket. You crush 1 or 2 cloves of garlic and put them in here. And you probably already know that garlic contains natural compounds like sulfur and allicin, which act as natural repellents, inhibiting both pests like snails and slugs, as well as other types of pests. And the fourth ingredient is this right here. We're going to add a spoonful, okay? A tablespoon of this coffee grounds. You can use already used coffee grounds, just let them dry thoroughly and put them in here along with this mixture. These are the 4 ingredients we're going to mix together at first. And we're also going to add a liquid here so we can use and apply this to our plants. But as you probably already know, caffeine is extremely unpleasant for snails and helps to keep them and other pests away, like flying pests, for example. So this little homemade recipe of ours, although it is highly effective against snails, slugs, apple snails, and other types of mollusks, it also works really well for many other types of common pests that attack your plants or your garden. But the recipe isn't finished yet. Right here we have the 4 main ingredients, and now we're going to add the very next one to the mix. Now I have here 300 milliliters of warm water. You will gently heat 300 milliliters of water, and we are going to add and mix these ingredients into the 300 milliliters of water so we can make our solution, finish it, and apply it. But there's a right way to apply it, which I'm going to teach you now. First, mix it all together very well, making sure the mixture is homogeneous, and let it sit and rest here for a few hours so that the substances are released into the water. So everything that we've added here will be released into this warm water. The water will cool down, but it will cool down with all the substances that slugs and other pests hate. And then after that, that's what we're going to use. But first, it also needs to be strained. I'll show you the step-by-step process. Before I show you this step-by-step, leave a comment here letting me know if you're already subscribed to the channel or if you're subscribing now. Also, please leave a comment with the city, state, and country where you're watching us from, because I love to see how far this kind of content is reaching, how many people we're helping, and which specific places on the planet our videos and tips are getting to. Isn't it really cool to know that? So now we're going to let this mixture rest here. Let it rest for about 2 or 3 hours. And that's already enough for this to take effect. This here is a concentrated base. We're going to need to dilute it, and I'll show you the step-by-step in just a moment. Now you can grab an old cloth, an old shirt, or any piece of fabric because we're going to strain our solution. Once the mixture has had enough time to rest, we are going to separate these solid residues from the liquid residue, which is exactly where all the substances we need to effectively get rid of the snails are located. And here we will have a concentrated solution which we will then dilute as we begin to use it. What we've made here yields quite a lot because it can be diluted in up to 3 liters of water. All of this solution here is just the base to make up to 3 liters of this insecticide, this pest repellent that snails and slugs hate. In this recipe, we made 300 milliliters of concentrate, but we're only going to use 1 liter of this substance. So we're only going to dilute 100 milliliters. For every 100 milliliters of concentrate, we'll make 1 liter of the complete solution. So here we have 100 milliliters. Look at the color it turns. It gets really strong, you see? It should never be used like this. You need to dilute it in water. Here in my spray bottle, I put 1 liter of water, and we're going to add 100 milliliters of the concentrate we set aside to 1 liter of water. It's already been strained, so we can pour it straight into the spray bottle. Now, all we need to do is spray it on our plants. Ideally, you should spray it late in the afternoon, right as it starts getting dark outside, and preferably in the specific areas where you have noticed your most affected plants are located. You're going to spray it on the leaves on the plant itself, and especially on the soil around your plant. Never forget that you should not apply this substance when the plant is under strong sunlight because it can burn the plants. Ideally, you should apply it at night as it is more effective then. At the end of the afternoon, slugs, snails, and shell snails start coming out to feed on your plants. And that's the moment when you should apply your product. You can also apply it to the leaves. You can apply it here on the stem under the leaves. You can apply it everywhere, but don't forget to also apply it to the soil, which is where these pests move around. Here, it's an environment full of various plants that stays quite humid, and you can apply it directly on them, whether they're ornamental plants, fruit trees, or even in vegetable gardens, because these little pests, snails, shell snails, and slugs, love them. And then you just need to do exactly what I'm doing here. Sprinkle it over them. You can throw it on the soil too. Don't worry about using too much. This recipe is really cheap. The cost is very low, so you can apply it quite generously, so the soil is also affected by this little product. It's very simple and easy to make, isn't it? This has been the method I use most effectively here in our nursery. This is how I get rid of various pests. But you can also use a method that has proven to be quite effective and works very well for those who have just a few plants, for those with a very small garden, which is to use wood ash on top of the soil of your plants. When snails, slugs, or shellfish come to attack your plants, contact with the wood ash bothers them a lot, and this way you get rid of them as you keep using it. This method with wood ash is not as effective because when it rains or when you water, the effect wears off and then you need to apply it again. But this one here is different. It stays in the soil, acts for long periods, and you should use it only until that swarm of slugs is gone. When you see that their numbers have decreased, you can stop applying it, and if you notice them coming back, start applying it again. It's simple, easy to make, and very cheap, isn't it? This tip and all the ones we share here on the channel are tested and proven to work here in our nursery. And that's exactly our mission, to bring you tested and proven tips so you can apply them in your garden and get immediate results. And best of all, we do all of this for you for free. Can you imagine how sad it would be for a slug or a snail to eat a cactus like this just because of negligence, because I didn't know how to take care of it, or even knowing I didn't take care of it? There's something very important you need to do before you leave this video and watch the next one, which is to rate this content from 0 to 10. Let us know in the comments how much this tip can help in your garden. The content we bring here to the channel takes time, it's hard work to make, and it's not easy. That's why if our tips have helped you, consider becoming a member here on the channel. You'll get benefits and you'll help keep this content free so we can keep bringing you content like this to help you take better care of your garden. Subscribe to the channel right now before you forget and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss the next videos. Leave your like, share this video with that person you thought of who needs this tip. And more importantly, please don't leave our channel before watching the video I'm suggesting for you down here, because I'm sure you'll learn even more about how to take better care of your garden. A kiss to your heart. See you in the next video. Bye! It may sound absolutely unbelievable, but just one small cup of this, when used the right way on your plant, makes it grow significantly faster with much greener leaves and much healthier while remaining completely free from pests. The leaves start to almost shine with a natural beauty, even on very small seedlings. Okay? But you must be careful, because if you use this the wrong way, the effect is completely the opposite, and you could even end up stunting your plant's growth. Stay with me until the end here, because today I'm going to show you the right amount, the right way, and the mistake that almost everyone makes when using this on their plants. When you have a plant with really healthy soil, it grows vigorously and produces not only flowers, but also very beautiful leaves. One of the main indicators of health is your plant's leaves. And that's why in this video I'm going to teach you how to make a powerful and super rich mixture for your plant using coffee, the same one you are about to throw away. And you'll also learn how to prepare this mixture in a simple way, where to apply it so you don't make mistakes, why this mixture works, and how to make it even more effective for plants that produce flowers and fruit. But you need to pay close attention, because a lot of people are making mistakes when using coffee and teaching you the wrong way too. The biggest mistake is thinking that coffee is a complete fertilizer and just throwing coffee grounds like this straight onto the plant's soil. This can make the soil excessively acidic and burn the roots, which hinders the plant's growth. So remember this, coffee is not fertilizer, it's a stimulant when used the right way. That's what we're going to teach you here and now. Filtered coffee without sugar, already cooled down, it can even be the one you are going to throw away, contains light organic compounds that stimulate activity and life in the soil. But there is one secret ingredient that when mixed with this brings incredibly powerful results for your plant's health, especially when fighting off fungi and bacteria that are harmful to it. This powerful ingredient, which you probably already know and likely have at home right now, is cinnamon, specifically cinnamon in powdered form, as it is absorbed by the plant in a much simpler and easier way. This protects against fungi, against bacteria, and what, after all, is the result of this?
The plant spends less energy defending itself and more energy growing and developing. But pay close attention now so you don't make a mistake when preparing this simple and easy recipe, because it does have specific measurements. Here we have 1 liter of chlorine-free water. If you got tap water, to remove the chlorine, it's very simple. Just let it sit for a day and all the chlorine will evaporate. And here we have 200 milliliters of unsweetened cold coffee, okay? The coffee is filtered. It doesn't need to be very strong, but it absolutely cannot have sugar. And then you're going to add this coffee to your 1 liter of chlorine-free water, and you'll also add a very small amount of ground cinnamon. It's one of those small, shallow spoons like this. Just add this mixture to our solution right here in our container, and now you stir and mix it well so everything becomes nice and homogeneous. These components will become a rich and powerful fertilizer and a protector for the health of your plants, especially for your plants' roots. It fights diseases and improves the biology of the soil. Meanwhile, tell us right here where you're watching this video from, your name, your country, and your specific city so we know how far our videos are reaching. And if you're enjoying this kind of valuable content, go ahead and leave your like right now, because we make straightforward content so that anyone can put it into practice and get great results. So take a look at how our solution is going to turn out. But there's one detail: you can't apply it like this. You're going to use a spray bottle, but before putting it in the spray bottle, you need to do a procedure so you don't damage your material, your equipment there. And at the end of this video, I'm going to give you a bonus tip, an ingredient that I use to optimize this solution for our flowering plants. If you have rose bushes, dessert roses, peace lilies, calla lilies, any fruit-bearing plants will benefit. Even cacti that produce flowers will benefit from this tip that we're about to share with you. Along with this, which is already something wonderful, you already have it at home, and it costs almost nothing to make this. Now, with our solution ready, you're going to take your spray bottle and put an old piece of cloth here. See? This cloth will serve to strain and filter our solution so it doesn't clog your spray bottle, okay? You're going to pour it in and strain it in a very simple way. Just put it right here, see, and this straining will be done very quickly and simply without any trouble at all. Now, I'm about to show you exactly why you really need to strain it very thoroughly. After straining our solution, you can gently remove our filter and carefully close the spray bottle so. Now you are going to learn exactly how to use this solution. And I'll also reveal a final little secret for you to use on flowering plants like this hydrangea here, desert roses, and many others. Now go to the plant whose soil you want to restore and make it more beautiful and healthy with gorgeous leaves, and then you'll start applying it right here in the middle of your plant. You can apply it to the stem and to the leaves. This solution is organic and harmless. One thing that you should absolutely never do is apply any kind of product, homemade or not, if your plant currently has direct sunlight hitting its leaves. However, since our plant here is in a shaded environment, you can safely start applying it in the following way. You will apply it directly to the soil and also to the leaves of your plant, because your plant has tiny pores on its leaves that will absorb all of the beneficial biological nutrients present in this natural solution. But now I'm going to tell you a secret. Since this plant is a beautiful flowering plant, do you know what I do to stimulate truly abundant blooming even in very young plants? My secret is actually the same as most professional nursery growers use. First, we improve the health of the soil and the leaves with natural liquid solutions like the one I just showed you earlier. And then we're also going to apply just a small spoonful of this powder here. Look, a level spoonful, okay, folks? You're going to apply this to the soil of your plant. Preferably don't let it touch the stem or trunk of your plant. You lift it up like this, see, and put it here in the corner. If your plant is in a pot or in the ground, you can add it without any problem. This here is a concentrated fertilizer rich in phosphorus, potassium, nitrogen, and 9 other micronutrients like calcium, boron, manganese, iron. Everything your plant needs in a balanced way to stimulate flowering is in this fertilizer. And as always, all the fertilizers and insecticides we use here in our cultivation, we leave the recommendations with the link down below. In the description of this video, there's a link for you to purchase it in case you don't have it in your city. This one here is Fortiflora, a fertilizer that you use just a little bit of, and if used with this solution we just prepared, the results are even better. And so, my dear friend, if you want to have truly abundant flowers at home, you will be absolutely amazed by the incredible amount of flowering your plants will produce. When you combine improving the soil for better nutrient absorption with a fertilizer specifically designed for your goal, which in our case is flower formation, isiavatate. If your plant is currently shedding some old flowers, it will already start forming new ones. Wicked. But guys, please remember that increasing the amount won't help you get better results. You should apply it only once every 30 days consistently.
The results are incredible. And just look at how beautiful the results are, everyone. The flowers bloom and stay on the plant because it has the strength to produce these blossoms. Here on the Plantas channel, as you already know, we bring you practical tips that have been tested and proven, and best of all, they're free so anyone can apply them at home and get great results. But you also have a very simple task here on the channel, which is to rate our content. Go now to the comment section and leave a rating from 0 to 10 for today's video. If you want to have productive plants, whether flowering or fruit bearing, or learn how to propagate your plants, subscribe to the channel now and turn on the notification bell, because here on the channel every day there are new and tested tips for you to learn how to better care for your plants. I want to say a big thank you to the channel supporters, because without you none of this would be possible for our followers to access for free. So if you also want to support our work, just go to the link in the description and support us in a way that's insignificant for you, but for us it makes everything worthwhile and shows that we're on the right path with nature. But don't leave just yet, because look at this cool video I'm suggesting for you right here. I'll wrap things up here and I'll see you in this content, which will increase your knowledge about plants. A big kiss to your heart. Bye bye, I'm off.
That's why florists hate me. Today, I'm going to teach you how to make any plant you put in a pot, whether it's a fruit plant, ornamental, flowers, or even a vegetable garden, thrive using just a little cup like this. Even if you have a plant that's stuck, not producing fruit, not producing flowers, and it's in a pot or some container you put it in, all you need is a little plastic cup with holes on the sides, which you can make with a hot nail or even a soldering iron. And any plant you have will produce flowers, bear fruit, and grow, even if it's in a pot. This isn't just for big pots, it's for small pots too, but there are some details that make all the difference. Don't leave this video, because if you do it any old way, it'll go wrong, and you'll say I taught you wrong. Only do this if you follow all the steps I'm about to show you now in a quick and straightforward video. I'm going to use this same little system with this strawberry seedling I have here, and I'm going to plant it in this bowl-shaped pot. The most important thing is that the pot has good drainage holes, so the watering doesn't build up. It doesn't have to be a new pot. I'm just going to use an old one here. And what I'm about to show you works for fruit trees in pots, for flowers in pots, and any kind of plant, even a vegetable garden. I'm going to take a piece of toilet paper here and put it right here at the bottom of our bowl, our pot. And this paper is exactly to create a drainage layer, which will hold the soil in place when watering and only let the water pass through. Now, a really important part for your plants to thrive is this right here, the substrate. It needs to be light, well-draining, and highly rich in organic matter. We're going to make a thin layer of substrate on top of that paper. Just a thin layer for now, and then we'll fill it up. Because now we're going to take our seedling out of the bag. I'm going to tear this bag open on the side like this. You can tear it with your hands, or you can use scissors or a knife. I'm going to tear this bag, trying to remove the whole root ball without damaging the roots of the seedling that's still in the bag, but now we're going to officially plant it. Look at how healthy those roots are. It's not the best substrate for the plant to stay in forever, but it's really good for rooting. So now we're going to place our little strawberry seedling right here on the side, in the corner of the pot, see? And now I'm going to grab a cup full of holes, see? It's a plastic cup. You don't need to make a hole in the bottom here, no. You need to make holes like this on the sides, lots of little holes. We'll place this little plastic cup, the secret, right here on the side. Watch closely, because now comes the part that changes everything. The key to whether your seedlings thrive. You can put the cup here on the side, or depending on the type of planting you're doing, you can also place it in the center of the pot. That's fine too. The important thing is that this little cup stays next to the plant you're planting and also just a bit above the soil level. And now we're going to add this soil, filling it up with good substrate. I'll leave here on the side the substrate I like to use for my plants, because a lot of people ask me about it. Now that we're going to fill it up, we're not going to put it inside the little cup. No, we're going to put it here, look, on the sides, and plant our seedling. As usual, just don't put it inside the little cup. We're simply going to position it and keep filling in the sides here. See? Of our pot, our container, this seedling we're planting, this strawberry seedling that's going to produce beautiful strawberries. Have you ever had strawberries grown at your house? Have you ever had the privilege of growing strawberries in a pot and picking them for yourself and your family? Here at home, my daughter loves picking strawberries straight from the plant. And we know that the strawberries here are organic, so there's no problem with her eating these strawberries. They're all very healthy, totally different from the ones we buy from the big companies, right? And look how it's turning out. So notice that our seedling is planted in a high quality substrate, and the cup is positioned above the soil level. And this is important for the next step we're going to do here. Now, I have here, folks, this powder that's rich in nutrients, and now we're going to move on to fertilizing. This works really well because your plant never goes without nutrition. It's always being released slowly with this little system I'm showing you now. I'm going to add a spoonful of this well-composted poultry manure first. I can add 1 spoonful, I can add 2, the amount doesn't really matter, okay folks? The ideal thing here is for us to have a richness of nutrients inside this container, which will work like a mini composter or a slow-release fertilizing system. I never throw away this powder here. Most people throw it in the trash, but this is like gold for plants. And I'm going to add a spoonful of this powder to our container as well. I'm going to tell you what this is in a minute, but I want to know if you already know what this white powder is. I know you all love to figure out what we use here, so comment below what you think this valuable white powder is that so many people throw away, toss in the trash. Also, let me know if you use it. From today on, you'll never throw away fruit, vegetable, or legume peels again. All you have to do is come here, for example, with a banana peel. I'm going to cut it into smaller pieces to speed up the release of nutrients, and I'll cut it right into this container. Guys, banana peels are rich in potassium, and they're full of micronutrients and macronutrients that help our plants grow. But there's one detail you can't forget about this container, okay? You should never leave this container open like this, with plant or organic scraps exposed. Here, I'm going to use another really good fertilizer, especially for flowering and fruit formation, which is bone meal, guys. I'm going to put it right here, on top of the banana peel. And here we're creating an environment that's super rich in nutrients, which will be released slowly every time we water. I can also add rice flour here. See? Guys, this isn't that first white ingredient we used. No, this one here is different. This is rice that's been ground up in the blender. We can add it too, because it's rich in nutrients for our plants and improves the soil biology, giving more life to the microorganisms in the earth. But never forget, after you've added the organic nutrients, you need to cover it with regular soil, the soil or substrate you already used for your plant, because that's what will prevent odors that attract flies, cockroaches, and those little critters that help with decomposition but are unpleasant to see. So we're always going to keep this buried so the microorganisms in the soil can break it down and release nutrients for our little plant that we just planted, and that will always be fertilized with this little system. So we'll always cover it with this soil and press it down like this, see, to leave a little space on top, and then we can keep adding more later. This will settle down, the micronutrients will be released, and then there will be more space for you to add more fertilizer. After you've set up your little system and planted your plant, it's time for the plant's relief, the moment when it gets watered. And now, whenever you water your plant, make sure to also water inside the container we just created here with a little plastic cup that looks a lot like a portable composter inside the pot. And this works for fruit plants, vegetable gardens, flowers, just like we have here, see? When we water inside there, the release of nutrients for our plant starts again, along with the hydration we're providing for it. I'm showing you this with small pots, and I'll also show you with large pots and big fruit plants. What you can't do is make a few mistakes that I'm going to talk about now. They're small details, but they make a big difference in the final result. Here, our little system is working in a fruit plant in a pot. With fruit plants in pots, you can also use this same little system. In fact, if the pot or container is big, you can put not just one, but another one here, another one there, up to 3. You can put them in as long as they're away from the plant's roots, because the roots of fruit trees tend to spread out to the sides, and that's where the absorbing roots are, right at the edge of the pots. A very common mistake I've noticed, and you won't make this mistake because I'm going to explain it to you right now, is that people think fertilizer works miracles. You fertilize your plant, give it all the nutrition it needs, but the environment it's in is unsuitable. The hydration's inadequate, so your fruit plant needs to get plenty of light to produce healthily and strongly. Besides that, you can't let it lack hydration. Always check if the soil is moist. If it needs to be watered again, has it dried out completely? Don't let it stay dry for too long. Water it again so your plant always stays hydrated, because that's all your plant needs. Nutrition, a well-lit environment, and hydration. With these 3 things, I doubt you won't have beautiful flowering plants. Even small plants still in pots, already producing flowers. It's wonderful to see such a tiny little plant with such a special bloom like this. That's all it takes: a well-lit environment, hydration, and nutrition. If you provide these three things consistently, your plant will definitely respond just like mine do here. But now, of course, I want to know who guessed what this powder is. This wonderful powder, rich in calcium, micronutrients, and macronutrients that gives life to our plant. This right here, folks, is eggshells, dried and ground up in the blender. A lot of people throw this treasure away and have no idea how valuable it is. Calcium is one of the most expensive nutrients for plants, and here we have a source rich in calcium that releases slowly into the soil, giving life to our plant. So, did you guess that this white powder we added here is eggshell flour? So here's why you shouldn't do these things. First, don't leave this video without sharing it with someone who loves plants and needs tips like this. You also can't leave here without subscribing to the channel and making sure the notification bell's turned on. That's the only way you'll get new tips like these to help you grow your plants better and improve your life. Also, leave us a thumbs up here. But most importantly, right here on the side, I'm leaving a suggested video for you because it's already helped thousands of people and it's going to help you too. Click on this video here. All the products we used are in the video description or somewhere on this channel. A kiss to your heart. See you later. I'm out.
In this video, you will find out why growers are able to root plants that are difficult to propagate. They take those dry little branches from plants that hardly ever produce roots and manage to make cuttings like these. For example, Bougainvillea, also known as Primavera. I'm going to pick the ugliest branch here so you can see that it's possible to grow roots. See? Look here, it's already producing roots. It's not the right time to take it out, but I have to show you that this works. I'm going to show you the final result right here so you'll know exactly what you're doing. Now take a close look. These roots are very new and have only just recently formed. Look at how many new leaves have appeared here. Watch this video until the very end, and you'll be able to root any branch from your plants by using this special technique we're going to show you today. And you will get strong, healthy roots. Look at that, how wonderful. In no time at all, your plants, which were just little branches, will become plants with roots, new leaves, and will bloom very quickly. You can make the seedling in any container with holes. I'm going to use a specialized bag specifically designed for seedlings, but you can also use a perforated PET bottle or really whatever you like, as long as it has plenty of holes for proper water drainage. I'm using this bag because you can easily find it anywhere in your city that sells gardening supplies. And now we're going to fill this bag with some very good quality soil. To make these seedlings, you definitely can't use clay soil, nor should you use soil that retains too much moisture. It needs to be soil, preferably that rich black earth with balanced nutrients, not too poor but also not overloaded with fertilizer. And when you water this soil, all the excess water needs to drain out through these little holes. So you can fill up the entire bag right here with some rich high-quality potting soil. Now, we're going to start by collecting some healthy branches from the plants we want to propagate today. To demonstrate to you that this unique technique can successfully root almost any branch, here we have a specimen of the white bougainvillea. As many gardeners know, the bougainvillea is known as one of the most difficult plants to propagate, especially this white-flowered variety. And we're going to show you right now that it's possible to root any branch using this method, even the white bougainvillea. I'm going to cut it right about here, look. So now we have a branch that can be used to make several cuttings. Now we're going to work with our branch. We don't need a branch this big to make a cutting. What we need is a branch that's about 10 centimeters long. So I'm going to cut it here at an angle. Here's the first cutting, and here, look, is the second cutting. I can remove these side branches. They will not be of any practical use to me. We're simply going to prune back these main branches here, look. I'm going to use these 3 branches to create this new cutting. You can remove the excess leaves, just leave the one at the tip. And now we are going to carefully make a little hole right here for these branches. But pay attention, it's not just about putting them in, watering and waiting for them to grow. No, stay here with me, because I'm going to reveal this special technique to you. And you'll be able to grow cuttings of bougainvillea, jabuticaba, and roses using this very same technique. As soon as we place the branches in the soil, we're going to press down lightly so they don't move around easily, so they stay fixed in our substrate, in our soil, in our bag. With our little branches planted, now we're going to water our plant. We're going to water it now, and then we'll only need to water it again after 15 days. And now I'm going to explain to you what makes the difference for these cuttings to take root.
Now, here come the advanced professional techniques, the ones that will actually help your branches successfully take root. Asi, you can let the water drain a little. You'll see that the soil will slowly absorb the excess moisture. And when it starts to come out at the bottom, I can stop the watering process. You'll understand why you don't need to keep watering all the time. And even so, there still won't be a lack of moisture to generate roots for these cuttings, for these branches. And of course, if you like videos like this, go ahead and leave your like and comment from 0 to 10. What score would you give this video here? Remember, this result is guaranteed. Moisture has already started to come out from the bottom here, so it's really moist. And now we're going to use an absolutely amazing technique to make sure there's no lack of moisture during the rooting of these cuttings. With a simple plastic bag like this one here, notice that it doesn't have any holes at the bottom. It really only has the main opening at the very top. With this bag, I'm going to construct a type of greenhouse here so that these branches don't lose their moisture. This is exactly what we commonly refer to as the greenhouse effect. Since my plastic bag is actually quite narrow, I'm going to carefully stretch it out a little bit more to the sides like this, just so that the opening gets a bit wider and I can easily cover it with this other bag without letting any air escape from the top. And now very slowly and very carefully, I'm simply going to cover this entire upper part of the black bag. We're literally going to make a miniature greenhouse right here, so that these small branches can eventually start to grow their own roots. And this is exactly how our small cuttings, these branches for rooting, will look once prepared. You don't need to water it at all. You can just leave it alone as the natural moisture will rise and fall, creating a greenhouse effect that will increase moisture retention in this environment we've created here. However, you simply cannot just put this setup any way you like. Always. For this specific method to work really effectively, you will need to place it in a suitable environment. Okay? In the right kind of environment, you can see that the bag will begin to sweat, but the water inside won't just evaporate away. Instead, it will return directly to the soil and keep this entire container always consistently moist until our young seedlings grow strong. Shall we take it to the place where it needs to stay? I'm going to place this plant in a location that doesn't get any direct sunlight, but is still very well lit. Why can't it be exposed to direct sunlight? Because it could potentially cook our little plant. Now, if it's in a very well lit place, the result is really nice. It's truly amazing. We're also doing this right here with the azalea, a very beloved plant, but one that quite few people actually manage to propagate. And here we have our bougainvillea or spring flower, keeping it company. After about 3 months, the roots are already healthy and clearly visible. You can already remove the plastic bag and start watering as usual. And when it comes to cuttings made from branches, especially from plants that were already rooted and producing flowers, the branches bloom very quickly. Take a look at some cuttings that are still young but are already producing flowers. Once the first 3 months are over, you can now begin applying fertilizer. Start with organic fertilizer. For example, here we use well-composted cow manure. And just look at these wonderful flowers already blooming on such small cuttings. Isn't that something phenomenal? You can root any branch no matter where you are. Now, whenever someone gives you a cutting, you'll be able to root it easily and with virtually zero chance of losing it. Isn't that amazing? Comment below which state you're watching us from, whether it's here in Brazil or from abroad. I'd love to know about that. If you want more videos like this, it's very simple. Just click here now to subscribe. I bring these videos to you so you can really improve your plant cultivation. And if you're not a selfish person and like to share good things, send this video to WhatsApp groups to those people you care about, because I'm sure that videos like this will really help them grow plants more effectively. They'll be able to produce more seedlings, and that way we'll also have an even better planet. Please don't forget to leave your like, share, and subscribe to the channel, turning on the notification bell because we still have many more interesting videos to bring to you. Sending a big kiss to your heart, and I'll see you in the next video.
This is simply the worst thing in the world. If you can't stand having rats in your house, your garden, your yard, or even your kitchen anymore, today I'm going to show you a recipe that's not only simple, but also cheap. And you can make it with things you already have at home. It's non-toxic and you'll spend practically nothing. To start, you're gonna need some bread.
It can be old bread, it doesn't have to be fresh, and it can be any kind of bread. White bread, sweet bread, whatever you have. I'm using this one because it's what I have at home. And what we're going to do with this bread is really simple. You're going to lightly moisten this bread here. Don't soak it, just dampen it a little, okay? Then you're going to cut or even just tear it like this into small pieces. That makes the recipe easier and better. I'm going to tear it here into little pieces. You can use bigger pieces, but I tried it at home and it got rid of all the mice we had here. Every now and then, some mice show up from the street near my house, and they're quickly taken care of with this recipe. So I'm going to show you exactly how I do it so you can get the same results. See? This is how the moistened bread should look. Now you're going to grab the wheat flour you already use at home. It can be with or without yeast. You're going to take the wheat flour and do the following. Just sprinkle it over the bread, like this. Spread the wheat flour like this, then mix it a little. If you need to, add a little more so all the bread is covered with the wheat flour. Once all the bread is well covered with the wheat flour, what you're going to do next is add the next ingredient, which is the main attractant in our recipe, the thing that will actually draw the rats in, which is chocolate milk powder. I'm using this one here, but you can use whatever you have at home, okay? It doesn't have to be this brand. It can be any brand you have, as long as it's chocolate milk powder. You're going to add a spoonful here too, right on top of the bread. Then you need to mix it really well. It's important that the chocolate milk powder covers every piece of bread you put in here. See? You can easily make a much larger batch of this specific recipe if you happen to have a larger home or a more spacious property, or if you've noticed that there are multiple different locations in various spots where the rats are frequently showing up. The better you can spread this recipe around your home to get rid of the rats, the faster you will be able to successfully resolve this entire infestation problem. Once all the bread is coated with the chocolate milk powder, you can move on to the next step. This part here with the chocolate milk powder is really important for this recipe to work because rats love sweet things, and what you've prepared so far is just the bait. Now comes the part that actually makes this recipe work. You're going to add a heaping spoonful, just like this. It doesn't have to be that big spoon. You'll always use the same spoon to measure everything. And here, you'll add 1 spoonful of regular cement, the kind you can easily find in your city. Anywhere sells small amounts, and it's really cheap, in case you don't already have some at home. And after I add the cement, I come over here and sprinkle a little more chocolate powder on top of the cement. What is this for? It's to mask the smell of the cement and keep it really appealing to the rats. Now you can just give it a little stir, like this. There's no problem at all. Once you've done this, it's ready to go. Why does this work? Pay close attention now. Rats eat anything. When they eat this mixture, the flour and cement aren't digested. This hardens inside the rat's body, and that's what causes the effect. Now you're going to get a disposable container. It can be those disposable plates from kids' birthday parties. Or it could be like this, the piece of aluminum foil. Then you're going to carefully take several small pieces of this mixture you made and gently place them directly onto the top of the container you prepared. You're going to put this bait here, okay? There you go. Once you've put it here, now comes the most important part, which is where you're going to place this for it to work. You're going to put this out in small pieces. Don't put too much because it won't work. You should put just a little so the rat comes and eats it right away. And then you're going to place it in strategic spots where the rat passes by, guys. If you have a corner of the wall where the rat goes, that's where you should put it. You know those little corners in your house that are the rat's favorites? For example, behind the stove, behind the fridge, and even behind the washing machines. That's right. Rats love these places. And that's where you're going to put this little recipe you just learned and get rid of the rats in your house. Rats usually like darker corners like this, so if you have a spot like that in your house, go ahead and put it there because they love to run along the sides of walls. There were times when I just put a tiny piece of this and it already worked, guys. So you don't need to use a lot. There's also a really common misconception that people think if the house is clean, rats won't come. But they can still show up. They come from outside, from the sewers, from the neighborhood. So this helps solve the problem before it gets worse. So if you like homemade tips and tricks for plants, for your home, like the ones we shared here today, every day on this channel, we bring you useful, practical, and tested information for you to use and get results. All of this is free. Thanks, of course, to the supporters of this channel. So if you also want to support and be part of this project, the link is in the description. It's really important for us to have you with us in this community.
But pay close attention now.
Let us know in the comments if you're new to the channel and just about to subscribe, or if you've been a subscriber for a while. We want to know if we're reaching new people too, besides everyone who's already been following our work. Even more important, share this video with someone who needs these tips. We share lots of tips every day about home, gardening, and plants, and only a few people are getting this information for free. Share, turn on the notification bell, and make sure you've already subscribed to the channel. All the products we use in the garden, on the plants, and in our homes, we've left the links here with the best prices we found on the market, so you can check them out and get them too. All the products are tested, just like the tips we share here. Down here, right next to this, there's a suggested video for you to binge watch and learn more from our channel with tried and approved tips. Click here before you leave so you can learn even more. A big kiss to your heart. See you in the next video. Bye-bye. I'm out.
If you've ever tried to root cuttings from any plant and couldn't do it, get ready because today I'm going to show you a method that's so simple it almost seems unbelievable. You're going to stop losing cuttings and start rooting any cutting from any plant. I'm going to show you the step-by-step process here, but first let me show you the amazing results of a method that roots cuttings from any plant. Just look at these visible roots here. This method roots cuttings from flowering plants, bougainvillea, roses, or any other plant you have at home. It also roots cuttings from fruit plants like acerola, jabuticaba, pomegranate, pitanga, sugar apple, soursop. It doesn't matter what plant you have there. Today you're going to learn the method used by specialists to make any cutting root in a natural, inexpensive way that is very, very simple. There's a step in this process that determines whether your plant will end up like this with roots or if it will dry out completely. So you'll need to stay with me until the end of the video to really learn the step-by-step process. By doing this, I doubt you won't actually learn what needs to be done for cuttings to root. So you can stop spending money buying seedlings at nurseries, which are often very expensive. You can make them yourself at home. Today I'm going to show you the step-by-step process I use here to root cuttings quickly and safely. For this, I'll be using acerola as an example. And look, ideally you should take a cutting from a tree that already produces fruit. See these acerola fruits here? We're going to root a branch like this because when you root cuttings that already have fruit, you can get a harvest very quickly. Sometimes, if you do everything right and follow all the steps, the cuttings don't even lose their fruit. They root really well. And I'm also going to use pomegranate as an example. Pomegranate is productive too, okay folks? Look, we have some pomegranate branches here producing fruit, and I'm going to use these branches to show you that it's possible to do this in a simple, free way using organic materials and the right method that works because of 3 natural stimuli, which are regeneration, healing, and protection of the branch until it takes root. But hold on, I'm not going to reveal everything just yet. I'm going to show you step by step in this video, but first you need to understand why most cuttings don't root when you don't use the correct method. Most people simply cut off a branch from the mother plant, place it directly into the soil and wait for it to root, but that is just not how the process works, and that is why most people end up losing all their cuttings. Without a stimulus for root production and without protection against fungi and bacteria, the branch starts to wilt, can catch diseases, and simply doesn't work because it lacks the right protection and stimulus. But today you're going to learn exactly how to provide this protection and stimulus using natural products that you probably already have at home. Whenever you cut any branch from the trees, you should remove most of the leaves. This branch doesn't need leaves to root, so you can leave as few as possible because that way it won't have to spend energy feeding those leaves, or even these little fruits here. If you want, you can remove them. I'm going to leave them because these fruits won't interfere with the rooting of this branch since I apply all the techniques correctly. If you apply all these techniques, it will work for you too. And now what are we going to do with this branch? Ideally, the branch should be about the thickness of a pencil or at most a finger, okay? Between the thickness of a pencil and a finger is ideal for rooting. And now what are we going to do? We're going to come here, look, and peel a little bit off the bottom part of the branch. We're going to peel this here and you'll understand why in a moment. This makes all the difference when rooting. So make a note of it or save this video so you don't lose it later. Because look, do you see this little green part? We're going to remove that too. So we're going to remove the bark and this first little green layer here to further stimulate the contact between the inner part of the branch and the moisture and substrate that we'll be using. We're going to do this to all the branches that we're going to root. Keep it nice and clean like this, and this is how it should look. Take a look at the branch we are going to plant. It is not just with acerola, okay? It's with all the branches. You can even take this thinner little branch. We're also going to remove this bit of bark at the bottom.
It measures just about 2 to 5 centimeters. You don't need more than that. It's just to increase the contact with the soil and the moisture for this branch. Look at how it turned out here, see? And this one already has a little pomegranate growing, see? With our branches already here, I already prepared them to speed up the video so it doesn't get too long. Here we already have our branches prepared with just a few leaves, the base already peeled, see? I left the fruits on, okay, so you can see. Doing it the right way, many fruits don't even get lost. And now we're moving on to one of the most important parts of this content, this step-by-step, this rooting method. You take a container, a cup you have at home, and you're going to put just a little bit of water in it like this. It doesn't need to be a lot of water, just enough for these branches here to be submerged. But we're going to add an exceptional product to this water. We're going to add to approximately 250 to 500 milliliters of water, just one small spoonful of ground cinnamon. I'm using some really old cinnamon. It's already expired, but it has antifungal and antibacterial properties that will protect our branch because during the rooting process, it could be attacked by fungi or bacteria. Ground cinnamon is one of the best antifungals. It's natural and very cheap for you to use. Just add a very small amount, mix it into the water, and now it's very simple. These little branches that are already peeled here with just a few leaves, you're going to submerge them now in this water with cinnamon. And you're going to leave these branches here for just a short time. After just 10 minutes with these branches submerged here in the cinnamon powder and water, with this solution we've prepared, they will already be protected against the bacteria and fungi that appear when our branch is rooting, which causes a lot of branch loss and very few people know about. These are fungi and bacteria that show up when our branch is rooting, and now that 10 minutes have passed with these branches submerged in the water, not many people know about this cinnamon trick, right? Just leave them submerged here, see? After leaving them here for 10 minutes, they're already well protected against fungi and bacteria. But now comes one of the most important steps. Do you have this at home? If you don't have it, your neighbor does. I'm sure it's very easy for you to find this. It's aloe vera. Guys, aloe vera has natural hormones that help heal, hydrate, protect, and stimulate root formation in our branches. Look how simple it is. You're going to take the branch, cut an aloe vera leaf, and let that yellow part drain out of the aloe. Then you'll take your little branch and do this. Just pass it through the aloe vera. Look how it turns out. This increases the hydration of our branch and stimulates rooting with natural rooting hormones. Then you just put it here in this little cup with soil that's specifically for rooting. We'll talk about this soil, but basically you're going to place our little branch in it. This one is our acerola. See the acerola here with the little fruits? We're going to put it here in this soil as well. You don't need to bury it too deep. Just gently press the soil a little, just enough so it can stand upright and not move around, because that can also hinder rooting. Let's put our pomegranate here. Look at this. This pomegranate is already producing fruit here. It's going to root and become a productive seedling. And let's put all these little branches here in this container for rooting. See how I'm using a little cup? This is to show you that you don't need professional tools to make your own seedlings at home. With simple plastic cups, which you can easily find at the supermarket near your house, you can already make your very own seedlings. Let's put this other pomegranate here. This other pomegranate is also already producing fruit. Look at the little fruit forming here. And I'm not even removing the fruits, so you can see that it roots very well. There's one more little branch left here, so I can even put 2 or 3 branches in the same cup. There's no problem at all as long as I follow these steps. I'm going to gently press around the seedling so it stays stable during rooting. Now I can discard my aloe vera. And now this water we prepared with cinnamon powder, we're not going to throw it away. No, we're going to water our substrate with it. You should only do this on the day you plant, okay? Don't water with cinnamon like this in the next waterings. After this, you'll water normally. Only this first time, you're going to add here, look, all the benefits of cinnamon to your plant soil. And this soil that we used here for rooting is a rich topsoil. It is very high in organic matter, has good absorption, and retains moisture quite well. So it won't let our seedling or our cutting dry out too easily. Now, using a spray bottle, I'm going to lightly water here all over the soil so that these pots, these plastic containers, even these little plastic cups that have holes in the bottom, it's very important to mention, I almost forgot, they need to have holes in the bottom. I'm going to water until all the moisture, all the excess water drains out through the holes at the bottom. This will ensure that all the soil is moist and that I keep the soil in these containers where I planted my seedlings moist until they take root. Ideally, you should water them at least once a day because it's very important that they stay well hydrated until the plant is truly rooted. That's what will truly ensure your success in rooting your seedlings, and these little fruits here will even form on small plants, producing well in pots if you want to plant them in pots, bags, or even directly in the ground. These seedlings here are the ones that produce very quickly. So pay attention. When you water your plant, wait a little for the water to seep further down to the bottom part of the soil and then water it again, because this first watering is the most important, okay? Look how cool. The plastic cup shows that the moisture hasn't reached the bottom here yet. It's up here, see? So the water will go down a little more, and this moisture needs to reach the bottom part of our soil here. And only then will you be sure that the entire substrate is nice and moist for proper and successful rooting. While I finish watering these little plants here, I want you to comment and tell me where you're watching us from. I really like to know just how far this content we're creating here is reaching. And it might seem strange in the first few days because the branch will look normal. It won't even seem like there are roots on your branches, since the roots themselves only start to appear around the 20th day. After 20 or 30 days, that's when the roots really start to sprout on your little branches. And then they start to gain strength. You'll notice that after 60 days, your branches will already be well rooted. For some types of plants, after 60 days, you can already plant your little branch in the ground. Here, I always like to take care of them until 90 days after the cutting is made, because when I plant them, they take root quickly. They'll be really strong, and they'll also start producing fruit again very quickly. Your fruit production happens in a very abundant way, and that's what I want here in my cultivation. And now, my friend, you just need to place our container here in a spot where it doesn't get direct sunlight but is still well lit. Direct sunlight can't hit our plant because otherwise it will dehydrate very quickly, and we need it to stay hydrated until it takes root. And then we get that wonderful result with well-formed roots. Look at this little pomegranate seedling. You'll already be able to plant your own plant. Just look at this marvel of nature. Guys, this is the work we do for free, teaching you how to take better care of your plants with proven techniques. These techniques here are ones we've already tested, and they're already bringing real results for you. Look at these roots we have on this pomegranate. Doing it this way, it's guaranteed to work. But you also have a mission here on this channel. Your mission here is to evaluate our content to see if we're on the right track. So leave a rating from 0 to 10 for today's content down in the comments, because I want you to have a pomegranate tree like this, all in bloom, so you can pick the fruit straight from the plant you have at home. Share this video with that person who loves plants, because I'm sure this will help a lot of people. Just by sharing this video, you all will help improve the cultivation for many people. And obviously, if you haven't subscribed to the channel yet, now is the time to subscribe. Click the subscribe button here and turn on the notification bell, because that's the only way you won't miss any new videos here on the NL Plant channel. Oh, and if you enjoyed this content and want to support the work we do here for you for free, it's very simple. In the link in the description, you can support the work we do here, and we also make available to you the products we use here in our nursery, in our cultivation, so you can use the same ones already proven in your own home. There's a really good suggested video. The audience loved this video right here on the side. Watch it, I'm sure you'll like it too. Well, I'll wrap things up here. A kiss to your heart, and see you in the next video. Bye-bye. I'm out. It may sound crazy, but you won't believe what just a small piece of aluminum foil can do if you use it the right way. I know it might sound like a lie, like one of those things you see on the internet, but once you understand why it works, you'll never ignore this trick again. And the best part is, it's cheap, it's quick, and anyone can do it at home in a very simple way. Stay with me until the end, because I'm going to show you the right way to use it and when it really works. What I'm about to show you isn't an insecticide, but it works as a prevention against insects and pests on your plants, using something very simple and very cheap. First, we're going to fold it. Look, leave a small piece of aluminum foil folded like this into a little square, see? It will end up looking more or less like this. It doesn't need to be perfectly even, no. The important thing is that it has a double-sided, very shiny surface here. What we're using here is aluminum foil, the kind you use in your kitchen at home. As soon as you finish folding this foil and leave it like this with two shiny sides, what you're going to do is very simple. You're just going to take a sharp pointed object. I'm using a regular barbecue skewer here. And then you're going to make a small hole right here in this aluminum foil. It's a tiny little hole. It doesn't need to be very big, and then it will look like this, as you can see. Now you're going to take a small piece of string, okay? It doesn't have to be a big piece, just a small one will do. First, we're going to cut this string with our scissors. And now we're going to slowly thread this little piece of string right through the hole we just made. And take a look at how the aluminum foil looks now with our string attached. And now I'm going to show you how it works, why it works, and how you use this thing here. Now, what you're going to do is very simple. You're going to take a plant you like in your house, preferably one that's near other plants, so this will work, not just on one, but on all the plants around it. Pick a plant you like, preferably one that has a little branch like this where you can put the aluminum foil hanging it by tying the string here. Now pay close attention. You're going to find a branch that's a bit farther out and to the side, and you're going to carefully tie the string to that little branch of your plant. We're going to make the first knot here, and then we'll make a second knot. The important thing is not to tie the knot too tightly, because the aluminum foil needs to stay loose, and when the wind blows, it will make the foil move. And then you just leave it like this, hanging on your plant. Why does this work, Weny? That's what I'm going to tell you now. The aluminum foil reflects sunlight, and the wind makes this shine flicker. This reflection disorients flying insects and even crawling ones, thus confusing their vision and sense of direction. In addition, the light noise and constant movement create an uncomfortable environment for any insects approaching. Flies, ants, slugs, all these types of pests that come to your plant are repelled by these small pieces of aluminum foil. So you shouldn't think this is some kind of magic. It's a visual and sensory stimulus, and the insect avoids landing in that spot. But we use this method when the plant is not yet under attack. This is a preventive measure we take to keep insects away from our plant. It does not replace insecticide when the plant is already infested. This is prevention, not a heavy treatment. This is what will prevent you from needing to use strong products on your plant. Now, if your plant is already infested with pests and insects, just aluminum foil won't work. I'm going to share a recipe with you that is most commonly used by plant growers and works very well for effectively combating plants that are already infested with pests. For plants that already have a lot of pests, I recommend neem oil. I use this brand, Jimmy, because it has given me great results, and it usually comes like this, folks, in a small bottle that you dissolve in water and apply directly to the pests on your plant. It is a natural insecticide, safe when used correctly, and extremely effective against aphids, mealybugs, whiteflies, and even other insects that attack our plants. Neem works by interrupting the pest's life cycle, causing it to stop living and reproducing in the area where the neem oil was applied. So remember this. Here, you fight plants already affected by pests with neem oil. And here you keep insects away from your plant in a natural way without having to spend money on expensive products or apply poisons or insecticides to your plants. Isn't this a wonder of nature? This is another tried and tested tip that we use here in our own cultivation, and we bring it to you so you can use what really works at home. But your mission, as you're watching us, is to evaluate this content. Leave your rating for today's tip down below, from 0 to 10. Don't forget to share this tip with other people. A lot of people struggle with pests because they don't know simple tips like this one. Subscribe to the channel, turn on the notification bell, and all the products we use here in our plant cultivation. We leave the links in the description so you can access them too. For more tested and proven tips here on the Plantas channel, it's simple. Subscribe to the channel, turn on the notification bell because that way you won't miss any new tips. I'll also leave a suggested video here for you to binge watch our channel and learn how to better cultivate your plants. A kiss to your heart. See you next time. Bye bye. If you see cockroaches in your own home, especially at night, you should know that you're not seeing the whole problem, because what you're seeing is only a small part of it. But now, pay attention to this. I'm going to show you how to create and prepare a simple bait with aluminum foil that effectively attracts, eliminates, and even helps break the cycle of these pests in your home so you can eliminate them from your space for good. And in the end, it might sound crazy, but there's one detail that makes all the difference, and most people don't do it. That's exactly what makes them get eliminated and never come back. Let's get straight to the point, because now we're going to learn all the ingredients and how to prepare it. The first ingredient is really simple, and you already have it at home. We're going to add 1 spoonful, 2 spoonfuls, 3 spoonfuls, 4 spoonfuls of sugar. The sugar here isn't just by chance, okay? It's the bait. Cockroaches are incredibly drawn to the scent of sweet and sugary substances, and that's exactly why we use this to successfully lure and entice them into our trap. Now comes an ingredient that really changes everything. We're going to add, look, 1 spoonful, 2 spoonfuls, just mixed with the sugar, of baking soda. And pay close attention to this. The baking soda is added into the bowl together with the sugar because the sugar attracts and it's the baking soda that will perform its chemical reaction afterward. That's why they need to be thoroughly and completely mixed together until they are really homogeneous. So you're going to mix this up really well so this effective little recipe we're sharing with you works perfectly, saves you a lot of money, and finally solves your cockroach problem at home. After you've mixed those first two ingredients really well, we're moving on to the third ingredient, which is one of the most important, and a lot of people don't even use it. But this is what makes your recipe work so much better to get rid of insects in your home. You're going to take a lime, preferably a Tahiti lime, but we're not going to use the juice here. We're only going to use the peel. Using a standard kitchen grater, we are going to carefully grate just the bright green outer peel of the lime. Once you reach that bitter white pith part underneath, you should stop grating immediately, because we only need the zest to ensure this specific recipe works perfectly for you when you try it at home. If you grate the peel from about one lime, that's enough if the lime is large. You'll end up with about this much, which is a heaping tablespoon, but when you get to the white part, don't grate it. It's just this green part that we need for this recipe. Set this aside, you'll use it in just a bit. And now we're going to add this grated lime peel to our recipe as well. This serves two very, very important purposes. It helps mask the smell of this mixture and also makes the scent more attractive, so passer on to our little recipe here. These cockroaches are going to be really attracted to this. Now, mix this whole solution we've made so far really well, but we're not done yet. Pay attention until the end of the video, because if you do it exactly the way I'm teaching you here, there's no way it can go wrong. After you mix it well, it should look just like this. And here we have a really good recipe for this. But here we're going to add something that a lot of people find strange, which is toothpaste. You don't need much, just add a little bit like this. This amount is already more than enough, and we're going to add it here to our mixture. This process is going to help bind all of the ingredients in the mixture together and gradually transform it into a real dough. It can't be too runny, it needs to be firm. So thoroughly mix everything together until it develops into a smooth paste to make it much easier for us to handle and work with it. Then after you mix it and incorporate the toothpaste into this recipe, it'll look like this. See how it holds together? It's really easy to handle, and here we have the perfect recipe. Now, I'm going to show you step by step how to use it so you can actually get really good results using just this, which you can make without spending a dime. Everything you need is already at home. Now comes the aluminum foil. You're going to take a piece of aluminum foil, not too big, okay? This is the little piece we're going to use. Then you take a bit of that mixture you made and put it right here, inside the aluminum foil. What we're going to do here is carefully wrap up our little mixture inside this piece of aluminum foil, and I'll show you exactly how to do it so it works really well and stays perfectly contained. I folded that mixture inside the aluminum foil. Let's fold this side too. It needs to be really tight so the mixture doesn't leak out later, and it'll look like this. If you want, you can fold it a little more, which makes it even better. Take a look at how this turned out for us. Now, using a regular fork, what you're going to do is carefully poke several small holes here on the sides of our container so the wonderful aroma from our recipe can be released throughout the room. The cockroaches will come, stick their antennae into these holes, collect the solution, and take it back to their nests. With this, you get rid of the problem right at the source. Not only will the cockroaches that come to it be completely wiped out, but the entire nest will be contaminated with this solution, which at first seems wonderful to them, but actually brings a solution that effectively eliminates the entire population once and for all. See how incredibly simple it is to make? For this to work perfectly, you need to make sure they have easy access to what's inside here, this powerful homemade solution we have created. So, exactly where you decide to put this is absolutely critical to your success. What you're going to do with this is place it in the spots cockroaches like the most. For example, near your stove, behind the stove, even underneath it, near the sink, behind or under the cabinets, preferably in places where you've already seen cockroaches walking around or in those areas they like to frequent the most. It also works really well if you put this near the drains, because cockroaches, they come up through your house's drains a lot. The greater the number of these traps you strategically place throughout your house, the faster you'll successfully eliminate the cockroaches. So when you make it, don't just make one little trap, make several. This little recipe lets you make several of these traps to get rid of cockroaches in your house really quickly. because they can bring contamination, get into your food, and that's definitely not pleasant, right? So you make several of these little bundles and spread them around the house. That way, you'll wipe out all the cockroach nests, because if you've already found cockroaches in your house, there's definitely more than just one nest. Now comes the second method that makes everything even more effective, and a lot of people don't even know about this. You're going to take that lemon you zested to make your solution, cut it in half, and then get about 300 milliliters or even 500 milliliters of warm water. Then squeeze that lemon into the warm water. It's got plenty of juice. If you have a lemon that doesn't have much juice, you can use 2 lemons, squeezed. Then you mix this solution really well. Stir it up so it's nice and even. Now you're going to pour this whole solution into a spray bottle. While we're doing this, don't forget to let us know down below where you're watching us from. Comment your city, state, or country because we love to know how far our content is reaching, how far our tips are going. Leave a comment down below. This works because besides leaving the surfaces you spray and wipe down grease-free, it also removes food odors in your home caused by the grease from cooking on your stove, making the environment less inviting for cockroaches. If you spray this 2 or 3 times a week in the corners of your house, under the stove like this, you'll start to notice that cockroaches will disappear from your home. And all of this without you having to spend a single cent on poison. You can do all of this for free, just by following a simple recipe you can make at home without spending anything. In short, these highly effective baits you learned about in this video are very powerful for completely getting rid of cockroaches in your home. And this liquid solution helps prevent them and makes your environment better for you and worse for the cockroaches. So cockroaches stay away if you spray this little lemon solution just a few times a week. If you like recipes like this, simple, inexpensive ones you can use in your home, your garden, or your backyard, subscribe to the channel now before this video disappears. And most importantly, turn on the notification bell because it's free and you'll always get a notification whenever there's a new video here on our channel with tips like this. And consider becoming a member of the channel because it's the members who make all of this possible and allow this information to reach people for free who otherwise wouldn't have access to it. Share this video with someone you care about. And most importantly, don't leave before watching this suggested video right here next to me because it's already helped thousands of people and it's going to help you too.
Maybe I'll regret this because the flower shops are going to be upset with me after this video because I'm going to show you the homemade recipe that will make your ZZ plant burst with new strong and shiny leaves. And I'll also give you tips that nobody talks about but that make all the difference when growing your ZZ plant. A lot of people tell me, Weny, my ZZ plant doesn't grow, it turns yellow, it doesn't sprout new shoots. And this happens because even though it's considered a hardy plant, it has its own specific needs. If you get the watering, the light, or even the pot wrong, this just won't happen. Growth ends up stalling, and that's where the recipe and the care tips I'm going to share with you today come in. This can be for any ZZ plant, both the black and the green varieties. Before the recipe, let me tell you the 5 care tips that are the secret to this plant. First, it's the right light. It doesn't like strong sun all day long. Prefer partial shade, a spot with bright indirect light. Watering, never let it get waterlogged. Only water when the soil feels dry to the touch. Too much water is the #1 mistake that kills ZZ plants all over Brazil. And a lot of people don't know this, but it's actually a succulent. Whenever you plant a ZZ plant, choose pots with good drainage with plenty of holes like this at the bottom. The ZZ plant's root is a rhizome, so it needs space and a very light soil mix, otherwise it will rot. There's a secret cleaning trick, which is to dampen a cloth and wipe the leaves of your ZZ plant. The green will become more intense and natural, and it will also give the leaves a special shine. If you notice dry brown leaves like these on your ZZ plant, you can carefully cut them off. This simple process will renew the plant's energy and encourage healthy new side shoots on your beautiful plant. It's a smart pruning technique for the development of the ZZ plant. I've already tried several techniques and fertilizers, but I realized that it's not enough to just fertilize. You need to combine care with nutrition. And that's how I came up with this recipe, which brings together strength, growth, and natural shine, but if you use it incorrectly, it can harm the plant. Come with me and I'll show you step by step and the ingredients for preparing a supercharged fertilizer so your ZZ plant will burst with new, shiny, and healthy leaves. Just look at how powerful this combination is. Here we have natural bone meal, which is very rich in phosphorus and calcium. It strengthens the roots and gives energy for vibrant new leaves.
We also have well-composted manure here. It releases nitrogen slowly and evenly, making the plant sprout with a lot of vigor. We also have water here, 1 liter of water, which will serve as a vehicle to distribute all these nutrients throughout the substrate, thus reaching the roots of our plant. But hold on, don't just mix it any way you want, because the right measurement makes all the difference. Remember, the difference between poison and medicine is the dose. Now I'm going to teach you the right dose so you can use it safely for the benefit and not the harm of your plant. Let's get to preparing our recipe step by step so you don't make any mistakes at home. Come with me. First, we're going to add 1 spoonful of bone meal to 1 liter of water. And this water, folks, preferably without chlorine, okay? You just need to take water from your tap, right there. Let it sit for 24 hours and the chlorine will evaporate. After we've added a spoonful of bone meal here, now we're going to add well-composted manure. It needs to be composted, okay, folks? Like this, look, in small pieces. Now we're going to add 1-2 spoonfuls of well-composted manure, preferably cow manure. And now we're going to mix all these ingredients in 1 liter of water so it becomes a nice homogeneous mixture and releases these nutrients directly to the roots of our plant. Now I'm going to show you how to apply it because it's no use having gold in your hands if you don't know how to use it. So come with me and I'll show you now how to apply it to your Zazie plant to get movie-worthy results. Now you wait until late afternoon. Your plant needs to be in a shaded environment. You're going to come here with our solution directly onto the substrate. You're going to water this substrate, but you don't need to soak it, okay? You'll water it with this solution. Remember, the plant can't be in the sun, and you'll apply this fertilizer of ours every 30 days. These are simple, inexpensive ingredients that you can easily find anywhere in Brazil, and this will simply boost your plant. Look at that, what a wonderful sprouting. A young plant that's still developing but with really shiny leaves. It almost looked artificial. And that's exactly the kind of result I want you to have at home. But Weny, can I use this fertilizer on other plants? Look, you have to be very careful because when you use this fertilizer on your plants, the results are so great, so beautiful that it'll be hard for you to keep it for yourself. Everyone will start asking for cuttings or even for your main plant. This is a simple, easy fertilizer that you can make right at home. My mission is to bring you as much valuable information as possible in a very short time. I hope I've managed to do that. And most importantly, now I'd like you to evaluate the work we're doing. About this video from 0 to 10, what score do you think this content deserves? Feel free to leave a comment and give a score from 0 to 10 so we can know if we're on the right track or if we need to improve our content to help you grow your plants even more. Leave your like, your thumbs up down below, and more importantly, share this information with people you care about, people you wish well, that person who has plants but struggles a bit or maybe doesn't even fertilize their plants. I am sure that person will thank you for these simple, easy, and very cheap tips that you can do right in the comfort of your own home. Subscribe to the channel because I'm preparing some amazing tips for the next videos. Make sure to turn on the notification bell because it's the only way you won't miss any of the upcoming videos. And if you want to support our channel, I'll leave a link here in the description. We truly need your continued support so we can keep bringing you this great free content. I'll wrap it up here and leave a suggested video for you to binge watch our channel. A kiss to your heart. I went.
If you have a beautiful plant at home that should be producing flowers but isn't flowering as it should, the problem might be much simpler than you think. Today, I'm going to teach you the incredibly valuable technique that professional plant growers use to plant fruit tree seedlings so that they produce flowers very quickly. Even newly planted seedlings will produce flowers if you apply the specific technique we're going to show you in this video. Today you will learn the exact technique, the ideal substrate, and how I plant my own seedlings so that they produce flowers very quickly. I'll show you how this beautiful young desert rose seedling can bloom as well as cacti, which are so difficult for some people to get to produce beautiful flowers like this one here. In this video, you'll learn how you can do this the way professionals do, and today you will learn that a plant doesn't bloom by miracle. It responds to the balance you provide it in its pot, in its substrate. So I'm also going to teach you about the substrate. When the plant feels that the environment is right, it blooms. And the first step for that is precisely the substrate. A good substrate for flowering needs 4 things: nutrition, drainage, aeration, and slow release of nutrients. If any one of these is missing, the plant stalls. This mix I'm about to show you is what I use to make the plant start flowering faster and stay healthy. And it only takes 4 very simple ingredients, and you're going to make it here with me now so you don't make any mistakes at home. The first thing we're going to need is the base of our substrate, topsoil. So pay close attention to the measurements. For the nutrient-rich topsoil, we'll need 2 full parts of it, as it's what provides the organic matter and effectively maintains the moisture at the right level in our substrate.
The second ingredient is coarse construction sand, okay? It needs to be coarse sand, and it's what ensures drainage and provides oxygen so our roots can breathe and grow. If the roots are suffocated, it will hinder flowering and also the plant's development. Look, when you mix these two ingredients, you can already see that you have a very light, well-draining substrate that doesn't clump together. And now I also add a spoonful of bone meal. It can be any brand. The brand doesn't matter. What's important is that it's like this in this ground powder form. Bone meal is rich in phosphorus, and phosphorus is essential for flowers. And the best part is that bone meal releases these nutrients gradually, in sync with the plant's needs, and we are also going to mix it into our substrate here. And I'm also going to add this white powder here, which you already have at home and are probably throwing away every day. Here, I'm going to add between 1 and 2 spoonfuls to my substrate. And before I tell you what this is, I want you to comment below if you already have an idea of what this white powder we're using in the substrate is. To make it easier for you to guess, before I reveal it in this video, this strengthens our plant with calcium, thus providing structure, which helps in the formation of flower buds on our plant. This is also organic matter. So comment below if you already know what this white powder is, which is the last and fourth ingredient in our substrate, perfect for making plants bloom. With the ingredients ready, now comes the enjoyable part. You're going to really mix this substrate well because it's complete, so our plant will take well to the transplant and also to stimulate flowering with nutrition specifically for that. This will give the plant the structure it needs to stay healthy and to produce flowers in a very abundant way. Look at this wonderful substrate without that problem of turning into stone or clumps. And now we're going to plant our desert rose in another larger pot using exactly this substrate. And I'm going to reveal a few more little secrets to you. I'm going to get a bigger pot where I'll plant my desert rose. It needs to have holes that allow water to drain so that the water runs off every time I water my plant. And I'm going to put just a small piece of toilet paper over these holes so that when I water it, only the water drains out and the substrate, which is porous and of excellent quality, doesn't go down with the water through these little holes at the bottom. So now that I've put the paper in, we're going to create a thin layer with the substrate we have already prepared. Let's take our young seedling, gently squeeze the sides of the pot, and carefully remove our desert rose, the whole root ball if you can. Look, I'm even going to remove a little bit of this extra soil here and show you the incredible root health we achieve in a plant grown in a high-quality professional substrate. Just look at how healthy it is. So let's place it, positioning it in the center of the pot, and now I'm going to add the substrate I prepared to stimulate flowering, since this plant produces very beautiful flowers, and what I want is for it to bring vitality, health, and above all, lots of wonderful flowers to this plant, which has some of the most beautiful flowers among all plants. I don't need to press this substrate down too hard. I just press it lightly to secure the roots and improve rooting. Spread it out here, see, so it looks really nice. And just look at our newly planted plant. How truly wonderful is that? And after planting, we're going to do the first watering, not only to hydrate our plant, but also to make sure that our little drainage system is working perfectly, that our substrate actually drains the water and doesn't retain any excess. So I'm going to do a little watering here, and let's see if the excess water comes out through the hole. We can already see here that the excess moisture is coming out easily, so we have our plant in a container with good drainage capacity, which will provide the right nutrients, and in this way our plant responds more quickly, putting out new shoots and at the right time entering into bloom without stress and without excess. This type of substrate can be used for any flowering plant except orchids, which require a different cultivation method, but for your dessert rose and even for cacti. As a matter of fact, if you happen to have cacti in an area where it rains a lot, you can make this soil even more suitable for cacti by adding not just 1 part of coarse sand, but 2 full parts of coarse sand to this same substrate. This way you'll have much better drainage for your cacti and also abundant flowering. You can also use this substrate for violets, roses, peace lilies, calla lilies, and virtually all of the different flowering plants you have at home, including your beautiful anthuriums. Take a look at the anthurium we transplanted the other day, and we can already see the flowers starting to appear even though it's still young. Isn't this a wonder of nature? But after all, did anyone guess what that white powder is that we add to the substrate? I'm going to reveal it to you now, but what's important is that you rate our content. From 0 to 10, what score would you give today's video? so we can know if we're on the right track and if you want to keep receiving tips like this. And that white powder we use is rich in calcium and organic matter, and it's this right here, folks, dried and crushed eggshells. You can crush the eggshells you were going to throw away using a mortar and pestle, or you can blend them in a blender and they'll turn into a powder. For the amount of substrate I prepared with you today, I used 3 very dry crushed eggshells, tambim terzi. However, you can use as many as you need depending on the total amount of substrate you're going to make at home. If you don't have potting soil, if you don't have bone meal, or any of the products we teach about in our videos here on the Plantas channel, just click the link in the description now. We always leave the products we use and recommend for you to use on your plants as well, so you can access them from anywhere in Brazil. Leave your like here, subscribe to the channel for upcoming videos, and turn on the notification bell, because that's the only way you won't miss the next videos here on the Plantas channel. And if you want to show your support for our channel, helping us in our mission to bring knowledge for free to all of our followers, you can simply click on the link in the description and support this work we do every day, teaching you how to better care for your plants. I'm going to leave a suggested video for you to binge watch our channel. A big kiss from the heart. I'm extremely grateful to everyone who subscribes to the channel and helps us bring you this content. I'll wrap things up here. Sending love. See you next time. Bye-bye. I'm out. I know I'm going to be heavily criticized for this, because whenever I bring tips like these here on the channel, there's always a flood of comments criticizing me. But if you hear late at night on your ceiling or in your attic the sound of rats running back and forth, don't ignore it, because that's a problem that can turn into a health issue. You're going to need 1 ingredient. Actually, 2 ingredients will be necessary for you to get rid of your rat problem at home without using poison. But pay close attention. Only follow this step by step if you watch this video until the end, because there are important tips that make this work safely, simply, and cheaply in your home. Today's video is really quick, but you need to follow the step-by-step instructions all the way to the end. But now let's get straight to the point. I have here a container, which is the bottom part of my mixer, but you can also use the cup from your blender because we're going to need to grind this. Now you're going to take a spoon and put the ingredients in here. I have raw beans here, folks. It needs to be raw beans. And now you're going to put in here, look, 1 spoon, 2 spoons, and 3 spoons of these dry raw beans into this container. You can even add more, okay? Look, 4 or 5 spoons. The important thing is that you're going to use equal parts of beans and this ingredient here. By the way, since you all always like to guess what ingredient we're using here, comment below what you think this ingredient is. Look, I'm going to reveal it to you at the end, but go ahead and leave your guess below about what we use here along with the beans to make today's recipe. Leave your guess below. I'm curious to see if you'll get it right or not. After adding 5 spoons of raw beans, it has to be raw beans. It can be any type of bean, but it must be raw. And here we're going to add the same amount of this ingredient as we did with the beans. 1 spoon, 2 spoons, 3 spoons, 4 spoons, 5 spoons of this ingredient here, which you're going to tell me in the comments below what it is, and I'll reveal it to you soon. And it's very simple to do this. Now, what we're going to do here is also quite simple. I like to show how to do simple things here because there's no point in just mixing and throwing it anywhere. No, there's a process, and this process works on the 3 things that attract rats, which are food, shelter, and safety. We're going to address all of that with this little recipe. And now that we have these 2 ingredients in our container, we're going to close our grinder. If you're using a blender, you'll cover it, and then we're going to grind this, not to turn it into a fine powder. No, we're going to grind this just to make smaller pieces. Here I'm showing you how to prepare the recipe, but there are some final tips on how to use this so it actually works. And I'll explain that to you in this content. This here, folks, can't have any moisture, okay? Both ingredients need to be really dry because this can't turn into a mush. This needs to end up like little dry flakes. Since we don't want this to turn into a powder, we're going to start grinding it gently. And this is the right consistency, folks, where all the ingredients are mixed together, but they're in flakes, in little pieces, not that fine powder, you see? And why can't it turn into a powder? Because the powder can clump together, it can absorb moisture and ruin everything we're making here. This is the ideal consistency. Now, you can take this mixture and transfer it to another container, which is the one we'll be working with from now on. I'd like to take this opportunity to emphasize the need for these little pieces to remain like this, see? When you have these little broken pieces, it mixes better and keeps the scent of our attractant here spread throughout the mixture. So it works much better, and it needs to be really homogeneous like this. Look how wonderful this is. And before we continue with our tips here, I want to tell you what our attractant is. I also want to know if you guessed it right. What we used here along with the beans is dog food. It can be dog food, cat food, fish food, or any kind of animal feed because rats eat all these types of feed, and this smell attracts a lot of rats. And when you mix it with beans, this combination becomes incredibly potent for eliminating rats. No animal can eat raw beans, and that includes us human beings as well, because our intestines are simply not able to digest these types of raw legumes. If it's not cooked and well cooked, this can be harmful. And that's why those rats will consume this bait and won't be able to digest it, and that is what will solve this pest problem in your house. But the most important part comes now. You can't just put this anywhere in your house. No. You're going to take these bottle caps like this. They can be plastic caps. Who doesn't have these plastic caps, right? Even those butter or margarine lids, you can use those too. Then you'll take a little bit of this mixture and put it on top of these caps like this. And you shouldn't just put it anywhere, because if any animal eats this, it could cause problems. So you need to put it in the right place. Anything that attracts rats can also attract your cat, your dog, your pet. That's why you need to be very careful and pay close attention to what I'm about to tell you now. Don't leave this where your pet can get to it. Chickens, cats, dogs, and not even small children should ever have access to this. You should place it way up in the dark attic of your house, which is where the rats usually stay, or in hidden corners that your pets cannot reach, because this formula will completely eliminate the rats in less than 3 days. They will eat it, won't be able to digest it, and will be eliminated. Always place it in a controlled environment where you know exactly who has access, where your pets and children cannot reach it, because this is something simple and easy to make, but our stomachs can't digest this food in the way it is here. So don't just put it anywhere at random. Rats, folks, usually move along the walls, behind furniture, in the corners of storage rooms, near bags of animal feed, near the corn, near chicken coops, under the roof, in the barn, in the tool shed, or even in those dark corners. You don't need to put a lot, okay? See how the containers are very shallow? A small amount in the right places works much better than a large amount in the wrong places. So think like this: where there's food, where there's a hiding place, where they pass by, that's where you need to observe and consider the risks of pets having access. So don't leave it where pets can get to it, but place it where the rats are already used to and like to stay. Don't you have a rat problem at your house? Because you're one of the few. Rats come from the street, from neighbors, from various places. Even in clean houses, it's possible to find rats because of these factors. Comment below with your region, your state, your country, your city, and your name, so we know where you're watching our content from and how far our tips and useful information are reaching. We talk about a lot of things here, and it will be a pleasure to get to know you better. And now I'm going to give you perhaps the most important information of today's content. Remember that I mentioned at the beginning about finding out where the rat is and how it's getting in? This is the rat's map. This is where a lot of people make mistakes. You won't make that mistake anymore. Before you put down the mixture, pay attention to these 4 signs. The first sign is if you find those small droppings from rats, especially in the dark corners of your space. Second, bags, packaging, chewed wires, or wood that's marked, torn, or has small holes. Usually rats do this to feed on things, and it's a sign that there are rats there. And since rats usually pass through the same place many times when they're not dealt with, marks along the wall or even dirt tend to appear. So if you've started to notice these changes around your environment, it's a sign that rats are passing through there as well. And another very, very common thing is repeated noises in the same spot, especially at night. That noise you hear in the attic or ceiling of your house is also a sign of rats. And it's exactly in these areas that you're going to use this little recipe of yours. If you know someone who would like simple information like what we share here on the channel, share this video with them because it will help a lot of people, and this little recipe here is a public service. Everything we teach here on our channel is tested, proven, and free. So if you want more tips like this, don't leave without subscribing and turning on the notification bell, because that's the only way you'll get new videos every time we release content here on the channel. And I want to give a special thank you to the supporting members of the channel who make all of this possible. And if you like content like this and want to support our project, consider clicking on Become a Member and being part of this content that already helps millions of people around the world. I'm going to leave a suggested video here that's very important for you to watch as well because it has already helped thousands of people and it will help you too. A big kiss to your heart.
Have you ever lost a beautiful fruit because when you opened it and cut it, even though you picked it straight from the tree, it had bugs inside? This happens a lot with mangoes, guavas, jabuticabas, and even acerolas. You take care of the plant all year long. You fertilize, water, and do everything you can to boost its production, but when it comes time to harvest and see the results, you end up losing all your fruit to the fruit fly, which is what causes this rotting and brings those larvae into your fruit. But the worst part is, the more fruit you have, the more bugs you get in your fruit. And this is a problem that a lot of people have brought to me, and I'm going to teach you how to solve it once and for all and put an end to this issue. And that's not all either. Besides teaching you how to have really healthy fruit without any caterpillars, look at this wonder of nature, I'm also going to show you what to do so that after you get rid of the fruit fly problem in your orchard or fruit trees, you can grow amazing fruit like this one here, healthy and sweet. The bug in the fruit is a problem, but we're going to address the root cause, which is the fruit fly. And the fruit fly doesn't attack your plant's leaves, it doesn't attack the stem, it goes straight for the fruit. It breaks through that protective skin of the fruit, lays its eggs inside, and that creates the perfect environment for the caterpillar, for the guava worm, for the fruit bug. Regular insecticides almost never work because the fruit itself has already become a shield for the guava worm. You won't be able to reach the bug inside the fruit with insecticide. And you also don't want to keep spraying insecticide on a fruit you're going to eat. So what Imbrapa suggests, and it's been confirmed that this method has a 100% success rate, is a trap using a 500 milliliter PET bottle. That's what I'll use, but you can use any size. And we're going to make a proper trap to break the life cycle of this pest, this fruit fly. And this is where the real fight and solution for your infested plants and fruits comes in. All you'll need at home is a pet bottle. I have a 500 milliliter one here, but it can be any size, okay? The important thing is that it has a cap. Now, I'm going to use a hot iron, but if you don't have one, you can use a nail heated over a flame. The most important thing you need to do here is make 4 holes in the sides of your PET bottle right around the middle section. The holes can't be too big or too small. The holes need to be just big enough for a fly to get inside the bottle because we're going to put bait in here. We'll talk about that in a minute. But basically, the holes should be smaller than a finger, about the width of a pencil. Look, this is the thickness you should make these little holes in the bottle. These holes will allow the fly to get inside this PET bottle, but will make it harder for them to get out. That's also why you need to make these little holes in the middle of the pet bottle, because they'll try to get out through the top, but here it's completely sealed. They won't find these little holes here. They're drawn in by the attractant, by the bait we're about to make. Preparing the substance that will attract the flies is really simple. I have here about 100 milliliters of water. I'm going to add here, look, 1-2 tablespoons of sugar. It can be brown sugar or white sugar. It doesn't matter. The important thing is that it's really sweet to attract those flies. This already works, but how can we make it even better, more aromatic? You're going to add fruit pulp here. You're going to put the fruit in here, preferably very ripe. It can be the fruit that you already have there being attacked by these flies. Here, I'm going to use something they really like, which is jabuticaba, folks. The jabuticaba from here is really sweet because we take good care of it. And the flies love this little fruit because it's so sweet. So we're going to use it as bait too. And then we're going to put it in here, basically making a syrup, a juice that's really appealing to the flies' taste, something that's truly attractive to them. This little bottle keeps falling over because it's really windy. But I put the fruit in here, and I can either blend it in the blender, or I can just come here and mash the fruit a bit, just so they release their aroma. The fermentation of the fruit pulp is what will really attract the flies to our container, to our trap. This works, guys, 100% guaranteed, okay? I'm showing you this not because I have a fly problem with my plants, since I already use this trap here. I'm doing this for you in detail because a lot of people have been asking me about it. And for me, something that seems so simple, I've been making this work for a long time, might not be so simple for other people. So I see that this is a challenge for some people, so I'm going to do it for you and show you how it works in practice. Take a look at how our solution turned out
which we're going to use as bait inside our pet bottle, inside our trap. Guys, if you're enjoying this, go ahead and leave a like and comment which country, city, or state you're watching from, because we love to know how far these videos are reaching, okay? Now, let's put our solution into the pet bottle, into our trap. Let's stir it well to mix the sugar into the water and make a homogeneous solution, and then we'll actually put it in the trap. This trap, guys, works in a really simple way. The fly is attracted by the fermentation of the fruit, goes in through the little holes in the bottle, falls into the liquid, and can't get out anymore. Then it dies inside, and that ends the life cycle of this pest in your house. That's why if you don't fight it, the flies will never stop showing up. It'll just get worse, because that's how their cycle works. They lay their eggs inside the fruit, and then the fruit falls, you don't eat it, and it keeps producing more flies, and it just keeps increasing. So take a look at how our trap turned out. You can use this juice here, you can add mango, you can add passion fruit, you can even use guava itself, because flies love guava, you know? It's one of the fruits with the highest incidence of bugs, so it also works really well to use exactly the fruit that's being attacked. The fly will prefer, instead of piercing through the tough skin of the fruit, to come here, where it already smells better, and there's no obstacle for her to get in, right? Now we can put the lid on here. And how are we going to use this trap? I'm making one here to show you all. Usually, you use 1 or 2 traps per tree. If it's a really big tree, you can put a trap on each side, and I'll show you how to do that. But the more of these traps you have, the more rapidly you'll successfully eliminate those fruit flies throughout your entire living space, and the quicker you'll see results. Now, I'm gonna grab a piece of string here and tie up this plastic bottle of mine. You should use whatever's easiest for you there. If you have wire, you can use that too. You're just gonna tie it right here at the mouth of our trap, because we're gonna hang it directly on the fruit tree that's starting to bloom, that's starting to produce fruit. Don't wait for the fruit to ripen before you put this there, okay? You should put it up before the fruit ripens, preferably when it's just starting to form, because that's when the fruit fly is already present. And if you have some wire, you can use that too. The important thing is that this is hanging there. Now, let's go apply this directly to the tree, but don't leave this video yet, because at the end, I'm gonna share another tip that will improve your fruit production, the quality of the fruits your fruit trees will bear, and the solution I'm about to show you in this video works for any fruit you have at home. Now, you're gonna take your trap and hang it up nice and tight here on the fruit tree you have at home. Tie it up securely, preferably at the same height as the fruits. And studies have also shown that if you place your trap on the side where the sun rises, its effectiveness is even better. This liquid here, after 2 or 3 days, you'll already see that it's full of little flies. Then you can change out this liquid, put in a new bait, and keep catching more and more flies until you notice that no more flies are getting caught. That means you've gotten rid of this pest in your plant cultivation, your fruit trees, those plants you take such good care of and have trouble enjoying. Now, pay close attention to a very important tip. A lot of people get rid of fruit flies, but still end up harvesting small and weak fruit. This happens because the plant stopped being attacked, but it didn't get enough nutrition to produce quality fruit. After controlling the pest, I recommend a simple and very effective fertilization. Here in the nursery, I use NPK 10-10-10 plus micronutrients in liquid form. It provides balanced nutrition, nitrogen for vigor, phosphorus for flowers and fruit, and potassium for the quality of your fruit. What you're going to do is very simple. Just add 1 capful of this concentrated fertilizer to about 1 to 1.5 liters of chlorine-free water. Then just mix it really well. It's super easy to apply, folks. Just don't apply it when the sun is shining really strong on your plant. If you can only apply it during the day and can't do it in the late afternoon, take your plant out of the sun and apply it while it's in the shade. And now I'm going to show you just how simple it is to apply this and how far it goes. It's amazing. It's going to be super cheap for you. With the mixture ready, quick and done, you're going to pour it here, look, into a disposable cup, about 250 milliliters. Now, go to the base of your fruit plant and fertilize it. You're going to pour this right at the base, but not touching the trunk, okay? It doesn't need to touch the trunk. Just pour it onto the soil around your plant. Do this fertilization every 30 days, and even your small plant will start producing fruit and become something wonderful at your place. Follow this tip and then let me know how it goes, okay? My mission here, folks, is to teach you how to have healthy fruits and flowers at home for free here on the Plantas channel, but that's only possible thanks to the channel's supporters. If you want to support our channel too, the link is in the description. Subscribe, like this video if you think it taught you something, if you learned something new, or if you think this tip is worth sharing with others. The product we showed and other products we use and recommend to you are in the link in the description, so you have no excuse. Everything we use is right down here in the description of this video. Don't leave this video without watching a recommended one right here, because it completes what you learned in this video. And if you want to get more free tips like this, tested in real life, you need to turn on the notification bell right now, because that's the only way you'll get our videos for free and have fruits, flowers, healthy plants, and even learn how to multiply your plants at home. A big kiss to your heart. Watch this video here. See you there. Bye. And out. Would you hang a clear bag of water on your plant to scare away garden pests? It might sound like something from the internet, but once you understand why this works, you'll never ignore it again. Common insects, birds, and even small rodents are naturally attracted by food, movement, and smell. Echo. If you only fight them after they show up, you'll always be lagging behind in pest control and will end up losing your homegrown fruits. Today you're going to learn exactly how to do smart prevention that has truly worked for a very long time. People in the past frequently relied on this particular technique to effectively deter and keep away rats and birds that eat the fruit before you do. This doesn't actually eliminate the pests, it just drives them away so you can harvest flies, fruit flies, mosquitoes, and many other types of insects that can make your daily life much more difficult. And the best part is that everything you need you already have at home. First, you will need a clear, transparent bag. It can also be a small plastic bag, but ideally, it should be transparent. And we will also need aluminum foil. You definitely already have this at home or can easily get it. It's just a small piece. We're going to tear off a small piece here and divide it like this. We're going to do something very simple with it. Just divide this little piece into 4 parts. These 4 parts we're going to make into little balls like this. Just crumple up the aluminum foil and make small round balls out of it. We have 2 here. Now let's make 2 more. I always put 4 aluminum foil balls in here and it works excellently. You don't need a lot. If you want to use more or fewer, you can, but here I recommend 4 aluminum foil balls. Now with our little bag, I'm going to open it up and place each of these 4 aluminum foil balls inside the bag. Besides that, I'm also going to incorporate a pinch of that clove in pieces. It's the small clove, but you can use the large clove, whichever is easier for you to find at home. You don't need much because what we need here is just a little bit. See? Let's just add a little bit of clove, so now we have the clove and the aluminum. And now if you have it at home, you can add it. It's optional, okay? But I also like to add, look, just half a teaspoon of ground cinnamon. Then you're going to put that in the bag as well. Guys, I usually do this in water already inside the bag. We have the water set aside, but since I'm filming, I'm going to need both hands, so I'll put it in the bag first and then I'll add the water. Now I also have garlic powder here. Guys, you can use fresh garlic, okay? I'm going to use the powdered kind that I have at home, and it's easier to add and make this recipe. I'm also going to add half a teaspoon of garlic powder to the bag. Now, I'm also going to add a little bit of vinegar. You don't need much, okay, guys? Just a little bit. Now we're going to add only 2 drops of pure fragrant essential oil. You can use whichever works best, but the ones that work really well, guys, are lavender essential oil or even peppermint. You're just going to add a little bit of essential oil to our solution here. And now we're going to add water to our little bag here. Look, this bag will hold about 500 milliliters of water, okay? Let's pour it in here, trying not to spill everything since we're working with a flexible bag, right? And look how it turned out. Now I'm going to give it a gentle mix here. Look, I haven't tied the bag yet, but we will tie it. I'm just going to mix it here so everything can start working. Look how our little bag is going to look then. Now what we're going to do is very simple, folks. You saw that everything we used here you already have at home. It's easy to get, right? Now we're going to tie up this little bag here. What I like to do is this. Fold the tip of the bag, and then with the help of a string, we tie a knot here. I'm going to tie this knot in a really simple way so you can see exactly what we're doing, okay? It's a simple knot, and then we'll reinforce it here. Since we're filming, it's a bit harder to do it here by myself, okay? We're not supporting it on anything, and you need to see this whole process happening in a simple and easy way so you can do it at home too. We've closed the bag, but if we leave it like this, it won't work. Everything is inside and nothing is giving off any smell because it's sealed. So what are we going to do now? We're going to need to make some holes here, see, for the odor to escape, for the smell to get out. 4 little holes like this above the water level are enough because now the smell inside acts as a repellent against insects. I'm going to explain why this works, but first I'm going to cut this piece of string right here, which will be used to hold our homemade insecticide. And now I'm going to tie a little knot at the end of our string to make it easy for us to hang it anywhere we want to place this prevention device for rodents, birds that eat our fruit before we do, flying pests, insects, flies, and mosquitoes. Look, now I can already hang it exactly anywhere I want. I'm going to explain to you why this works scientifically, but I can just come here, just like this, and hang it where the pests are attacking my plants, or I can also hang it in other places around my house to deter rodents and birds. You know when you leave your cooking pots and your outdoor stove outside, and the birds come flying around trying to open the pots and eat all the food that's on top of the stove? You can also use this here to prevent that kind of situation from happening. And why does this work? The water creates a lens effect, and the polished aluminum multiplies the reflections. Flying insects have vision that is sensitive to light, and this reflection completely disorients them. And birds always avoid areas with steady shines. They don't like high brightness and reflections. This isn't superstition. This is a visual stimulus working in your favor at home. But that's not all, because the smell also plays a big role in this solution. Vinegar releases a sharp and pungent acidic odor, while lavender and mint are natural repellents. And rodents, rats, mice, or any kind of rodent, simply hate and detest these specific scents. So here you create an environment that is visually and olfactorily uncomfortable for these types of pests, insects, and things that come to disrupt our lives a bit. So you can also use this in many different environments. For example, you can place it on branches that are close to the fruit, but you can also use it on windows, doors, vegetable gardens, and even on residential balconies. Always leave it where there is exposure to light. Right now, this spot is in the shade, but later, as the sun moves, light will shine here, and this will increase the reflection, which will help combat even more of these types of problems we have here. For example, wasps love to pierce our jabuticabas. And this is what has been preventing this kind of situation, so we can actually harvest our ripe fruits. You can make it and leave it for up to 15 or 20 days. After that period, you can replace it because the smell won't be as strong as it is during those first 20 days. It's simple to make. You have everything at home and it works very well. Now you need to know that this doesn't eliminate the pest. It just keeps it from coming to you. Now, if you already have plants contaminated with aphids, scale insects, and other pests, what you need to do is very simple. You know those butterflies that also leave caterpillars behind? This works very well as a preventive measure. If your plant and its fruits are already being attacked by pests, then you should use dime neem or neem oil. I'll leave the link in the description along with all the products we use here in our nursery. And if you like this kind of content, go ahead and leave your like down below. Also, comment where you're watching this video from so we can see how far our information is reaching. It comes in a little bottle like this, and this bottle is dissolved in water, so it goes a long way. Dime neem is what I use here and recommend, okay guys? This one is for effective control of pests and insects that are attacking your plants. And here on the channel, we share things that really work. Here, we're teaching how to propagate plants. We've already made videos about this, and we've also shown how to catch fruit flies in a very quick and easy way, practically without spending anything. We teach all of this for free, thanks to the supporters of this channel. By the way, if you want to support this work that we do for free, bringing information to people at no cost, the link is here in the description. You'll be very welcome to join our group where we teach how to grow fruit in very small setups, in pots, in bags, really simple things to do, and you can find it all here on our channel. Leave a rating in the comments from 0 to 10. What score do you give today's content? If you want to keep learning more tips like these, it's very simple, folks. You just need to subscribe to the channel and, even more importantly, activate the notification bell because there are new videos here on the channel every day. I'm going to wrap up here and I'll leave a suggested video that I really recommend you watch. It's right here on the side. A kiss to your heart. See you in the next video. Bye-bye. I'm out. Look how sad it is. What happened to my rose bush? The bud is about to open, but it started getting infested with mealybugs. See these little white dots here? There are even some little bugs over there. Guys, these are pests that attack your plants. This basil plant of mine is also notorious for getting mealybugs. But with just 2 ingredients I have at home, and you have them too, these mealybugs were all killed. What I'm going to show you in this video is a simple and easy recipe for you to get rid of pests on your plants, whether it's mealybugs, aphids, caterpillars, flies, any kind of insect that's keeping your flowers from blooming or your fruits from growing abundantly, just like we always want and are always working for. It doesn't matter what kind of plant you have, it's gonna produce and produce abundantly, okay? You can relax because today I'm gonna reveal this secret to you. Anyone who loves plants knows how sad it is to see our plant leaves like this, ugly and burned. This right here, folks, is a pest. Just look at how sad that is. We give them our love and attention, then pests show up and start destroying these beautiful plants. Instead of blooming and looking healthy like this one here, pests come and ruin the joy of seeing our plants shining and gorgeous. I've tried everything around here until I discovered this combination, which not only gets rid of all kinds of insects and pests, but also improves our plants' health and brings them back so they can keep producing flowers, bearing fruit, and looking spectacular. Just like this, the way we like it, with lots of beautiful, healthy flowers and really lush leaves. That's what a plant we care for should have, because we put so much love and attention into it that if it doesn't bloom with beautiful flower buds, we get sad. Or if it doesn't bear fruit abundantly, the way we hope and work so hard for, we get really disappointed, don't we? Tell me, have you ever hoped to harvest fruit or flowers from your plants and ended up disappointed because of a pest attack? Everyone's been through that, right? And making this pest eliminator is really simple. You'll need 500 milliliters of water. Tap water is fine, no problem. Into the 500 milliliters of water, we're going to take apple cider vinegar, and add 1 spoonful, actually 2 spoonfuls of apple cider vinegar to our solution, mixed into the 500 milliliters of water. And now we're also going to add a very shallow spoonful, okay? It doesn't need to be a full spoonful. It should be a shallow spoonful or half a spoonful of mild dish soap. The dish soap can be any brand, but it needs to be mild. Mild dish soap is usually either clear or yellow. And now we're gonna mix it gently, really slowly, okay? The vinegar will destroy the protective layer of the pests, and the dish soap helps the solution penetrate the pests, suffocating all the insects in just a few seconds. The action is really fast, and there's no need to go overboard with the ingredients. Just follow the measurements we're giving you here in this video, and you can't go wrong. There's no risk. You probably already know that these recipes are super easy to make, but the real secret is in the proportions, so make sure to follow the right ratios. After that, just pour it here. Look, into the container you're going to use to apply the product. This is a spray bottle because we're going to apply this product, I'll show you now, on the leaves. But pay attention, okay? It's not just about applying this product and expecting your plant to recover on its own. When you apply this the way we're about to show you, it'll get rid of all kinds of pests and insects on your plant. But I'm also going to show you how to restore your plant's strength after its energy has already been drained by pests that attacked it. But first, let's learn how to use this anti-pest insecticide solution. When the weather is like this, cloudy, you can apply it to your plants. But ideally, you should prefer to apply it either late in the afternoon or early in the morning. Late afternoon is the best time. Now, using the spray bottle, you're going to spray this solution on top of the leaves and, even more importantly, underneath the leaves, folks, because that's where pests usually hide. You can apply it all over the plant. This won't harm your plant as long as it doesn't come into contact with the sun. If you apply it today, tomorrow your plant can be in the sun with no problem because the product will already have disappeared from your plant. And along with it, the pests will be gone too. It only takes a few seconds for all the pests to be dead. And now that you've gotten rid of the pests on your plant, don't think that's all there is to it. Your plants ended up like this because they're lacking some nutrient. And most people who already left the video are gonna miss the most important part. So let me congratulate you, since you're still here watching this video, because now you're gonna find out what you need to do so this doesn't happen to your plants again. So it will always stay strong, healthy, and pest-free, able to fight off pests on its own. I'm going to show you the fertilization method I use to strengthen the plant and make it produce lots of flowers, so you can even pollinate them to generate new seeds on your plant, make seedlings, so it really becomes strong, okay? To fully strengthen my plant, today I'm going to show you one of the most complete fertilizers on the market, and it's 100% organic. I'm going to reveal which fertilizer this is, so you'll be able to get it and restore any plant, even if it's weak, even if it's sick, even if you think it's about to die. This fertilizer here has all the nutrients your plant needs to strengthen its roots, strengthen its leaves, produce flowers, and even fruit plants produce more fruit with this fertilizer because it's complete. You just saw that I used only 1 spoonful of this fertilizer on this plant, and that's enough. You only need to use 1 spoonful every 30 days. This fertilizer here is very complete. Why is it complete? Because it's 4-in-1. This ready-to-use fertilizer contains castor cake, rock phosphate, bone meal, and chicken manure. That's why it's 4-in-1. It's an organic fertilizer with a low odor. You don't need to do anything. It's already ready to use. It's a source of calcium, nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, and especially organic matter, which is rich in micronutrients to make your plant stronger. It improves the soil's biology, bringing more life and nutrition. All of this in just 1 fertilizer. From what we already know about the market, it's possible that someone might try to counterfeit this product, but the original looks like this. It's a powder mixed with some little pieces that look like bits of wood, but they're not. Take a look at how it comes so you don't get fooled. If you want to get it in its original form, I'll leave the link to my website here in the description, or maybe someone can comment below where you can find this original fertilizer. If you go to the website in the description, you'll find it at wpplantas.com.br, this original one straight from the manufacturer with free shipping all over Brazil. Depending on the quantity, you can get free shipping on this product here. And it's the most complete organic fertilizer available today for use on plants, and it comes ready to use. It's a fertilizer from Max Grün. I'm not sponsored or anything. I use it, recommend it, and also sell this fertilizer through our website for people who don't have access to this product with a guarantee of authenticity in their city. After you add a spoonful of this fertilizer, you can go ahead and water your plant as usual, and this fertilizer will immediately start releasing phosphorus, potassium, magnesium, calcium, and micronutrients into your plant soil. And it will already start the restoration process. Your plant will begin to regain the energy that was drained by those pests, because when pests attack your plant, they suck out its energy and nutrients, leaving it weak. But by fertilizing with a small spoonful every 30 days, a spoonful is for small pots, okay? If you have larger pots, you can use 2 spoonfuls every 30 days, once a month. You already know my mission: to bring you tested, free, and proven tips for you to use on your plants and actually get results. Now, your mission is to help me with my mission. So leave your rating for this video down below in the comments. Let me know from 0 to 10 what score you think today's content deserves. Leave your score from 0 to 10 in the comments below. And to make sure you don't miss the next lessons we'll be sharing here on the channel, you need to be subscribed and turn on the notification bell, because that's the only way you'll be notified every time we bring new content here. So go ahead and turn on the notification bell now and share this content with someone who needs it and loves plants. This content will definitely save a lot of plants, maybe even the gardens of people all over Brazil who are struggling with pests. All the items we use in our videos, including today's video, are available through the link in the description at wplantas.com.br with shipping all over Brazil. Just check it out if you want to try and see for yourself the results you see here in our videos. I strongly recommend you watch this video that's showing up on your screen right now. It's a video I suggest you watch to binge and learn more about growing plants. A big kiss to your heart. See you in the next video, and I'll see you there. Goodbye. I'm out.
Do you have a fern that's alive, but it seems like it hasn't grown or developed for months? The problem isn't the lack of water, and it's not a lack of sunlight either. There's an invisible mistake that's holding it back beneath the soil. And today I'm going to teach you how to unlock your fern by working on your plant's soil and its roots. Come with me, because today you're really going to learn how to make your fern huge with lush green leaves, healthy, and, my friend, with vigorous growth. You water it, it doesn't grow, you fertilize it, and nothing changes. The leaves might even turn green, but it never really fills out all at once. A sprout or 2 might come out, but nothing like that gorgeous, lush fern you really want, right? I actually bought this poor little fern, which is in pretty bad shape and looking quite weak, just to tell you and explain that ferns don't stop growing because of a lack of fertilizer. They stop because their roots aren't getting enough oxygen, folks. With ferns, stagnant leaves are a sign of suffocated roots. Your fern really does need to have new shoots, vibrant leaves, always growing on your plant so it stays full and beautiful. Let's set this weak little fern aside for now and first prepare the foundation for everything. First, folks, comes the basics.
We're going to use a small pot here. This is a bowl-shaped planter. And so no one can say that the problem with this fern is lack of space. I'm going to use a small container here as long as it has plenty of holes for draining excess water because ferns don't like waterlogged soil. Then here we're going to prepare the planting base. Pay attention and follow every step. The first thing we're going to do then is put in a layer here. It can be paper towel or toilet paper, okay? You only need a small thin layer that won't clog up the drainage holes. This toilet paper will simply act as a filter so that the soil doesn't wash out when you water your plant. Now, right before adding the soil here, we are going to create a solid drainage layer using charcoal. Guys, it has to be pure charcoal. It can be the same charcoal you use for the barbecue, you see, but before you use it for grilling. Why? It can't have any salt or fat on it, i.e. it has to be pure natural charcoal. And then you'll use it to make a drainage layer, right? Which will help to absorb any excess water, prevent fungi, and keep the soil nice and light. And of course, it also prevents the little drainage holes in our pot right here in our planting bowl from getting clogged up. Without this base, there's no point in doing anything else. This right here is the foundation that works, folks. Now right here, we have a very high quality substrate. It's a light, well-draining substrate, and just by itself, it would already be great for our ferns. But here in these 2 liters of substrate, we're going to add some special ingredients that really make all the difference. You really need to pay close attention now, okay? The first ingredient for us to have total success in our planting is going to be a spoonful of this white powder here, which is free. You already have it at home and you're throwing it away. This here, folks, is crushed eggshell, nice and perfectly dry. So you're simply going to blend the eggshells you were going to throw away in the blender, but you need to blend them up until they are dry. Let them dry in the shade, and once they're dry, blend them in the blender and store them. Now look here, everyone, this is organic matter. This is pure calcium for your plant, and it will absolutely love it, i.e., especially because it will strengthen your entire plant from the roots all the way to the leaves. But what we're going to use here is just 1 spoonful in our substrate. And now we're going to enhance the soil with organic matter, but more than that, we're going to add, look, 2 full spoonfuls of this specific product here. This is also very cheap. You can even get it for free, but it's rich in essential phosphorus, calcium, potassium, manganese, and nitrogen especially, along with several other micronutrients that significantly strengthen your plants. This here, folks, is well-composted chicken manure. It can't be fresh, it has to be well-composted. Then just 2 small spoonfuls is certainly more than enough for this amount of substrate. And what we've done here now is a process of soil enrichment. We've brought real life to this soil. Here we are stimulating the microorganisms to work in favor of our plant because we have living organisms that will improve the health of the soil through oxygenation. Here, in addition to nutrients, we are providing food for the plants, food for these roots, which will absorb and transform all of this into nutrients. We mix it very thoroughly, making sure this whole solution is well blended. And if you're enjoying this video, go ahead and leave your like because it's really important for us to know if this is something you can do at home and if this video is helping you, okay? Our substrate is ready, but the secret isn't here. The real magic happens from now on. The good fertilized substrate, rich in life and biology, is already ready, and now we go back to working with our substrate. First, we're going to take our little plant, our fern, which has roots like this, even sticking out looking for oxygen. We're going to plant our fern. So what are we going to do? We're going to carefully tear this little bag and pull the roots out. I might even need to break up this root ball a little bit so it fits better in this small pot. I want to show you that it's not just the size that makes your plant grow, but the actual nutrition it gets. So we've removed the bag here. Our plant wouldn't fit in this pot. So what am I going to have to do? Well, I'm going to have to remove the excess substrate here and open up these roots. How am I going to do that? You're about to see. I'm going to bring my plant out here and do this. Give it a little scratch underneath. We're going to remove the excess substrate. There's no problem planting in a bigger pot. I'm planting in a much smaller pot here, simply to show you the critical importance of proper soil aeration and the essential nutrition that you provide to your growing plant. I'm going to show you now how to do this completely, but you can't leave before seeing all the steps, okay? I've removed, look, basically half of the root ball. Our roots are still right here. And now this root ball already fits perfectly in my pot. So let's put it in here so we can test it. See? My plant is already in the pot and it's perfectly level here. Look, right with this little line that our pot has, that our bowl has right here. So let's plant it. I'm going to carefully spread out the roots, leave them nice and lateral like this, and now I'm going to add in a quality substrate, which we just finished preparing. This substrate is already moist, okay? So I'm going to start filling it in here, covering these roots. Look, it's very simple and very easy. I just hold the leaves here so we don't bury them. And I add the substrate all around the sides. From time to time, I can tap the pot like this, see, so it settles. And then I keep filling up this pot with a substrate that's rich in biological life, natural organic matter, and nutrients. But all these nutrients here are organic, and they'll be broken down and released slowly and steadily. There will always be fertilizer for this plant thanks to the work of the microorganisms. But the real secret starts now, okay everyone? Also, if your fern has any brown, scorched, or unsightly leaves, you can carefully prune them away. I'm not going to cut its leaves here right now and show you because you already know how to do that. What I'm going to show in this video to keep it straight to the point is exactly what you need to do right now to have a fern that's full of life, big, beautiful, and healthy. We want to avoid yellowing leaves like this and instead focus on achieving green, vibrant, and abundant foliage. So just look at how our fern is already looking. And before we do the post-planting watering, what you're going to do is take a finger here, look, and put this finger next to it, press it a little, and make a small hole on the side of your pot. You'll make a hole on just one side for small pots and holes on both sides if it's a large pot, okay? Here we're only going to use one side since our pot is small, and now we're going to do the following. Take just one tablet of slow-release fertilizer, that's smart fertilizer, and you're going to put it right here in this little hole you made, and then you're going to cover up this fertilizer here. And only then should you begin to water. Because with this specific watering you're doing right now, you're already starting to slowly release the essential nutrients from the fertilizer tablet that we just finished putting in our plant. And if you're new here on the channel, if you don't follow us yet, you might be wondering what kind of fertilizer this is that we use in tablet form. This is the Daimi tablet, a specialized slow-release fertilizer Yibao. Just one of these tablets releases essential nutrients to your plants for 4, 5, or even 6 months when buried in the soil. Nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, manganese, iron, boron. It's a smart fertilizer because it prevents you from forgetting to fertilize since it releases nutrients to your plant in a controlled and consistent way. All the products we use, I always leave the link in the description. A lot of people ask, so I always leave it in the description and you can access it at the end of this video. It's this little specialized tablet right here, folks, that I always use on my foliage plants, on all the plants that are in bags or in pots. Just make a small little hole, bury the tablet deep, and then simply put it in there. From then on, every time you water the plant, it receives the nutrients released from this tablet. And look at this fern in a tiny little pot just recently transplanted and already the amount of new leaves it has. In fact, there's even a leaf opening right now. Look how cute this little leaf is, just starting to grow. There's a leaf sprouting here too, see? Because some people, we have to show them up close so they can see. It's still a very young plant, but look at all the new shoots, just how full it is and how beautiful this fern looks. Why is that, Weny? That's what people always ask me, and the secret is in this video. But after all, why do I bring this kind of content here for you guys? It's because my mission is to teach you at home how to take care of your plants in a practical way with guaranteed results and, most importantly, for free. While the content here is free, obviously, if you're in a position to and would like to support our ongoing work, you can choose to join the dedicated supporters right here on the channel. All of this is possible for free because there are people with good hearts with awareness who support our work. The link is in the description. You can support us if you want. The most important thing here is that you don't keep this information just for yourself. Don't be selfish. Share this valuable content with others. Subscribe to the channel so you can get helpful tips like this every single day. And most importantly, activate the notification bell zone. And watch this video I'm suggesting below because in this video, you'll find brand new and very useful information to help you successfully grow your plants. A big kiss to your heart and I'll see you in the next video. Bye! Nursery owners and fruit plant sellers are gonna hate me after this video. If you've ever tried to root a branch like this one here, a pomegranate branch I have, or even guava, lemon, orange, jabuticaba, or patanga, but your branch dried out, wilted, or even rotted, know that the mistake might be right here. A lot of people take a branch from the fruit tree they want. This one here, for example, is from a jabuticaba tree. Then they go cut the branch, grab a little pot with soil, stick the branch into the pot, and hope it will grow roots. But that's not how it works. And I'm going to explain why and how it really works. And today, I'm going to teach you this step-by-step process that if you follow it, you'll have seedlings like this. Jabutica, patanga, lemon, orange, all kinds of fruit trees rooted from a branch. But not in the way you see on the internet, because that only works online. In real life, it doesn't work. What you'll see are seedlings like this. Look, really well rooted, see? With plenty of roots and really well established. Just look at how beautiful and green these leaves are. This is from a seedling you can make yourself at home. And then, once your seedling takes root, you can transplant it, completely full of roots to wherever you want. Check out how healthy and abundant the roots are on a plant that's been rooted the right way. And this here, folks, isn't just any seedling, it's a jabuticaba seedling, you know? And just look at how healthy this trunk is. Take a look at all these roots. I don't really like disturbing the roots of the jabuticaba, but just so you know, this isn't just some random internet video, I need to show you. Just look at how many roots we have on a jabuticaba that's been rooted here. See? In a simple way. What I'm about to show you today is exactly the secret that nursery owners and plant growers don't want you to know. But here, we show you the real deal. We practice, test, and prove it, and then bring you the truth so you can do it yourself at home, try it out, approve it, and have your own seedlings like this, see? It can be in a small pot, it can be in a big pot, because if you do it the way I'm showing you here, even small and young seedlings that aren't planted in the ground will produce, and they'll produce abundantly. Follow these step-by-step instructions, try it at home, and then let me know the results of what I'm about to show you. So let's get straight to the point. And the first step, folks, is choosing the branches you're going to use for rooting. I always like to use branches from plants that are already producing or have already produced. Take a look at this acerola tree, already with its little fruits. So if it's acerola, you should take branches from a plant that's already producing. If it's guava, take them from a plant that's already producing, that's already productive, whether it has fruit on it at the moment or not. The important thing is that the branch is already mature and from a producing plant. If it's a Tahiti lime, like the one I'm about to show you how to root, take it from a tree that's already producing. If it's pomegranate, like this one here, also take it from a tree that's already producing fruit. And the important thing about taking a branch from a plant that's already productive is that you're rooting a branch from a plant that has already proven itself. Another very important detail is the thickness of the branch you're collecting to root. The ideal branches are those that are about as thick, folks, as a regular school pencil you have at home, up to about the thickness of a finger. Between the thickness of a pencil and a finger is the ideal scenario for successful rooting, because really thin branches like these dry out too quickly, and branches that are too thick can take longer to respond to rooting. So the ideal scenario is to find a firm, healthy branch with no signs of disease, so you get better results and don't waste time trying to root a branch that just won't root. Now we're going to prepare this branch. You're going to remove all the excess leaves from this branch. What I usually do is leave about 2 or 3 leaves cut in half. See here, look, I can even cut half of the top leaf. I'm just going to leave a small piece of leaf so the plant can still photosynthesize and recognize that it's still alive. Also, if the plant has any fruit, you can remove it, okay? Because it will produce new fruit. We're going to remove these leaves here, cut part of them, and take off the fruit, leaving just 2 little leaves. I'm going to do this with all the cuttings I have here to root and show you guys. We're going to leave 2 little leaves at the top, right at the tip, but only half of each. These branches don't have roots yet. We're going to root all of them. And if we leave too many leaves and fruit on this plant, our branch will lose a lot of water really quickly, meaning it'll wilt before it can root. This is a mistake a lot of people make when trying to root branches from fruit plants and even some foliage plants. What we're going to do is direct all the energy from our branches to creating roots at the base, not to supporting leaves and fruit. That's why we do this cleaning up. You shouldn't leave this video from now on, because now I'm going to show you exactly the secret that the growers use. Now comes the professional part that changes the outcome and makes growers' plants root quickly and easily, while yours don't. Your tools might look clean, but whenever you're working on rooting your plants, clean all your tools with alcohol. Now, folks, here come the professional secrets. Don't leave this video. If you want to get roots like this on a little branch, check this out. This one here is pomegranate. A lot of people have trouble rooting pomegranate. If you want your cuttings to root successfully, from now on, you'll see that there are a lot of things you don't hear about, but growers do them, and that's what guarantees results. Look, take your little branches one by one, measure about a finger's width from the base, and what are you going to do? You're going to scrape the base of these little branches, folks. Look, there's even a little bud here, a tiny sprouting bud. I'm not going to remove it, no. I'm going to scrape around it, this protective layer here, which is the bark of the branch. And for all the little branches you're going to root, you need to remove this protective layer until you reach the white part. See? There's a part that's still a little green. You should also remove this green part until you reach the white part of the branch. The green part also needs to be removed. Both the top green layer, the main protective layer, and the second protective layer, so that you get all the way to the white part of the branch. This is what increases the contact area between the branch and our rooting medium, with the soil and also with the little secret I'm going to teach you in this video, the one that producers use but don't tell you about, and it's what actually makes rooting happen. See how simple it is? See this here? It's a small piece at the base of the branch, the part that goes directly into the substrate. While I'm finishing scraping these other branches here, I want you to comment below where you're watching from. We love getting to know the people who come to our channel, getting to know you, and also finding out how far our videos are reaching, whether these tips are helping people nearby, far away, or even in other countries. So leave a comment below and tell us where you're watching us from. Oh, and besides, I also want to know if you're already subscribed to the channel or if you're just arriving and are about to subscribe now. Comment below and let me know if you're already part of the crew or if you're new around here. And now is when nursery owners and plant sellers are gonna hate me. With our little branches ready, we're gonna prepare a homemade solution. Grab a container from your kitchen and add a little bit of water. This water, folks, needs to be chlorine-free for better results. Ideally, you should use rainwater. If you don't have easy access to rainwater, just use tap water and let it sit for 24 hours so the chlorine can evaporate. Now we're gonna add a powerful little powder that you already have at home, but you don't know how powerful it is. It's just a tiny bit. Look, just the tip of the smallest spoon you have at home of this powder. I'm about to tell you what this powder is, but I know you all love figuring out what we use in these videos. Before I reveal what it is, comment down below what you think this powder is that we use to boost branch rooting. I just want to see if you can guess it. You're gonna add just a little bit here in the water and mix it really well. Let's make sure this is nice and uniform. A lot of people might not know this, but this is actually one of the most important steps in rooting. Because when the branch is about to root, it's very vulnerable to fungi and bacteria that cause diseases. And this solution we're adding here is precisely the essential element that helps protect our branch against fungi and bacteria. That's why so often your branch begins to dry out, wilts, or turns black. It's because it's completely lacking this vital layer of protection. If you do this the way I'm showing you here and follow the next steps, you won't believe the amazing results you'll get. After mixing it well, the color of the water changes, and that's when we know we can start putting the branches in here. Then you'll place the base of the branch down, see, and set it right here in our solution. Just like that. Super easy. And leave it for only 10 minutes. That's enough. You don't need to leave it in all day, okay, folks? Just 10 minutes is enough to solve your problem with fungi and bacteria that ruin branch rooting. And the craziest thing about this little rooting system I'm showing you today is that you don't even spend a single cent. This stuff, folks, you already have at home. You don't need to buy anything. And you use just a tiny bag. It doesn't cost a thing. While our branches are resting for those 10 minutes, I'm already getting the planting containers ready. I'm just going to use plastic cups because you probably have those at home. And you'll see you don't need a pot or a planting bag. If you have plastic cups there, the important thing is that they have drainage holes at the bottom. See? All the little cups we're going to use have drainage holes, so the excess water can drain out through these holes here and not build up too much moisture. Now we're going to fill these little pots with substrate, folks. But the important thing about this substrate is that it should preferably be sterile, without any fungi or bacteria. So I like to use high-quality substrates for rooting. Ones where you know where they come from and that are really good. We're going to fill these little cups with this quality substrate so you don't lose all your hard work because of a substrate or regular soil that's full of fungi and bacteria. You need to keep in mind that these little branches are going to grow roots that are like babies. These little branches don't even have any immunity yet. That's why the quality of the substrate needs to be good. That's also why we're going to do another protection step that I'll show you later. What you need to understand is, if there's contamination here, these little branches are still sensitive and will grow roots that are like babies. They don't have any immunity to fight off fungus, bacteria, or disease. No way. The important thing is that you use a good, high-quality substrate for rooting. That way, you don't waste time trying to root branches that might take 15, 30, or even up to 60 days to root, and end up losing everything just because you chose a contaminated substrate. So what you need to know is that you shouldn't use backyard soil or dirt from a lot when rooting branches. Use a good substrate for rooting, and then you can prepare your own soil once the roots are mature, healthy, and strong. Now, here comes the biggest secret for rooting that nobody tells you. Guys, this right here is aloe vera. You probably have it at home, or a neighbor does. Sometimes you can even find this growing in empty lots around. This aloe vera here, I took from a plant I have at home. You're gonna cut it, let that yellowish liquid drain out, and it's the gel inside that we're gonna use. Take your branch that has been resting in that solution for 10 minutes and stick the base of the branch into the aloe vera. You're basically gonna poke the gel part of the aloe vera with this little branch here, see? Twist it around really well so it gets completely covered with the aloe vera gel. And only then are you gonna plant it in its permanent final container, which is this specific plastic cup filled with fresh growing substrate. And you're gonna do this with all the little branches you've prepared for planting. Now we have our acerola branch here. Coat it well with the aloe vera. You can dip the whole cut part in, get plenty of gel on it, and then plant it. Why do we do this here? Why do nurseries use aloe vera like this to increase the success rate of rooting branches you're trying to root? Aloe vera helps promote rooting, keeps the cutting hydrated, and also protects the branch. Everyone knows that aloe vera is rich in nutrients and amino acids, and this gel acts as a protective layer for the peeled surface of the branch. So when you use aloe vera, you end up greatly increasing the success rate of rooting and protecting the branch you're planting. And aloe vera, as you know, is something you can get really easily. And this technique isn't something new. It's not just me testing it out and bringing it to you. Someone taught me, and I'm passing on an age-old technique. This has been used for rooting branches for a long time, folks. Many years ago, people were already using aloe vera to propagate plants, even those that are hard to root. You just take a little piece of aloe vera like this, everyone has them at home, and if not, a neighbor definitely does. And there's more, but before we go on, I'm going to reveal what that powder is. I even want to know if you guessed what powder we used in the water to give the branches extra protection. This right here, folks, you already have at home. It's super easy to get, and it's ground cinnamon. Ground cinnamon is extremely beneficial against fungi, bacteria, diseases, and it helps protect your branch. When you use cinnamon in the water, let the branch soak thoroughly and then apply fresh aloe vera. You're giving your branch to the substrate for rooting in a much more protected way, and it is already well hydrated to start the rooting process. So did you guess that this powder here was cinnamon? I'll to see who got it right. I'll be checking the comments. But don't throw out the water you put the cinnamon in. We kept it because we're going to pour it into a container here and reuse it as another source of hydration and protection. You're going to use this cinnamon water to do a little bit of this first watering. See? You'll water all the pots, giving them a drink of the cinnamon water for protection and to help these little plants take root better. But this is just for the first watering, okay, folks? For the next waterings, you'll use regular water, preferably without chlorine, and you'll keep these cuttings well hydrated at all times until they root. So now we add a little bit of the solution to each of these pots, these cups, to help with rooting. I'm going to finish this watering now with our watering can, just regular water, okay? You should water until all the soil is moist, until the excess moisture starts to drain out the bottom of the cups. Because if you only water the surface, there won't be enough moisture for the cuttings to root. And now comes the detail that causes a lot of these cuttings not to reach this stage of rooting, like this pomegranate or this jabuticaba here. Because after doing this process, you shouldn't leave your cutting out in the sun. You should put this cutting in a well-lit place, but without direct sunlight on its leaves, because if you put your cuttings in direct sun, there's a high chance they won't make it. They won't retain moisture, they'll get too stressed, and they won't take root. Cuttings without roots can't handle strong sunlight. In strong sun, they simply dry out before they even have a chance to root. That's why so many people get it wrong. But NA, where should I put my cutting? Guys, I put it somewhere. Well lit, bright enough, but without direct sunlight. A great spot, for example, is under another plant. If you have a plant with a dense canopy, put your cutting, the one that's rooting, close to that plant. Whatever you water, you'll be watering both plants at once, and there won't be any direct sunlight because the bigger plant's leaves will protect it. If you follow all these steps, there's no way it can go wrong. The only way it can go wrong from here is if it lacks moisture. You can't let it dry out, not even a little bit. Every day, you should check if the soil is moist. If it's not, if it's drying out, water it again. and don't let it lock moisture. If it doesn't take root, it's because it didn't have enough moisture. You should always keep it moist and hydrated. If you provide protection, hydration, and stability for these little branches, there's no way it can go wrong. But now, pay close attention to the timing. In the first few days, it might seem like nothing is happening, and that's totally normal. Don't worry, because it first needs to stay alive, heal, and only then does the rooting process start inside. And with many plants, rooting happens within the first 30 days. It's already rooted by then. Some plants take longer, 60, 90 days. Check out this grape seedling grown from a cutim. In just a few days, it already started putting out new leaves, turned a vibrant, shiny green, and look, there are even roots coming out the sides. So this same process works for any kind of fruit tree you have at home. I like using transparent pots so I don't make a mistake that a lot of people do, which is pulling on the little branch to check if it has roots or not. When the pot is transparent, you can already see the roots growing abundantly. And only then should you transplant it into the ground or a bigger space, but only after you see plenty of roots. If there are just a few roots, it's not ideal to transplant yet. The seedling needs to be strong and well rooted, like this, with roots already visible at the bottom. That's when you can transplant your seedling into a container with richer, freshly fertilized soil. I never do it with just a few little branches, with 4 little branches like I showed in this video. I always do it with a bunch of branches all at once. So here's another tip. Never do it with just 1, 2, 3, or 4 little branches, because some plants root faster and others take longer. And some might not make it. If there's any contamination or a lack of moisture, some of these seedlings might fail. Even though, if you follow this method exactly, it's almost 100% success for rooting. But since it's your first time doing this and you don't have a proven method in your environment yet, the most effective approach you can take is to make several cuttings, so you have a much higher chance of overall success. Do you know why my plants bloom so much and even bear fruit in pots, like this Jabuticaba tree I have already shown you before? The reason is very simple, but before I tell you, I need to invite you to subscribe to the channel for tips on plants, foliage, flowers, fruits, how to root and propagate cuttings, and how to get them to produce flowers and fruit. For all that, you need to subscribe and turn on the notification bell, because that's the only way you won't miss the next videos. Even more important than that is sharing this content with people who love plants. A lot of people want their plants to thrive, to produce, to look beautiful, but they don't have access to this information. And all of this is free, thanks to the folks who support our project. And if our tips are helping you, consider becoming a channel member by clicking the little button down below, because that's what will help us keep this work going and provide even more information every day so you can have healthier, more beautiful, and more productive plants at home. And the biggest secret to getting your plants to produce quickly, whether in pots or anywhere else, is to make cuttings from branches taken from plants that are already productive and have already shown results. That way, you're replicating genetics that have already proven successful and produce quality fruit. It's proven genetics. I'll leave a link below to the products we use as fertilizer and pest control agents, so you can take care of your plants with the same products we use here. And most importantly, watch this video I'm leaving here on the side because it has already helped thousands of people and it will help you too. Click on it, watch it, a kiss to your heart. I went. It might sound crazy, but a lot of people are asking me to stop teaching these things here. Imagine you want to root a branch and it just won't take root. It rots, dries out, and doesn't take. Now, have you ever thought about being able to root any fig branch, even hydrangeas, which are really hard, pomegranate branches, which is an amazing fruit, or even purple guava, which is becoming really popular? Check out this incredible rooting result with your own eyes. Take a look at this, folks. I'm going to show you here how to root a purple guava from a branch. If you want your plants to grow roots from branches, use this step-by-step method I'm about to teach you, but follow it exactly, because if you mess up any step, it won't work. You need to apply all the tips I'm going to share in this video, and you'll be able to root all kinds of plants. It works for flowering plants, it also works for fruit trees, Jabuticaba, pomegranate, fig, purple guava, red guava, white guava, even hydrangeas, which are really hard to root, will root from cuttings if you use this method. And we're going to get straight to the point. I have here a branch that I'm going to root. This branch here is from a Suriname cherry tree. It's a delicious fruit tree, and a lot of people have trouble rooting this plant. I'm going to need to make a few cuts on this branch, so I'm going to sterilize my tool here with alcohol. Whenever you're going to prune or make any kind of cut or incision on your plants, sterilize with alcohol, and that way you avoid any kind of contamination. Now, regarding the branch, a very important detail, the branches, folks, that you're going to root, they need to have a specific thickness, which is approximately the width and thickness of a regular school pencil up to, at most, the thickness of a finger. These are the branches that are easiest to root. I'm going to prune off this whole top part here. See? Because we don't need a branch this size for rooting. We're only going to use this bottom part here, which is about 15 to 20 centimeters long. Now, on this bottom part of the branch, I'm going to make a diagonal cut, like this. See how it was cut straight across, and now I'm cutting it at an angle? That's exactly to increase the contact of this white part with the rooting stimulant we're going to use in this video. Here I have a knife, which also needs to be cleaned with alcohol, and I'm going to do a little cleaning here, okay, folks? At the base of this branch, I'm going to remove about 5 centimeters of bark from the base of this branch. Look how simple it is to do this. You're going to clean this part of the bark until it's white here, see? Remove the brown part, remove the green part, and leave it just like this, just this little white part. After finishing the detail at the base, we'll move on to the detail at the top. Ideally, folks, you shouldn't remove all the leaves from the top of your plant. From the branch you're going to root, you can leave 1 or 2 leaves. You can even cut them in half, like this, leaving just a little green part so the plant understands it's still alive and keeps the sap flowing in the branch we're going to root. Now pay close attention, because from here on out, you'll start to understand the secrets that most plant growers don't tell you. And this right here is one of those secrets. I have here an aloe vera leaf. I'm even going to cut off this part here, see, of the aloe vera, because it's already a little dry. Why is that, folks? Aloe vera, as soon as you cut the leaf from the plant, it comes with a little yellow liquid. And that yellow liquid isn't what we want. What we want is this gel from the inside part of the aloe vera leaf. And I only need a small piece of the leaf. This gel here will work as a moisturizer, an antifungal, an antibacterial, and will help protect us against diseases. I'm going to take this part that I cleaned from the branch and put it here, look, inside the aloe vera. I'm going to swirl it around in here and get as much gel as possible. See? You can really use a lot of gel. Aloe vera is something everyone has access to. It's very easy to find. Your neighbor probably has it if you don't. And guys, with just one leaf, you can do a lot of propagations. And you're going to coat all of this with this gel that's packed with nutrients, which is really good for us and gives amazing hydration and protection to this branch cutting. It replaces a lot of expensive products that you sometimes have to buy to do this rooting process. Now, for this next part, we're going to need a potato. It can be a small potato, preferably a regular white potato, okay? The kind you already have at home. Now, we're going to need a container with holes in it. It can be a plastic cup with holes in the bottom, a planting pot full of little holes, or even a planting bag. It doesn't matter. The container doesn't have to be new. It can be used. The important thing is that it has drainage holes. And one of the biggest mistakes people make when rooting cuttings or seedlings is doing everything else right, but using the wrong substrate. The substrate needs to be suitable for rooting. Here, we use Carolina soil substrate, and it has given us great results. So we're going to put a small amount of substrate at the bottom of our pot here, like this. I'm not going to fill the pot yet. I'm just going to put this bottom part here, the substrate, less than half of the pot. Now comes the interesting part. You're going to pick a potato that's nice and firm, with no soft spots, no unpleasant smell, and absolutely no rot. It needs to be really healthy. Then you're going to take a little stick, a screwdriver, whatever you have handy, to do the following. You're going to make a hole in this potato, right in the center here, like this. Make a small hole, and it doesn't need to be any bigger than the thickness of the branch you're going to plant, our little planting branch. That's all. It needs to be about the same size as the thickness of the branch we're going to plant, because we're going to fit this branch in here and it can't be loose. It needs to be firm. Look how this turned out. The little branch you fit in doesn't need to go through that peeled part of the branch. This little part here will stay completely inside the potato. After putting this branch inside the potato, I'm going to apply a fungicide here, right on top of the potato. You can use sulfur or any fungicide you have there. This is just to reinforce the safety of our branch. And now you're going to place the potato in the middle of the little pot you prepared and finish filling it up with this planting substrate. Ideally, it should be a sterile, clean, and disinfected substrate. This substrate that I recommend to you, I'll even leave it somewhere in this video, already has the ideal properties for rooting. And now we're going to cover the potato here with substrate that's specifically for rooting plants. And the coolest thing of all, folks, is that I'm going to explain to you now why this potato works so well for rooting cuttings, stems, and little branches. Most of the branches you lose out there, it's because they lose moisture. They don't take root because they can't hold on to moisture long enough to develop roots. And the potato that we put here acts like a humidity chamber for our roots. With it, this little branch will keep enough moisture for rooting. But if you use the potato to stimulate rooting and hydrate the cutting, but you water the substrate incorrectly or use the wrong substrate, the potato will rot, and so will your branch. So the watering needs to be done correctly, and I'm going to teach you how in this video. After you plant, you need to water it, but don't turn this substrate, this pot, into a container full of mud, okay? If water starts coming out the bottom, that's a sign your pot has good drainage. Then you'll moisten all of this substrate with the first watering. You're going to water it thoroughly, but then you'll wait for the soil to get a bit drier before watering again. You don't need to keep this soil soaked for your plant to take root. After the first watering, you can even gently press the sides a bit to stabilize the branch. And then you finish watering. But it's really important for rooting that when you water, the water quickly drains out through the holes in the pot, because that's the sign that it won't turn into mud and your pot won't get waterlogged during the rooting process. And another thing, the tuber that's inside here already retains moisture, so you don't need to leave this substrate soaked. You'll only water again when this substrate, to the touch, feels like it's starting to dry out. If it's still moist, that's great. You don't need to water again. Now, if it's starting to dry, that's the time to water and keep your plant's moisture up. So with this rooting method I'm teaching you here, you don't need to water every day. No, if the substrate is good, watering every other day is enough because of the moisture provided by the tuber inside. One more very important thing you can't do with this container here is the following. But before I tell you, I want you to comment below where you're watching from, your city, your state, your country, so we can see how far this content is reaching. And one very important thing you shouldn't do during this rooting process is to do all this and then put your plant in direct sunlight, because this plant doesn't have roots yet and dehydrates very easily. So it needs a well-lit, well-ventilated environment with plenty of light, but indirect light. A place that's bright, but where the sun doesn't shine directly on this container. Especially in the first few days when it doesn't have any roots yet, so it can't absorb moisture. It can only retain the moisture that's already in this little stem here. Now, not putting it in direct sunlight doesn't mean keeping it in the dark, okay? If you keep it in the dark, this will get moldy and rot too, because there's no light and no ventilation. So it needs to be in a bright environment, folks. If you have it at home, you can also use that well-known rooting hormone, because it'll speed up the results of this process here. And the coolest thing about this process is that you start seeing results really quickly. In some cases, in just 7 days, these little green buds start to appear. See? Many plants don't even lose the green color of the leaves that were left on them. By staying hydrated, they manage to keep that moisture around the plant inside the branch. There's the natural movement of sap, and in just a few days, it'll start putting out new leaves, just like this fig tree we rooted here from a little branch. A lot of times, our curiosity ruins the process. If new leaves start coming out, don't go pulling on the branch. Keep it steady until it's fully rooted. Then yes, you can transplant your plant to another container. But wait for the process to finish and for the roots to be healthy and strong, so only then should you pull the branch. See, the plant is already rooted. At that point, it won't come loose, it'll be firm. There are 3 signs of rooting. The first one is a firm branch. If you also find a green tip, that's another sign. Live leaves, and even, folks, a 4th sign, which is new shoots. If new shoots are appearing, that's a sign that rooting is going really well. Just keep watering as usual, and soon you'll be able to transplant this plant, and it'll become a productive one, with flowers, fruits, lots of new shoots, and healthy growth. One more thing you absolutely shouldn't do is leave this video, take this information, and not share it with someone who loves plants. Don't be selfish. Share this content with someone you care about, with whoever came to your mind just now. Even more important, subscribe to the channel and turn on the notification bell, because that's the only way you won't miss the next videos with tips like this one. Consider supporting this project by clicking on Join if you like this kind of content and want us to keep bringing you this information. The button's down here, and I'll also leave a suggested video for you to binge watch our channel. This video right here has helped thousands of people, and it's going to help you too. A kiss to your heart, and see you next time.
It may sound strange, but if you have just a spoonful of this at home, you'll have so much fruit, that you won't be able to eat all the fruit that will grow. You'll have to sell them, give them away, or do something else with them. Today, I'm going to teach you a very simple recipe that you can use at home to get amazing results just like this. Look at this. It's still a small seedling. This is a mulberry seedling already loaded with fruit. It will ripen these fruits here unless I remove them no matter what. And this plant here is a seedling made from a plant where we use the miracle powder. It might even seem like an advertisement, but this really isn't an ad, okay? It's because it really works, and I'm going to show you the results and how it's used. To get my mulberry to produce in a pot, we're going to start with the pot. First, it needs to have plenty of holes, okay? Water needs to flow through here abundantly. And now we're going to carefully prepare this ceramic pot for planting by using some ordinary toilet paper, see? I'm going to take just a little bit of this soft toilet paper right here and sort of roll it up into a small bundle so I can put it exactly where? Right down at the very bottom of the pot to cover the hole. I'm basically going to cover the holes I have here with this toilet paper. But it's not to block the holes, okay? You should use just a little bit of toilet paper. What I want to do here is just create a protective layer that will hold the substrate, that will keep the residue inside my pot and won't let it come out through the holes except for the watering water and liquid substances. With the protection already in place, we move on to the next step, which is to make a solid layer. Here I'm using construction gravel, but you can use any variety of small stones or pebbles. You can use small pieces of wooden branches or any kind of material that's sufficiently solid and sturdy to make a drainage layer, which is this specific second step in the process here. In addition to promoting water drainage and acting as a kind of filter for the water before it reaches the holes in the pot, it also prevents the planting soil, which we will place on top of this material here, the construction stones, the gravel, from clogging. Now we are going to add the planting soil. Let's start by adding just a little bit of soil at first. This soil needs to be well draining, rich in organic matter, and it must provide oxygenation for the roots. I recommend that you use about 15% coarse construction sand in the planting soil. We've added a thin layer of planting soil, okay? This is high quality soil with good drainage. The water really flows through here. But we only put a little. Why is that? Now we're going to start measuring, see, our plant, the height we want it to be. The height we've chosen can actually be a little lower. So I'm going to open it up a bit here, see, and it's going to stay at this height. I'll even show you better here. Look how it's going to be, see? It's still inside the bag here, loaded with fruits ready to open. I'm going to leave these fruits here, okay? I won't remove them because I'll show you the amazing results in the next videos. I have the measurement, so now I'm removing this bag. Since it's a new seedling, I don't need to cut the bottom part. I'm going to take it out here, see, all at once. You can see that even the soil in this seedling, in this bag, is soil that hasn't turned into a clump, right? It hasn't compacted. So it's good quality soil, and it hasn't been planted for long, but it already has plenty of roots. Look how wonderful that is. I'm going to remove the plastic and position this plant in the hole here, see? And now I'm going to add a little more soil. However, I'm not going to fill it up just yet, because before we get to that, we have a wonderful secret to share with you for harvesting lots of fruit at home from your own fruit trees. It can be whether they are planted directly in the ground or in a pot. It doesn't matter where your fruit trees are growing. If you follow this method, you'll harvest a lot of fruit, you see? Let's add just a little more soil right now, but keep in mind this isn't the final amount we're going to leave in the pot permanently. We're just going to put a little soil here for the moment to help us properly position our fruit tree. It doesn't matter what kind of fruit you're planting today, you should do it this way, okay? Because right now, I'm going to show you how to add this to your plant in a very simple and easy way. And it's just 1 spoonful, okay? Small spoonful, you're going to put it here around your plant. See here, look.
That's all you need to do. This fertilizer here is rich in phosphorus, rich in potassium, and in micro and macronutrients. It has nitrogen in a smaller amount because fruit trees don't need much nitrogen at this stage. It will simply produce sweeter fruits in greater abundance with larger, healthier fruits that are more resistant to any pest attacks. Okay? But you can't use too much. What you're going to use for a pot this size here, with approximately 8 to 10 liters, just one spoonful is enough for this fertilization. But after you fertilize, you need to take care and manage it in a way that I'm going to explain in this video. Now let's finish covering up all of this fertilizer, and then we can actually go ahead and plant our young fruit tree. This is really great for those of you who don't have much space at home and want to have a fruit tree. You can cultivate and grow it just like this, by carefully planting it in a pot. With the right fertilization, it produces abundantly and grows a lot. If you don't prune it, it gets big. If you do prune it, it stays smaller and still produces, as long as it has the right nutrients for you to add to your plant so it can yield this many fruits here. Look at this, how wonderful. Can you imagine if all of this ripens on a tree this size? That's a lot. Just imagine when this tree grows, what a natural treasure we'll have here at home. This fertilizer is really good because it's complete for fruit trees. If you have a fruit tree that has produced once but not with good quality, or if it produced once and never again, try applying this product here every 30 days. That's the secret. You need to apply it consistently. You saw that you use very little. It's just one spoonful to fertilize an entire pot every 30 days. That's it. But you need to do it every single 30 days because the results when you apply it consistently are absolutely incredible. They're wonderful. Even the seedlings come out remarkably strong and highly productive, just like you're seeing here and as you always see here on our channel. Did you know this fertilization isn't finished yet? The worst part is that now is the main moment, is the most important part, and most people have already left this video, gone to watch another video, whether it's ours or from another channel, it doesn't matter, but they're going to miss the most important part, which is watering after planting. This first watering needs to be very generous and thorough. It is the very first watering for this plant in its new habitat. All of the roots here will need to be reached by this hydration and fertilization. And this watering needs to be done until water comes out of the holes at the bottom of this pot, because if no water comes out down there, it means the substrate hasn't been completely watered. There are parts of this pot, of this soil, that don't have water, and that can't happen. Look, it's already started to leak down below, so we can stop watering here. Guys, before I forget, this here is the fertilizer. Look, Forte Frutas, a mixed mineral fertilizer. It's for growth, flowering, and fruiting. It has NPK plus 9 micronutrients. Look how wonderful that is. This fertilizer here is from Forte, specifically Forte Frutas. It's really good for helping fruit plants produce fruit. NPK only has the macronutrients, which are nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. Not here. In this case, we have both these macronutrients along with micronutrients for our plant. So it's much more complete for fruit production. This is the fertilizer you'll use. Just one small spoonful for your fruit plant in a pot. If it's in the ground, you can use up to 2 spoonfuls. Oh, and you don't just have to take my word for it. You can look it up, or better yet, try applying this product at home. This product is easy to find because everyone likes to use it on fruit plants, and let me know your results in the comments. But please don't forget to subscribe to this channel so you can easily come back here later and share your personal results with us. Now, all of your problems with the lack of fruit are simply over for good. Just do it and you will start reaping amazing results at home, in your orchard, or even in your small pots. It took me years to gain knowledge of these practices, and I take great pleasure in sharing them for free here on our channel. Now you need to subscribe if you want more content like this. I have other valuable information that I want to share here on the channel. So subscribe and turn on the notification bell so you don't miss the next videos. I'll stop here, but I'll leave a suggested video for you to binge watch our channel.
And don't be selfish, share this video with those who need it. They'll thank you, I'm sure of it. A kiss to your heart. I'm out.
Now just take a good look at all this water right here. This just looks like dirty water, right? Like something you'd throw away. But if you put just one spoonful of this on any plant, it starts bursting with vibrant new leaves, Aikao. Look, even these ferns absolutely love this fertilizer here. This is a powerful fertilizer you can easily make at home to get beautiful new growth on all your plants. Ferns, foliage plants, and even other types of plants love this fertilizer because it's natural, homemade, and extremely rich in nutrients. And the craziest thing is that almost no one knows how to use this the right way. A lot of people who try to use it end up burning their plants or see no results at all. You don't need to worry because you follow Plantas, and today I'm going to reveal the complete recipe that specialist nurseries use to get very beautiful new growth on ferns, even on new ones. Even small seedlings start to grow leaves very quickly. It might look like video editing, but no, it's real, okay guys? The leaves are really healthy and large, and they grow very quickly as long as they have the right nutrients. This is the secret gardening recipe that transforms any weak, stagnant, or stunted fern into a lush, large fern with vivid green leaves that will immediately capture the attention of anyone who visits your home. Let me ask you something. How many times have you put your fern in a nice spot, watered it just right, and even fertilized it, but then it just stopped growing, didn't produce any new leaves, and became sparse, weak, or even started turning yellow? You can be sure that I know exactly what you're going through, how frustrating it is to have a plant that lacks fullness, that doesn't shine, that stays sparse, turns yellow, has no strength, doesn't grow, and doesn't sprout new leaves. Look, it's really sad, isn't it? You've probably gone through this, or going through it now, or at least know someone who is. You don't have leaves like this on your ferns, or maybe you don't have beautiful leaves and flowers on any of the plants you have at home. But when I figured out what was going on, I realized it wasn't a small pot, it wasn't lack of water, it wasn't lack of light, it wasn't any of those usual things. It was simply the lack of the right nutrients for my plant. And then after I learned, just look at how beautiful things turned out. Brand new little sprouts, look at that, with really fresh growth and a vibrant green that's a pleasure to see. And that's why today I'm going to show you. I already have the fertilizer ready here, but I'm going to make it again so you can learn. The specialized fertilizer that activates rapid growth in your plant, the key ingredient that unlocks the roots, the exact proportion so you don't burn your plant when you should apply it, how to use this fertilizer, even on other plants you have at home for growth, development, new leaves, and most importantly, true overall health for your entire plant. But you'll have to watch step by step until the end. Because the most important part, the one that makes your fern or any other plant grow 3 times faster, I'm only going to reveal at the end of this video. That's because you need to understand the entire process so you don't make mistakes and then say that this fertilizer doesn't work. You'll have to watch until the end, but you'll thank me later. I promise. It'll be quick. All ferns and large-leafed plants like these consume a lot of nitrogen. But what nobody tells you is that without organic matter, they stop growing. Without microorganisms in the soil, they can't absorb nutrients, and with poor soil, they wilt and their leaves fall off or even turn yellow, which is even worse, right? But this fertilizer here, which is what I use and will teach you how to apply today to prepare at home, will provide everything your plants need. Not just for ferns, but for any type of plant with leaves. This is a fermented organic fertilizer. It's not just a fertilizer, it's a bioactivator. Do you know what that means? When you put this into the soil, it wakes up the beneficial microorganisms that were lying dormant in your plant's soil. These microorganisms literally break down the nutrients and deliver them to the plant in a way that allows it to absorb them much, much faster than ever before. It's like giving pre-digested food to the plant. Not only does it eat more, but it also grows more. And this here is bokashi, one of the most widely used organic fertilizers for plants and the most recommended by specialists. Now, chicken manure. This is the growth turbo, rich in natural nitrogen, phosphorus, and potassium. But here's the detail where a lot of people go wrong. This fertilizer here can't be used raw and fresh, nor can it be used in large quantities because it's very strong. It needs to be well composted, light, odorless, and used in the right amount. And yes, it will have a great effect because do you know the difference between poison and medicine? It's the dose, it's the quantity. And I'm going to give you this exact measurement today here in this video so you can try it out and then comment below with your amazing results. Now let's get to the preparation. In 1 liter of chlorine-free water, in other words, if the water is regular tap water, let it sit for 24 hours until the chlorine evaporates. I'm going to show you how to make 1 liter of this fertilizer. If you want to make larger quantities, just double the recipe. You can make 1, 2, 3 batches, it doesn't matter. The principle is the same. Now you're going to add the bokashi. And look, pay close attention to the amount, okay? I'm going to add here, look, 1 spoonful, 2 spoonfuls of bokashi for 1 liter of fertilizer. Ideally, you should use the same pure bokashi that we have here in the nursery. I always leave the link in the video description, but watch the video until the end because all the ingredients we use here in the nursery will be listed there in the description. Now we're going to add just 1 small spoonful of aged chicken manure. Light, dry, without a strong smell, and if it stinks, don't use it, okay? It's still fresh and can harm your plant. It needs to be like this, see, really dry. Then you'll go ahead and add 1 small spoonful for this amount of fertilizer that we're making. Now we mix it all together, stirring everything very well, and here's a secret. You shouldn't use this right after you've prepared it, okay? If you apply it to your plant right after mixing, it won't work as well, and you won't get as much of a result as if you let this mixture rest for 24 hours. You can even let it rest for up to 48 hours, but after 24 hours, the nutrients have already been released. That's why I already have one here, see, ready to go. Look at the difference in color, see? Here we have the fertilizer prepared and ready for use after letting it rest for 24 hours. And that's why I already have it ready here so I can begin applying it directly to my plants and show you the correct way to apply it. So pay attention. Always let this solution rest for 24 hours before applying it to your plants. You know what's craziest about all this, guys? Look, I'm gonna give it a stir here, okay? Just to mix it up again because it's been resting for quite a while and you should do the same. But as I was saying, the craziest thing is that most people have already left this video, and now when we're at one of the most important parts, which is how to apply it, very few people will get to see it. But congratulations to you for making it to this part of the video. Comment down below if you're at this part of the video, because then I'll know that you're really interested in learning how to better care for your plants and not just after those generic little tips that only provide 1 or 2 nutrients and don't give your plant complete nutrition. Now look, I already have it measured here, see, 100 milliliters. 100 milliliters of this product is what I'm going to apply to plants in small pots. So look, for a small pot, I'm going to water it with this, 100 milliliters per pot, for example. For a hanging pot, size 21 or 18, you can use 100 milliliters of this solution, which is enough. But what if the fern is large? Look, I'm going to mark it here, see, 150 milliliters. We're going to fill up 150 milliliters of this product. Oops, I went a little over, huh? Look, let's pour it in here. 150 milliliters of this product here is what we're going to use on this large fern I have here. I'll show you now. Now we're going to use it on this big one. Guys, if I told you what this fern looked like before we started fertilizing and recovering it, you wouldn't believe it. Right now, it's still not at its peak. It's very beautiful, but it's still not at the peak of what it's going to become. Well, for large pots like this one, we're going to use 150 milliliters. Let me adjust this so you can see the application being done. This fertilizer is organic and natural, and then you're going to pour it here, look, in the corner. Now, this will penetrate the soil and the roots will already be able to absorb it. Look there, the leaves are already sprouting. With just a few applications that we've done on this fern here, it used to have very sparse leaves and some leaves were even dry and yellowed. Now, we already have, look, large leaves that have recently grown on this plant, even some still forming. Just look, zoomed in here so you can see that it's still opening. And look at the size of just this leaf. Isn't it amazing when our plant sprouts again like this? But Weny, I'm going to use it on other plants too. Look, 80 ml, 90 ml, that's enough. For other plants, you don't need to use more than 100 ml, okay? Because this here is very concentrated in nitrogen, which is for growth. And some other plants you apply it to probably don't need that much nitrogen all at once. So now I'm going to apply it here, look, on my jabuticaba tree. This jabuticaba tree is already producing even though it's still here. Look in the bag. It's a big bag, but it's already producing. And here, I'm going to add these 80 milliliters of this amazing and super powerful fertilizer so that any plant you have will grow at least 3 times faster and healthier. Now see how important it is for you to watch our videos until the end. The usage tips to make it work right at your home. Always apply at the end of the day when the strong sun has already passed and your plants won't be at any risk of burning. You can repeat this application. You see how much fertilizer this makes, right? You'll be able to apply it to several plants you have there. And every 15 days, that's when you'll do these fertilizations. Do it today, then after 15 days, do it again, and after another 15 days, again. And then, my friends, you will be amazed by the incredible results. I also don't suggest you apply this fertilizer if your soil is completely dry. You know when you look at your plant and it looks like it's dying of thirst? Give it a light watering. You don't need to soak it. It's not good to soak it. Always give it a light watering first, and then, yes, you apply the fertilizer so the roots are already prepared to absorb all the nutrients we have here in an organic way. With the first or second application, you'll already notice thicker leaves on your ferns, and it doesn't matter if they're in a plastic bag or in a pot. You'll also notice fresh new shoots appearing. A strikingly vibrant shade of green on the leaves, that kind of green that really catches your eye, and the roots will start to get increasingly robust and strong. You might even see the roots pushing against the pot or even coming out of the pot. So consider starting to assess your fern and see whether it's time to repot it or not so you can continue with the fertilization. I know it might sound like a joke, but just look at how the roots of this plant are already, the one we've been applying this fertilizer to. Just look at all of these incredible roots, the impressive size of the plant, and the leaves that were once dry. See, they are already falling off now, and only those really vibrant, healthy, and strong leaves remain. And my personal mission is to test and share with you exactly what really works so that you can take much better care of your own plants. All of this is available for free right here on the channel Daiciotas. But now your mission is to head over to the comments section below to evaluate whether we are on the right track and if this work is being well done. So please leave a rating here in the comments on a scale from 0 to 10 whether you liked it or not. That is how we know if the path we are following is truly helping you out and fulfilling our mission. Even more important than that, if you truly want to keep on learning for free right here on the channel, you need to subscribe right now by clicking the subscribe button and activating the notification bell, because that is the only way you won't miss any of the brand new content we bring here on the Weny Plantas channel each and every day. I already know that if you're here, you're really not selfish. So share this video with your group of friends, family, relatives, and with everyone you can, because I'm sure this video will truly help you and a lot of people who need it. You have no idea what a single share from you can do in someone else's life. Down here, there's a video that I highly recommend you watch because I'm wrapping up here. I'll see you in the next video. A big kiss to your heart and everything you've seen here. All these products are in the link in the description. Just click and access it, and you'll be able to find the products we use here in the nursery. A kiss to your heart. See you. How old were you when you found out that every time you throw away one of these sponges, you're literally throwing money in the trash? From today on, you will never throw this away again because these old, well-used sponges are worth gold. What I'm going to show you here today is a secret used by professionals. We're going to cut this sponge that you were about to throw away that was going to the trash in half. See? It's already pretty used up. And let's separate half of it here. The very first thing we're going to do is this. We're going to disinfect this little sponge. But this is very simple to do. Here we have a container with water. Now I'm going to grab some bleach here. Some people know it as Candida, right? You only need 1 capful of the solution, which you should add to a small container filled with water. Once that's done, you'll put your sponge in and gently stir it around inside to make the mixture even, and then let it soak for 10 minutes. You can add the other capful of the liquid as well, because this is the process that disinfects and removes all the grease from that sponge. You've used it several times already, and there are greases, salts, and also bacteria in there. Here we eliminate all of that. Now that the full 10 minutes have passed, you're going to take these wet sponges out, squeeze them well to remove all of the water, and then place them into a second container, this time a separate container without any water, see? We've set it aside here. And this water here with bleach, with Candida, I can go ahead and discard it. Then you take that piece of sponge and cut it into very small pieces. They don't need to be the same size, no. They can be different sizes as long as they're not big pieces. The smaller the pieces you cut here, the better. And if you have a sharp pair of scissors, you'll see it's really easy to cut. By the way, go ahead and comment here with your city, your region, your name, your country. Let us know where you're watching this video from so we can see how far our tips from the channel are reaching. Just half of that sponge gave us these little pieces that we put in this bucket. Now comes the part that really makes a difference in the result. Now you're going to take a portion of this garden soil and carefully mix it with these pieces of old sponge, which have been cut into very small pieces. Look, we're going to put a reasonable amount of soil here and mix it together. Mix it really well. This is a major secret among experienced plant growers for keeping your plants properly hydrated. This technique helps to retain moisture at the ideal level, while allowing any excess moisture to easily drain out of the pot. So you'll keep your plant hydrated in a balanced way. And also, when you add fertilizer to the soil, it will stick to these little pieces of sponge here, see? The nutrients will be absorbed and then slowly and steadily released into your plant's soil for the roots to grow. And pay close attention now so you can learn how easy it is to use, but a lot of people make mistakes because they didn't get the right guidance. First, you'll want to take a container like this one with drainage hole and put a small layer of this soil mixed with the sponge pieces, folks. It's just a small layer. You don't need to fill it all the way up with this, see? Just 1 or 2 fingers thick of this prepared soil. Now you take the seedling you want to plant, and it can be any seedling. Here we're going to plant this mini fern. But it could be a ZZ plant, a rose bush, or any other plant you have at home and want to plant with balanced soil. It will never die, because here, folks, we have exactly what keeps our plant perfectly balanced. If you want, you can add another small layer of this specially prepared soil with pieces of sponge right here. But you're not going to fill it up with these pieces of sponge, no? You're going to put a thin layer along the sides to serve as a drainage layer and also as a kind of filter that stores moisture and fertilizer but releases all the excess, which will drain out through the holes in the pot. Then after you've made this thin layer, you don't need to use this prepared soil in this pot anymore. Now you can use regular soil, of course, good quality and fertilized, to fill the rest of the pot. Look how nice and useful it turns out, but I'm going to teach you another trick that makes these old sponges you're throwing away even more valuable sponges that most people just discard. Here we already have our little pot ready. This fertilized soil doesn't need any more fertilizer right now. Now you just need to water it as usual. But the biggest secret, folks, is right here. In a smaller container now, we're going to teach you the secret to germinating seeds. Here I have, look, yellow biquino pepper. I'm going to plant it in a little system that can't go wrong. Most seeds are lost due to uncontrolled moisture, but if you plant them just the way I'm going to show you here, using this soil with sponges, there's no mistake. There's no risk of moisture getting out of control, folks. I'm going to leave my seeds here ready to plant, and I'll show you how the growers do it so they don't lose any seeds. I have my seeds here on the side, so what I'm going to do is put this soil with the little sponges in here, see? For this one, I'm going to fill the pot up with the sponges. And I can put one little sponge on one side, another little sponge on the other, right where I'm going to plant my seed. See that little hole in the middle? That's where I'm going to put the seeds. Usually you put between 2 or 3 seeds in each little hole. Here I'm going to put about that many as well, see? 1, 2, 3. 3 seeds in there, and now I put the sponges on the sides, burying my seed so it can germinate in a perfect environment. Now all you have to do is water it, and that's it. This watering, this moisture, will last much longer. What I'm teaching you here greatly reduces the main mistake, which is watering, either during seed germination or even after planting. Once you've watered and it starts to drain out the bottom like it's doing here, you can stop watering. The little sponges will prevent waterlogging, protect the seed, and also keep the moisture balanced, and that's why this works so well. But now I'm going to tell you why a lot of people make mistakes when using the sponge, folks. Whenever you use anything with your plants, it needs to be done in moderation, because if you use too many sponges, if you overdo it in the substrate or planting soil, it starts to interfere with the soil structure. So just add small amounts, which will already help a lot with the establishment of your seedlings or even with seed germination. Now, if you do it just the way I showed you here, over time you'll notice your plant's soil becoming more balanced, more oxygenated, your plant healthier and more beautiful, and those watering mistakes will start to disappear. You'll find it much easier to take care of your plant because of the balanced moisture in the soil. Isn't it amazing that a detail like this, something you were about to throw in the trash, is actually worth gold for your plants, and yet so many people overlook it? Here, we bring you straightforward tips just like these. If you enjoy this kind of content, consider subscribing to the channel and turning on the notification bell, because that's the only way you'll get more tips like this. But even more important than that is sharing this content with that person you just thought of, someone you care about and want to see learn more about plants, gardening, backyards, and those delightful tips that are so enjoyable to learn. And we teach everything here for free so that everyone can have access. So consider clicking the Become a Member button and supporting our project so we can keep bringing free tips to more people all over Brazil. But the most important thing is that you don't leave this channel, this video, before you watch this next video here. I highly recommend it. It has helped thousands of people and it will help you too. A big kiss. See you in that video. All products used in our nursery are in the link in the description. Check it out now. It might sound crazy, but would you believe me if I told you that just a handful of this mixture can turn any fruit tree into a fruit-producing machine?
And before you ask, it doesn't matter whether it's like this, planted in the ground with plenty of space, or if the space is limited. For example, this mango tree, which is already flowering to produce fruit, is planted in a pot. Look at that, and it's not even a very large pot. Or even this Tahiti lime, which is already starting to form fruit, also planted in a pot. Well, if you want to find out how this happens, I'm going to teach you step by step in this video. Just like every day, we bring you new tips to help you learn how to better grow your plants. Today for me, it's easy, but I used to get really frustrated with fruit trees in pots. They would grow beautifully, but when it came time to produce fruit, nothing. Until I discovered this combination of simple, cheap, and natural fertilizer. When I applied it, the production changed completely. As a matter of fact, fruit began to appear on my fruit trees, both in the ground and in small pots. I know this frustration isn't just mine. Anyone who grows fruit trees at home has been through this. You water, you take care of them, you wait for months and months and still no fruit. Or sometimes a little flower appears, but it doesn't hold on. It falls off before it turns into fruit. This happens because most people only give their plants water and sunlight, or sometimes use any generic fertilizer thinking that's enough. But the real secret lies in the right nutrients, which stimulate the plant to bloom, hold on to its fruit, and ripen with quality. And I've already set aside the 2 ingredients we'll need exactly because that's what I'm going to teach you today. You are going to prepare the best fertilizer for your fruit plants to produce lots of fruit, ripen with quality, and hold on to those fruits until harvest. Here is the formula that few people know, and those who do know don't tell you about it. We will need a tablespoon, and we're going to add 2 heaping tablespoons of this first ingredient. And for those of you wondering what this is, I'm going to tell you now. This powder here contains all the main nutrients your plant needs, and it's organic and natural. Here we have first castor cake. Castor cake is a natural fertilizer rich in nitrogen and essential micronutrients, which stimulate robust plant growth and improve the health of roots, leaves, and stems. But along with the castor cake, we also have bone meal in this powder. And bone meal is very rich in phosphorus, which helps your plants to bloom, fills out the fruits, and stimulates consistent fruiting in any plant. These 2 ingredients together already make a powerful fertilizer. But now we're going to add 1 more spoonful of this white powder here. Look, it pains me to say this, but you've probably spent your whole life throwing this away. This stuff is incredibly valuable. Well, so we're going to add a spoonful of this white powder here. And for those of you who might be wondering, this powder is actually nothing more than simple crushed eggshells. All you really have to do is save the eggshells from the eggs you use at home, let them dry thoroughly in the sun, and then blend them in a blender or even crush them with a mortar and pestle. Porquas, by doing this, you'll get this natural powder here, which is extremely rich in calcium and also improves the oxygenation of your plant soil. And with these 2 ingredients mixed together, we're going to make sure they're well combined, mixing them very thoroughly. And here we have the complete fertilizer with all the nutrients, both micro and macro, that your plant needs. So we have nitrogen, potassium, phosphorus, manganese, boron, calcium, and many other nutrients that your plant needs to produce fruit, to produce flowers, to stimulate fruit growth, and also to help the fruit stay on the plant. After you mix it very thoroughly comes the most important part, which is the application. And that's what I'm going to show you now, because it's no use having gold in your hands, having this here, which is extremely powerful, and applying it incorrectly. Now pay close attention to the application. I'm going to apply this fertilizer again to my mango tree that's in a pot, because you can do this application even after flowering. It's actually important that you do this even after flowering so the plant continues to receive nutrients during fruit development. You can see that we've already applied this fertilizer before, meaning you won't have a tree producing like this after just the first application. You need to apply this fertilizer regularly. Here's our fertilizer, and I'm showing you here. We've already applied it before, and I'm showing you so you don't think it's magic, okay? This really works. It has everything the plant needs in these nutrients, in this solution we've prepared, and I'm going to teach you how to apply it. But know that you shouldn't just apply it once and stop. No, do this application that I'm going to show you now at least every 30 days, because these nutrients are released slowly until your plant is healthy enough to produce these fruits, which happens very quickly. Just look at the size of this plant that's in a pot already producing. Now pay close attention. Whenever you apply it, you shouldn't use too much. You should use 1, at most 2 spoons of this fertilizer and spread it like this, sprinkling it away from the main stem. It's important that it doesn't accumulate here on the trunk, on the main stem of the plant. You can use 1 or even 2 spoons of this fertilizer. It's organic, so it won't harm your plant, your fruit, or anyone who eats the fruit from this plant. And an even better tip is that right after you apply it, do what I'm about to do now. Once you have finished applying it, come over here and very gently water the plant just like this. You can water it with a hose, with a watering can, or even with a cup if that's what you have. But it's important that you do this first watering right away so the nutrients can start penetrating the soil. Oh, do you know what this is here? I'm not going to say because today's video isn't about that, but if you know what this wonderful little plant is, you can leave it in the comments. I'm going to water it until it starts draining out the bottom. I don't need to water it too much because otherwise the nutrients might start leaking out right away. So I personally prefer to water the area before applying the fertilizer and then add a little more water on top of the fertilizer. So it starts penetrating deep into the plant's soil and our plant can begin absorbing all the healthy nutrients we've just given it, which are basically all the essential nutrients your plant needs to bloom beautifully and multiply its fruits. But Weny, is this the only fertilization method that works? No, guys, there are several fertilization methods that work, but why is this one of the main ones? Because this fertilization we do simply contains all the nutrients your plant needs to survive, to produce fruit, to bloom, to hold on to the fruit, and to fill out those fruits. It even has potassium, which really helps make the fruits nice and sweet. They ripen a lot on the plant, so when you pick them, they're really sweet, just like this wonderful mulberry. Look at this, how amazing! My mission is to bring you tips that have been tested and proven in practice in a simple and free way so you can put them into action and truly see results with your plants. Now, your mission is to help me. Leave your rating here in the comments from 0 to 10 for today's content. I really want to know your honest opinion. And so you don't miss the next lessons, go ahead and subscribe to the channel and turn on the notification bell because that's the only way you'll always be notified when I post a new video here with more tips like this one. Share this content with someone who loves plants because this knowledge can transform a lot of people's gardens. And I strongly recommend you watch this video down here, which I prepared especially for you to keep learning. I'll wrap things up here, sending a kiss to your heart, and there are important links down below, including everything we used in this video. See you!
If you've already tried insecticide, used oil, and even those homemade remedies, but the pests keep coming back to your plant, your fruit, or even the leaves, well, my friend, this video is for you. Stick with me until the end. What I'm about to show you now kills aphids, scale insects, caterpillars, whiteflies, and even sooty mold that's attacking your plants and leaving them weak and sick. And this gets rid of pests in just seconds, folks. It's really that good. You know what's even better? The best part is that it's homemade, it's cheap, it works on any plant, and I'm going to show you this step by step, because if you mess up, it won't work. The important thing is to follow every step we're going to show here, and I'm sure you'll get great results. And I strongly suggest that you don't leave this video for any reason, because besides getting rid of pests, at the end of this video, I'm going to teach you how to strengthen your plant so the pests don't come back, and so it can fight off pests on its own. The biggest problem is that most people come in and kill the pest, but leave the plant weak. And then what happens? The pest comes back. And believe me, if you don't do it right, the pest always comes back. Mealybugs, aphids, whiteflies, they don't just show up out of nowhere. They actually attack weakened plants. So here, we solve the problem in 2 steps. First, we get rid of the pest. This little recipe we're about to make will do exactly that in a powerful way. And then, we strengthen the plant so it can fight off pests on its own. Basically, we boost the plant's immunity so pests won't attack it. First, I'm going to teach you the right way to make homemade insecticide, which has been used in agriculture for many years and delivers phenomenal results. We're going to need a few really simple things. Most of these things you probably already have at home, so you don't need to buy anything. First, you'll need a container with 1 liter of chlorine-free water, folks. If you're using tap water, let it sit for 24 hours so the chlorine can evaporate. You'll also need to add just a little bit of vegetable oil to the water. That's the same oil you have in your kitchen. It's just a tiny bit. Don't overdo it. And now, you'll need this right here. Guys, if you have this at home, you can use it. What you need to do is measure about a finger's width and cut the bar soap into really thin pieces. Then, after you do that, just take a small piece, put it in your container, and blend it in the blender. Or, if you prefer, instead of using the bar coconut soap, you can use dish detergent. And then you don't need to blend it in the blender.
Here, you're going to add just a small level spoonful of detergent, really just a little bit. You can consider it about half of one of those tiny spoons, okay? And you're going to add it here to your mixture, to your homemade insecticide. But guys, this insecticide kills any kind of pest in seconds. But you have to watch this video until the end so you don't miss the tips on how to keep the pests from coming back. You know yourself that a lot of times you use insecticide, it kills the pest, and then it comes back. What I'm going to teach you today is different. You're going to get rid of the pest, and it won't come back to attack your plant. Just this little recipe is already enough to get rid of pests. But you can make it even better, and in a totally natural way. Take one of those tiny spoons, get some red pepper powder, and just put the tip of the spoon in here. See? Just the tip of the spoon goes into our homemade solution, too. Now you can stir this solution really well, okay? Don't stir it too hard, okay? Stir for a good while, but do it slowly so you don't create that foam that detergent or coconut soap usually makes when it's shaken too much. The soap breaks the pest's protective barrier. Whether it's bar soap or even liquid detergent, the oil suffocates the pest. The water helps spread the solution, and the powdered pepper prevents the pest from breathing and keeps it from escaping the solution. It's extremely strong because it has compounds that kill these pests instantly. So take a look at how our solution will look once it's ready. Guys, you can make this solution at home for free. You already have everything you need right there. If you're enjoying this video, go ahead and leave a like. It's really important for us, okay? Now, with your solution ready and your spray bottle, you're going to put an old cloth or a piece of an old t-shirt here so we can strain our solution. Then just pour it in here, see? And it'll strain so your spray bottle doesn't get clogged. Meanwhile, tell me where you're watching from. What's your name, your city, your country? Because we already know our videos are crossing borders. Leave a comment down below. All done. The solution will strain quickly. It's really just so the spray bottle doesn't get clogged. You can go ahead and close it up, and now I'll show you how to apply it the right way. And when it comes to getting rid of pests, you should apply this before you strengthen your plant, so that by the time you do, the pests are already gone. Now, pay close attention to how you apply it. Here we have the insecticide, and over there are the leaves on our trees, on our plant. And what a lot of people get wrong is during the application. The plant is like this, and you just spray it on top of the leaves, right? It'll kill the pest wherever it lands, right? Yes, it will. But this contact insecticide won't reach the underside of the leaves unless you're careful to spray there too. Guys, it's under the leaves where most pests hide, because that's where they feel safe. So whenever you apply an insecticide, make sure to spray both the top and the underside of the leaves. In seconds, this little recipe will get rid of all the pests. It's a simple recipe, but very effective. The movement of these pests stops immediately because they're already dead. What you should never do is apply the insecticide when your plant is under strong sunlight. Ideally, you should apply it either early in the morning or late in the afternoon. That way you get results without burning the plant. Now, my friend, I have my advice here, so pay attention to this, because this is what separates those who actually solve their pest problems for good from those who are always fighting against them. Write this down. Pests don't like strong plants. If the plant is weak with bad roots and poor soil, it becomes an easy target. So after you get rid of the pests on the leaves and fruits, you need to strengthen your plant directly in the soil at the roots, because the roots are the plant's mouth. Here in the nursery, I use an organic fertilizer. In the nursery, after fighting off the pests, we use the 4-in-1 super organic fertilizer. It has castor cake, bone meal, reactive rock phosphate, and chicken manure, all in one fertilizer. And it's really simple to use. It comes like this, see, with a little scoop inside. You take a generous scoop of Dimmy's super organic fertilizer and carefully spread it out just like this, all around the plant you just treated for pests. You'll add 1 or 2 more scoops of this, seal the bag back up, and now you'll thoroughly mix this fertilizer into the soil. This fertilizer is 100% organic, natural, and very low cost. Just a reminder, all the products we use here in our nursery and recommend for you to use at home too, the link is in the description of this video. After you've added the fertilizer, just water it lightly. This isn't a watering to soak the plant, it's just to help the fertilizer and nutrients start penetrating the soil. Do you know why I'm always sharing these tips with you every day? It's because my mission is to bring you tested tips that really work for free so you can learn every day how to better care for your plants and help our planet by growing more plants. And all of this, folks, is only possible because there are so many people supporting our work here on our channel. And if you want to support us too, the link is in the description. I'm really grateful to our supporters here on the channel for making it possible for us to bring information like this to everyone for free. Share this video with people you know. If you just remembered that you love plants and need to know this, subscribe to the channel and turn on the notification bell if you want more videos like these. And more importantly, keep learning. Here, I left a super helpful video for you to improve your plant growing skills. Watch it now and I'll see you there. Big kiss to your heart. See you later. You won't believe it, but there's a mixture that makes any small ZZ plant grow so fast it almost seems like magic. And I'm going to show you exactly how you can do this with your plant right there at home. It works for any plant, okay? With this method here, even that plant that seems stuck in time will start putting out new shoots, new leaves, and even the leaves it already has will look like this, shiny and really green. It's a wonder of nature, but best of all, it's natural, cheap, simple to make, and you can use it on any plant. Just look at how many new leaves this fern has produced. You need to pay close attention because if you use it incorrectly, instead of having beautiful, vibrant leaves like these, things can go wrong. You might even burn the leaves. So stay with me until the end to learn the step-by-step process. I know exactly how frustrating it is to have a ZZ plant that stays the same for months. We take care of it, love it, fertilize it, and change the soil, but nothing works. It's really sad. That's why I have to share what has worked for us here, and we're using it on all the plants in our nursery for accelerated growth. This method we're using here in the nursery, we've noticed that plants are growing at least 5 times faster. And the best part is it's natural, organic, inexpensive, and you can use it on any plant because it's all natural. The first step is to choose a pot. It doesn't matter what size pot you're going to use. What's important is that it has plenty of holes and good drainage. The more holes, the better, okay? Zamioculcas hate waterlogged soil, so drainage is essential for the healthy development of the plant. Now for the most important details. This seedling grown from a leaf already has plenty of roots, and we're going to plant it the right way so you can learn. And now, in our pot, which is full of drainage holes, we're going to add the drainage layer. To do this, we're going to use charcoal here. With the charcoal in smaller pieces, we're going to make a thin drainage layer, but it's very important that this charcoal is unused. It can't have been used in a barbecue yet. It needs to be new, with no grease or salt on it, okay? That's really important. Besides that, charcoal is a great option for the drainage layer because in addition to drainage, it also prevents fungi, bacteria, diseases, and keeps the soil nice and loose. And of course, it also prevents the soil from clogging the holes in the pot. And here is the perfect substrate for planting. Do you just put it on top? No, we're going to prepare this substrate so that our plant can actually grow. So come with me now and I'll show you how to prepare this substrate, the planting soil, so you can get real growth results with your plants. For this step, we have here approximately 500 milliliters to 1 liter of substrate. And for that, we're going to add a small spoonful of this ingredient here, which is crushed eggshell, dry and ready to release nutrients into the plant. Eggshells are extremely rich in calcium. They strengthen the roots, the structure of the plant, and help the plant produce new shoots with much stronger leaves and sturdier stems. Now we're also going to add a great source of nitrogen for our plants. Here we're going to add 2 small spoonfuls for this amount of planting soil of substrate. And besides nitrogen, this fertilizer here provides organic matter with micro and macronutrients for quick release to our plant. This right here is nothing more than chicken manure or poultry manure, well composted. You can add small amounts. And this will provide all the essential nutrition your plant needs for development, including nitrogen, which is one of the key ingredients for your plant to grow abundantly. For the healthy growth of any plant. We're going to start mixing this now. There is one additional ingredient we use, which is one of the primary ingredients to really achieve the desired result we want. But we're going to start mixing because this other ingredient will add it after the soil is already in the pot, after the plant has already been planted. Then we'll add the third ingredient, which is of the highest quality and will truly deliver results in terms of growth, new shoots, new leaves that are green and shiny for our zezi plant or whatever plant we want to grow, okay? Now we're going to make a thin layer with this already fertilized substrate on top of the charcoal we prepared on top of the drainage layer. It's just a thin layer of this substrate because now we're going to place our little seedling. We're going to remove it very carefully. I'm going to press here on the sides. This seedling is a very young one, still grown from leaves. Look at the amount of roots we have on this seedling, which was also grown in a very good substrate. We're going to carefully place it right in the center of this pot, and now, yes, we'll start filling it up with this substrate and the special fertilizer we've already prepared. But there's still one more secret ingredient. Pay very close attention so you can do it the right way. Just look at that. Isn't it wonderful? Let's bury all these roots. You can see that the substrate is very light. It's a substrate with plenty of organic matter, and it contains those micronutrients that are released for our plant, providing nutrients. Notice how it looks after being planted in the substrate. Just this alone is already a great way to plant, but it won't stimulate that fast growth. To stimulate fast growth, before loosening this soil, I'm going to make a little hole right here on the side in the corner of the pot. Take a look at how this little hole turned out, and here we're going to add this fertilizer, which is exceptionally beneficial for your greenery. This is the Jimmy Tablet Fertilizer. It's a highly intelligent, specialized, slow-release formula, perfectly designed for effectively stimulating plant growth and for consistently releasing the most important nutrients for your plant. The coolest thing about this little fertilizer is that you only need to use it once every 4 or 5 months. The official recommendation can actually be up to 6 full months between applications, meaning that by simply placing one of these handy little tablets in your plant, you'll actually bury it right here in the soil, see? Let me show you how to do this. You'll bury it right here in the pot. Then you can cover it with some soil, and this will slowly release essential nutrients for healthy growth, flowering, and strong rooting in your plant for up to 6 months. Every time you water, a little bit of this tablet fertilizer will be released directly to your plant's roots, right at the plant's mouth, so to speak. Isn't that right? So besides being a slow-release fertilizer, it will provide you with nitrogen, phosphorus, potassium, calcium, sulfur, and you'll only need to repeat this fertilization every 3 to 6 months on your plant, which is great for those of you who tend to forget to fertilize your plants every month. And now we can go ahead and fill in the substrate here, see, with our Gem tablet already buried, along with the organic nutrients we've added here. Now we have our plant nicely planted, well nourished, with nutrients being released slowly, guaranteed for up to 6 months. And as you probably already know, whenever you do any planting, make sure to water your plant thoroughly. The first watering should be really generous. And with the fertilization we've done, the release of nutrients to the roots starts right from the first watering. You should water until water starts coming out of the hole down here. See, it's already dripping. That's exactly what we need. Here in the nursery, we do this same process, and the result is this. New shoots on the plants, leaves that are very green and vibrant, free from pests, because with fertilization and proper nutrition, your plant has the ability to fight off pests on its own. It's as if it had a strong immune system. And when disease comes, it has the ability not to suffer from any illness, so it always stays healthy. These are plants bursting with growth, with vibrant, green, and very healthy leaves. Isn't that a wonder of nature? A plant we love, very easy to care for, but if it's not grown the right way, it stagnates and stops producing new shoots like this. But now we've reached a very important moment in this video, which is when you come here to the comment section and leave your feedback. I want your opinion. Comment a number from 0 to 10 to let me know what score you give today's video, whether it helped you, if it didn't help, or even if you think it might help other people. And if you still haven't subscribed to the Plantas channel, now is the time to click and subscribe, and most importantly, activate the notification bell right down here, because that's the only way you'll know whenever we bring a new video with information like this here on the channel. And don't be selfish, this information helps you and it helps other people too. So click on share and share it in your family groups, your friends groups, and on your social networks so more people can have access to this information and take better care of their plants. I know everyone wants to know, so I'll leave the link down below with all the products we use in our nursery, the ones we used in this video. Just check the description of this video where you'll find the link to the website so you can access and purchase it in case you can't find them in your city or if the price there is too high. And don't stop learning. Right here on the side, I'll leave a suggested video for you to keep learning how to better care for your plants. I'll wrap it up here, and I hope you enjoyed this video. See you in this video right here. A big kiss to your heart. Bye-bye, I'm out. You won't believe it, but there's a mixture that makes any small ZZ plant grow so fast, it almost seems like magic. And I'm going to show you exactly how you can do this with your plant right there at home. It works for any plant, okay? With this method, even that plant that seems stuck in time will start putting out new shoots, new leaves, and even the leaves it already has will look shiny and really green like this. It's a wonder in nature. But the best part is that it's natural, cheap, easy to make, and you can use it on any plant. Just look at how many new leaves this fern has. You need to pay close attention, because if you use it the wrong way, instead of having beautiful, vibrant leaves like this, things can go wrong. You could even burn the leaves. So stay with me in this video and pay attention until the end so you can learn this step-by-step process. And I don't know about you, but I know exactly how frustrating it is to have a ZZ plant that just stops growing for months. We nurture it, fertilize it, and change the soil, but nothing works. It's sad. So I'll share what worked for us here. And we're using it on all the plants in our nursery for accelerated growth. With this method we're using here in the nursery, we've noticed that the plants are growing at least 5 times faster. And the best part is, it's natural, organic, inexpensive, and you can use it on any plant because it's all natural.
The first step is to choose a pot.
It doesn't matter what size pot you're going to use. What's important is that it has plenty of holes and good drainage. The more holes, the better, okay? Zamioculcas hate waterlogged soil, so drainage is essential for the plant to develop well. And now we're getting to the most important details. This one here is a little seedling grown from a leaf. It already has a lot of roots, and we're going to plant it the right way so you can learn. And now in our pot, which is full of drainage holes, we're going to add the drainage layer. To do this, we're going to use charcoal here. We're going to use smaller pieces of charcoal to make a thin drainage layer, but it's very important that this charcoal is unused. It can't have been used in a barbecue yet. It needs to be new, with no grease or salt on it, okay? That's really important. Besides that, charcoal's a great option for the drainage layer because in addition to drainage, it also helps prevent fungi, bacteria, diseases, and keeps the soil nice and loose. And of course, it also stops the soil from clogging up the holes in the pot. And here's the perfect substrate for planting. Should you just put it on top? No. We're going to prepare this substrate so that our plant can actually grow. So come with me now and I'll show you how to prepare the substrate, the planting soil, so you can get real growth results with your plants. In this case, we have here about 500 milliliters to 1 liter of substrate. And for that, we're going to add a small spoonful of this ingredient here, which is crushed eggshell, dry and ready to release nutrients into the plant. Eggshell is very rich in calcium. It strengthens the roots, the plant structure, and makes the plant produce new shoots with much stronger leaves and sturdier stems. Now, we're also going to add a great source of nitrogen for our plants. Here, we're going to add 2 small spoonfuls for this amount of planting soil, or a substrate. And besides nitrogen, this fertilizer also provides organic matter with micro and macronutrients for quick release to our plant. This is nothing more than well-composted chicken manure or poultry manure. You can add small amounts, and this will provide all the nutrition your plant needs for development, including nitrogen,